Ashfall District, The City That Shouldn't Exist, by Arthur Blackwood. Copyright 2025 Arthur Blackwood. All rights reserved. Prologue. No one had lived in the Ashfall District for nearly 12 years, and yet the streets still behaved as if someone might return at any moment. The wind pushed along scraps of old flyers. Loose gravel rolled across the asphalt, and the hollow buildings, rows of concrete husks, answered with faint echoes that didn't quite match the sounds that caused them. Just after 2 a.m., a solitary maintenance worker named Howard Marin made his way down Briarline Avenue, marking notes on a small inspection tablet. He hated this part of his route. Everyone did. But budget cuts meant the district wasn't entirely sealed off yet, and the city insisted on weekly structural checks. His boots crunched over pale dust as he walked, dust that never seemed to settle in the same place twice. He paused at the corner of Colford Street, scanning the broken skyline. The district felt different tonight. He couldn't explain why. Maybe it was a stillness, heavier than usual. Maybe the temperature drop. Or maybe the creeping thought, the one he never voiced, that the place somehow knew when someone entered it. Howard swallowed, shook off the feeling, and aimed his flashlight at the nearest building, an old apartment block that leaned slightly, like a tired man hunched on a bar stool. He raised the tablet to log its condition. A sudden prickle crawled up his arms. A light, blue, sharp, wrong. It flickered on in a third-floor window of the leaning block. Howard froze. The building had been disconnected from the power grid years ago. No generators. No independent lines. Nothing. And yet the window glowed. Slowly, a figure took form behind the glass. A silhouette, still as stone. No face, no features. Just the outline of a person standing exactly in the center of the light. Howard's breathing turned shallow. "Hello?" he called, instantly regretting it. The figure didn't move. The edges of its shadow seemed too defined, as if the light behind it were slicing the shape into place. Howard stepped closer, drawn and repelled at the same time. Something shifted above. A soft scrape, like fingers on concrete. Howard looked up sharply. The light stuttered, once, twice, then vanished completely. Darkness rushed back like a hell breath finally released. The window was empty. No figure. No glow. Only the darkness he knew. The darkness he trusted. Howard stumbled backward, pulse hammering. He forced himself to scan the building with his flashlight, but the beam felt too thin, too fragile against the weight of the shadows. Nothing moved. Nothing shone. And yet the air around him felt thick, charged, as if the district were quietly rearranging itself when no one was looking. He typed a shaky note in his tablet. Possible trespasser? Blue light sighted. Investigate further with daytime team. He didn't write the part he feared might be true, that the figure hadn't looked like a trespasser at all. It had looked, placed there, as if waiting. Howard turned to leave, walking faster than before. He didn't see the faint shimmer in another building's window, 3 blocks away. He didn't hear the low hum rising from the ground for just a second, then fading. He didn't notice that the dust behind him had stopped moving entirely. The district had gone silent, listening, waiting for the right person to enter, someone who would come soon. Chapter 1. The Assignment. Julian Mercer had seen ruins before, dead malls, flooded stations, forgotten amusement parks swallowed by weeds, but nothing had ever left a taste in his mouth like the Ashfall District, a metallic one, cold like biting a battery. He felt it even now, before he had set foot anywhere near the place. The elevator doors slid shut, and the narrow cabin sealed him away from the rest of the editorial building. The humming of the cables echoed faintly in the metal walls, vibrating in a way that made Julian's nerves spark. His reflection fractured in the brushed steel panels. Eyes more tired than yesterday. A jaw clenched too tightly. A tension in his shoulders like wires pulled to breaking point. He exhaled slowly. "Get a grip," he muttered. "It's just an assignment." But even his voice didn't believe that. The elevator glided down, too smooth, too silent. When the doors opened, the normal sounds of the lobby, typing, phones, footsteps, should have grounded him. Instead, they felt muffled, like something thick was pressed against the air. He stepped out into the heat of the afternoon. The sun bore down, but Julian shivered. A subtle pressure, not physical but familiar, crawled along his spine. The same feeling he used to get when he walked too close to the ruins of the old viaduct as a kid. A feeling of being noticed. He crossed the street to the diner. Its neon sign flickered as he approached, humming weakly. The stuttering in and out like a faulty heartbeat. Inside, the air smelled of burnt coffee and old vinyl. And at the back booth sat the woman who had requested him, Dr. Nadia Rourke. She didn't look up as he approached. She was too focused on the sheet of paper under her pen. Her hand moved mechanically, almost impatiently, as if the date offended her by refusing to make sense. "You're punctual," she said without raising her eyes. "That's good. Shows you're still sane." Julian slid into the booth. "Should I be worried?" "Probably." Only then she looked at him, dark eyes sharp behind thin frames. "Tell me what you know about the Ashfall District." Julian hesitated, choosing his words carefully. Evacuated 12 years ago. Series of unexplained structural failures. No official cause. Restricted zone ever since. "That's the city's version," Nadia said. "The real version is Messier." She spread out 3 overlapping maps. They were all the same area, same streets, same blocks, yet none of them matched perfectly. Corners shifted. Building outlines changed. One map showed a street that didn't exist on the others. Julian frowned. Different drafts? No, different surveys. She tapped each map with her pen, hard enough to dent the paper. Different years, different engineers, and identical errors. Errors that shouldn't be possible. Julian leaned in. "Explain." "I can't," she said flatly. "Not yet, but something's wrong with the district. Structurally, visually, spatially." He didn't look away from the maps. The layout twisted in his vision, as if something in the lines was pulling. Nadia watched him closely. "You feel it, don't you?" Julian didn't answer immediately. He didn't need to. She slid a thin folder across the table. It was worn, too worn for a file only days old. "Missing person report," she said. "Filed last week." Julian opened it. "Howard Marin, night patrol worker. Last seen, Ashfall District perimeter. Reported sighting, blue light, 3rd floor, building 17. Footage, none recovered. Body, not found." Julian felt something tighten inside his chest. "Building 17, Nadia repeated softly. "The building that appears collapsed in official records, but intact in the latest drone survey. That one." Julian swallowed. "And the blue light? That's why you're here. What was it?" Her voice dropped to a whisper. "A figure, standing still in the center of the window. Perfectly still, perfectly centered." Julian's pulse kicked hard. "Someone trespassing?" No, the proportions were wrong. Shoulders too narrow. Height uneven. The report described it as not shaped right. His breath shortened. The diner's faltered in his ears. The air grew heavier, pressing around them. "And then Marin disappeared," he said. "Marin didn't disappear," Nadia corrected. "He vanished. His apartment was locked from the inside. No forced entry. His shoes still by the door. Phone charging on the counter." A chill spidered down Julian's spine. Nadia leaned forward. "I need someone who can see what others miss. Someone who understands when a place is lying." Julian stared at her. The maps, the file, the absence of sound inside the diner. "Why me?" he asked. "You don't just take pictures," Nadia said. "You notice things, patterns, discrepancies, details that shouldn't exist." She paused. "Also, your name came up." Julian stiffened. "Came up where?" "In the district's old security logs." Nadia said carefully. "Door access archive from before the evacuation. Your name appears in the system." He stared at her. That was impossible. "I was never in Ashfall," he said. Nadia didn't blink. "Then someone used your name. Or someone wanted your name there." A cold pulse hit the base of his skull. He forced his breathing steady. "When do we start?" he managed. "Tomorrow morning. Nadia replied. North entrance. And Julian, he looked up. Do not go near the district before the walkthrough, she warned. No scouting, no night shots, no curiosity. Julian nodded. He lied. He didn't plan to go. He really didn't. But something tugged at him the moment he left the diner. Not a thought, not a feeling, but a pull, a gravity. By the time he regained awareness, he was already walking east, toward the pedestrian overpass overlooking the district's edge. The city noise thinned the closer he got. Cars sounded distant. The wind died. Even the cicadas stopped. Julian reached the railing and froze. The Ashfall District lay below like a dead organism sprawled across the ground. Buildings at odd angles. Streets bending gently inward. Shadows layered too thick. Too dark for the hour. He lifted his camera. Through the lens, the world sharpened. A torn shirt sleeve draped over a balcony. A child's tricycle half buried in dust. A broken traffic light still faintly swaying despite the absence of wind. Then movement. A flicker. 9th floor. Tower on the left. A glint of light. Not sunlight. Not reflection. Something internal. Cold, electric, blue. Another flicker. Lower floor. Same building. Same impossible glow. Julian's breath hitched. He zoomed in. Focused. Shot 3 rapid frames. Instinctively. Urgently. Nothing. The window was dark. He lowered the camera and froze. Because there, for a fraction of a second, he saw it again. Not a light. Not a reflection. A silhouette. Standing too straight. Too centered. Too still. Julian stumbled backward, his heartbeat thundering in his ears. He turned and hurried off the overpass, the warmth of the day replaced by a rising cold that crawled beneath his skin. He didn't look back toward the building, but if he had, he would have seen the silhouette shift just slightly, as if leaning closer to the glass, watching him leave. Chapter 2. The North Gate. Julian left his apartment earlier than planned. Not because he wanted to, but because he couldn't stay inside any longer. The night had been restless. Every time he closed his eyes, flashes of the silhouette from the overpass surfaced in fragments. The tilt of its head, the unnatural stillness, the faint pulse of blue light behind it. He had slept in intervals, waking with the same metallic taste on his tongue he'd felt yesterday. Now, in the bright clarity of morning, the taste was stronger. The city felt different. Not quieter, dampened, like someone had stuffed cotton into the world and muffled every sound. Even construction noise from 2 blocks away sounded distant, reduced, filtered through something invisible. Julian kept walking, noting the absence without understanding it. Cars passed, buses rumbled, people talked on their phones. All normal things, yet none of it sounded normal. The closer he got to the Ashfall District, the more the sensation intensified, as if the world were trying to warn him or try and prepare him. By the time he reached the north entrance, the heat of the day had given way to a strange stillness. The fence surrounding the district rose ahead, 3 meters of chain-link metal topped with barbed wire and faded warning signs. The metal looked as though it had been baked in the sun for years, yet patches of dew clung to it like condensation on a cold surface. Nadia was already there. She paced along the gate with clipped steps, her posture stiff, every movement sharp. The moment she noticed him, she paused mid-turn and studied him for a full second before speaking. You look worse than yesterday. Julian forced a breath. Didn't sleep much. You will sleep even less once this begins. She approached the gate and pulled a key ring from her pocket. Before we go in, I need to be clear about something. The district shifts. We don't know how or why. Sometimes it's structural. Sometimes it's perceptual. If something looks wrong, you tell me. If something sounds wrong, you tell me. And if you see a blue light, I leave immediately. Good, as long as you mean it. He didn't respond. Nadia didn't press. She turned toward the gate and inserted the first key. The padlock clicked open with a mechanical snap that echoed too loudly for the empty street. When she touched the second lock, the entire gate vibrated softly beneath her fingers, a quick tremor, like a shiver running through the metal. Julian stiffened. There, did you feel? Yes, she said quickly. Ignore it. That's not something to ignore. If we react to every anomaly out here, we'll never make it inside. Save your reactions for what's coming. She opened the final padlock and pushed the gate outward. The hinges groaned, but the sound was wrong. Too drawn out, too hollow, as if echoing inside a deeper space than the street around them. Julian stepped through. The air changed the moment he crossed the threshold. It was colder, but not the kind of cold that comes from temperature. This felt internal, like walking into a room where someone had just exhaled. Julian's first breath stung the back of his throat. The metallic taste was instant, sharp, unmistakable. The ground cracked beneath his boots. The asphalt inside the district was broken into jagged plates, separated by thin lines of dirt and spirals of wild grass. Spiral patterns repeated everywhere, in the weeds, in the dust, even in the cracks themselves. None of it looked accidental. Julian's vision wavered for a moment. He blinked, steadying himself. "Your eyes will adjust," Nadia said, not looking back at him. "The depth perception here is distorted by the geometry." "The geometry?" he asked. "Yes, you'll see." The silence around them deepened, pressing against Julian's ears. He swallowed, trying to equalize the pressure. It didn't help. Something moved above them. A handful of pigeons burst from a rooftop, wings flapping violently. But there was no sound, not even a whisper of air. Julian stopped cold. "Nadia?" "There were no pigeons," she said without turning around. Julian stared at the empty roofline. No birds, no feathers, no trace. He felt the quiet tightening around him again, squeezing gently like a hand closing around an object it meant to examine. They walked deeper into the district. Shattered storefronts stared with hollow eyes, their glass long since broken. A rusted tram car lay overturned on its side, its doors hanging open like a jaw distended in mid-scream. Julian raised his camera and snapped a few shots. The lens didn't just capture the scene, it sharpened it. He could see details inside the tram car that weren't visible to the naked eye. Graffiti that shouldn't be legible. A smeared handprint too deep to be dust. He lowered the camera, and the handprint was gone. He swallowed hard. Ahead, a row of apartment buildings stood at odd angles, each one leaning slightly inward toward the street. Through his camera, the angles looked exaggerated, as if the structures were bending, curving toward them, bowing in acknowledgement. Julian lowered the lens. Everything looked normal. Normal for Ashfall. Nadia halted suddenly and raised a hand. Julian stopped beside her. "You hear that?" she asked. Julian strained his ears. At first, nothing. Then, faintly, a hollow metallic sound drifted through the district. A clang. Then another. Then a third. Rhythmic, measured, coming from somewhere ahead. Julian's breath quickened. "What is that?" "Echo," Nadia said. "Or displacement. Hard to know. Sometimes sound travels from a different location. Where is it coming from?" "Not here." Julian didn't like that answer. The clang repeated, louder this time. Closer. The vibration crawled into the ground beneath his boots, humming up his legs like a warning. Nadia grabbed his arm and pulled him toward the shadow of a collapsed wall. "Stay behind me." Julian peered around the corner. The noise was coming from Building 12, a 4-story block with a cracked staircase and windows clouded with years of grime. Something glinted behind one of the upper windows. Not blue, not yet, but faint golden pulse, like a flicker of a dying bulb deep inside the room. The pulse dimmed, brightened, dimmed again. Julian lifted his camera. "Nadia, there's something." "Do not engage," she hissed. "Not until we know what it is." But Julian couldn't help himself. He zoomed in. The golden light flickered once more, revealing the silhouette behind the glass. Not a person. Not really a shape at all, but an elongated form with shoulders too uneven and limbs that seemed to stretch wider than the window frame itself. It leaned forward. Julian's skin crawled. The silhouette tilted its head slowly, almost thoughtfully, as if trying to understand him. Then, in a smooth, unnatural motion, it withdrew into the darkness, sliding backward rather than stepping. The light blinked out. Julian lowered the camera with trembling hands. "It saw me." Nadia grabbed his wrist. "Listen carefully. This place reacts to attention. Whatever you saw, it didn't become visible until you looked at it. It reacted to me? Yes. Julian felt something shift in the air behind him, like a breath brushing the back of his neck. He spun. But nothing was there, only a street too empty, too clean, too expectant. He turned back to Nadia. Why does it feel like something is adjusting to us? Nadia didn't answer at first. Her gaze was fixed on the path ahead, face pale, jaw clenched. Because she finally said, "It is." And behind them, from the top floor of Building 12, something tall and thin shifted again in the shadows. This time, not pulling away. This time, moving closer. Chapter 3. Into the Spine. Julian felt the shift before he heard it. A soft pressure rolled through the air, subtle at first, like the faint tremor of distant machinery. Then stronger, rippling beneath the cracked pavement. It spread through the soles of his boots, into his legs, then higher, settling beneath his ribs like a second heartbeat. The district was moving, not physically, not in a way he could capture or measure, but something inside it had awakened, stirred by their presence. Nadia walked ahead without looking back, but he could see the tension in her shoulders tightening. Her pace accelerated, boots crunching through debris, hands balled into fists at her sides. She knew what that vibration meant. She recognized it. Julian forced himself to follow. The street narrowed near the center of the district. 2 buildings leaned toward each other overhead, their upper floors nearly touching, forming a canyon of shadows. The light here felt dimmer, filtered, as if the sun itself hesitated to reach this place. Dust floated in the air like ash, suspended unnaturally, barely drifting even when Julian brushed past it. "This way," Nadia said, her voice lower than before. "We stick to the main corridor. Offshoots are unstable." They weren't unstable. They were wrong. Julian sensed it immediately. Every alley leading away from the central street felt distorted. Walls angled too sharply or bending inwards like wet cardboard. Some of them seemed deeper than they should be, stretching too far into darkness. One on the left pulsed faintly with a dim, warm glow, like embers deep inside a furnace. Julian closed his fingers around his camera. He didn't raise it. Not yet. The metallic taste in his mouth sharpened. Ahead, the narrow corridor opened into a wider intersection. A tram station, or what remained of one, squatted at the center. The roof had partially caved in, exposing rusted beams and a tangle of wiring. Posters from over a decade ago still clung to the walls, their colors drained, faces blurred as smudges. Nadia approached one of the pillars supporting the broken roof and ran her fingers over the concrete. It crumbled slightly, leaving a thin gray smear on her hand. "Look at this," she said quietly. Julian stepped closer. Carved into the pillar were a series of grooves, not graffiti, not accidental marks, deliberate cuts forming thin, vertical slits. Dozens of them. Hundreds. They ran from waist height down to the base of the pillar, each one slightly angled. They looked like tally marks. He crouched, brushing dust away from the lowest ones. "They're deep," he whispered. "Deeper than concrete should allow," Nadia said. Julian went still. He ran a fingertip along one of the cuts. The groove was cool, cold in the surrounding surface, and smooth, almost polished. Not knife-made, not chisel-made. Something else. Something that left material displaced so neatly that the edges looked melted. Nadia stood back, scanning the other pillars. They weren't here 2 months ago. Julian stiffened. "You've been inside before?" "Briefly. Survey only. We didn't go this far." Julian straightened. "Then who made these?" She didn't answer. The ground beneath them hummed again, stronger this time. Dust shivered down from the broken roof above. Julian looked around sharply. "Nadia." "Stay close," she said, already backing away from the marks. "The district reacts to motion, but it reacts more to memory." "That doesn't make sense." "It will." The vibration intensified, a steady thrum rising from the asphalt, then dying as quickly as it had come. The silence that followed felt wrong, stretched thin, like the surface of a drum waiting to be struck. A soft, scraping noise slithered through the intersection. Julian turned sharply. At the far edge of the station, near the base of a shattered escalator, something moved. A shadow, thin, elongated, dragging across the floor like oil under glass. Julian held his breath. It wasn't tied to anything physical. No object cast it. No figure stood where its shape appeared. It simply slid along the floor, changing direction with impossible smoothness, as if pulled by invisible strings. Nadia stepped in front of him. Don't look directly at it. He couldn't help it. He was transfixed. The shadow paused, motionless, and then, slowly, stretched taller, thinning until it was nearly vertical. Something like a head formed at the top, narrow, tilted, just like the silhouette he had seen from the overpass. Julian's throat tightened. That's the same. I know, Nadia said. Keep your eyes down. The shadow leaned toward them, its upper section bending in a way that suggested joints where no joint should be. Then, as if sensing something in Julian's stare, it recoiled sharply, flattening against the escalator's base like a stain shrinking from light. Nadia exhaled. Good. It's retreating. Julian closed his eyes for a moment. The metallic taste surged again, sharp, electric. His fingers tingled. Nadia, he said quietly, why does it do that? Respond like that. Because it knows we're here. How? She hesitated. Julian stared at her. Nadia, how does it know? Finally she looked at him. Really looked. And in her expression he saw something he hadn't expected. Fear. Not of the district. Of the answer. It doesn't sense movement, she said. It senses familiarity. Julian's blood chilled. Familiarity with what? With you. For a moment Julian couldn't speak. The street seemed to narrow around him. The air thinned. His heartbeat rose like a warning in his throat. That's impossible, he whispered. A soft ringing sound echoed from behind him. Faint, metallic, almost delicate, like the chime of a small bell. Julian turned instinctively. At the entrance of the corridor they walked through, a figure stood inside the shadow of a doorway. Not flesh, not solid, a distorted outline shimmering faintly, as though made of broken reflections. Shoulders too narrow, head slightly tilted, limbs long and wrong. Julian stepped back. Nadia, she grabbed his arm. Hard. Don't run, she said. If you run, it follows faster. The figure leaned forward, a slow, deliberate motion, and the ringing sound intensified, vibrating through the air like tiny shards of glass. Julian forced his voice steady. What does it want? Nadia swallowed. It's not about what it wants. The figure stepped into the light. It's about what it remembers. And as it moved closer, Julian realized something with a sickening drop in his stomach. It wasn't approaching Nadia. It was approaching him. Chapter 4. The door that wasn't there. For a heartbeat, Julian couldn't move. The figure emerging from the doorway wasn't walking. It was continuing, as if it had always been in motion and had only now slipped into the same frame as reality. Its outline warbled faintly at the edges, like a heat mirage rendered in cold tones. The shape leaned forward, head tilted in a way that felt almost curious, almost human, almost. Nadia's grip tightened around Julian's arm. Don't look at its face. It doesn't have a face, he whispered. That's why you don't look. The ringing intensified, not loud, not sharp, but constant, a thin vibration threading through the air like a wire pulled too tight. The figure's movements made no sound of their own. No footsteps. No rustle. Nothing. It simply advanced, the distortion around it widening with each step. Julian swallowed hard. His breath trembled. Why is it coming toward me? Because the district recognizes you, Nadia said under her breath. It thinks you belong here. That's impossible. Julian, she said softly, so is everything we've seen so far. The figure paused at the intersection center, the light bending strangely around it. Its head twitched, a sharp, unnatural motion, as if adjusting to a frequency Julian couldn't hear. The ringing sound shifted, becoming higher, thinner. The air in Julian's lungs turned cold. The silhouette extended one arm. No, not extended. Stretched. The limb lengthened smoothly, too smoothly, as though pulled by elastic threads under its skin. The hand, or what passed for one, hovered inches above the ground, quivering with small, unnatural spasms. Julian staggered back. "Nadia, don't let it finish that motion," she said. "Move." She pulled him sharply, just as the stretched limb snapped upward with a swiftness that cut the air. It wasn't grabbing. It was reaching, searching, feeling for something. For him, Nadia dragged him toward a narrow passageway between two buildings. The moment they crossed the threshold, the temperature dropped. A draft swept through the alley, carried with a faint scent of dust, rust, and something older, something like dry earth buried too deeply. "Keep your head down," Nadia whispered. "Don't look behind us." Julian tried. He really did. But he felt it, the figure at their backs. Not following in footsteps, flowing, a shifting vertical smear in the corner of his vision. A motion that didn't care about obstacles. He clenched his jaw and forced himself forward. The alley twisted unnaturally. Too many turns, angles that didn't align, a geometry that felt like walking to the inside of a folded map. The walls seemed closer than they should be, as if narrowing with each step. Then, suddenly, the passage opened into a small courtyard surrounded by four silent buildings. Windows lined the walls like hollow eyes, each one dark, each one showing nothing, almost showing nothing. Julian's gaze drifted up. A flash, a glimmer, a single window reflecting light, where no light existed. Nadia grabbed his chin and forced his head down. "Don't look." "But..." "Don't." Julian's pulse hammered so loudly he almost didn't hear it. The faint scrape of something sliding along the courtyard's far wall. He turned. There was no doorway there, just solid concrete. Then the concrete rippled, like skin reacting to a touch. Julian felt his stomach drop. "Nadia, I see it." The concrete bulged outward. Then again, a slow extrusion, as though the wall were breathing, pushing out a shape from within. A vertical seam cracked open, thin as a paper cut, widening inch by inch. A door emerging from inside the wall itself. Julian stepped back, heart thundering. That wasn't there. "It didn't need to be until now," Nadia said. "What does that mean?" "This place rearranges for us. It changes access." The seam widened further, the edges trembling as if in anticipation. A cold draft seeped through the gap, carrying a whisper of something that sounded almost like words spoken underwater. Julian's breath hitched. The draft felt like recognition, as if whatever was behind that door knew him specifically. He felt an instinctive pull, a gravitational tug deep in his ribs, something inside him urging him to step forward. Nadia sensed it instantly. She grabbed him, fingers digging painfully into his arm. "Don't you dare. It wants. I don't care what it wants. You step through that and I lose you." He swallowed, voice shaking. "Lose me how?" Her eyes met his, hard and afraid. People don't come back the same. Behind them, the ringing sound returned, louder now, closer. Julian's blood went cold. "It's here." Nadia spun, pulling him toward a side corridor. "Move." The distorted silhouette shuddered into existence at the far end of the courtyard, its form taller than before, stretched, drawn thin like ink dripping down glass. It lurched forward, limbs bending at impossible angles. Julian's foot slipped on debris, and he nearly fell. Nadia grabbed him and forced him upright. The silhouette accelerated, not running, not walking, compressing distance, as if the space between them no longer behaved correctly. Julian barely made it into the corridor before Nadia shoved a rusted metal door closed behind them. She braced her body against it, breath sharp and rapid. The door rattled once, then twice, then fell still. Silence. Julian's lungs burned. Did it stop? "No," Nadia whispered. "It's choosing another route." He stared at her. "Another route?" "This district doesn't have fixed pathways." Julian felt the cold realization settle over him like a wet cloth. Then it can come from anywhere. Nadia met his gaze. Exactly. Behind the wall, faint and growing clearer with each second, came the sound of something dragging along concrete. Slow, deliberate, and getting closer. They were no longer walking into the district. The district was closing around them. Chapter 5. What the Walls Remember. The sound on the other side of the wall was faint at first, a slow, steady drag, like someone pulling a heavy cloth across cement. Julian held his breath, his back pressed against the cold bricks, listening as the noise grew more defined. Scrape. Pause. Scrape. Closer. Nadia kept her ear against the rusted metal door, jaw clenched, muscles rigid. "It's mapping us," she whispered. "It's trying to choose the shortest access point." Julian stared at her, pulse pounding. "Mapping? Not with sight," she breathed. "With presence. With memory." He didn't ask what that meant. He wasn't sure he wanted to know. The dragging sound stopped abruptly. Silence folded over them, a thick, unnatural quiet that made Julian's skin prickle. The hallway around them seemed to shrink, the shadows creeping in like water, rising slowly, steadily. "What do we do now?" he whispered. "We move before it does," Nadia said. "Keep your hands on the wall and your eyes forward. Don't look behind you. Not once." Julian nodded, but the cold knot in his stomach tightened. He pushed away from the wall and followed her deeper into the narrow corridor. Their footsteps echoed unnaturally, delayed, stretched, bouncing back at the wrong angles. Julian slowed. Nadia grabbed his wrist immediately. "Don't stop. Echo lag means spatial distortion. If you hesitate, the hallway might not match the one you entered." "What does that mean?" "It means the district rearranges behind you if you give it time." Julian swallowed hard and kept walking. The corridor bent sharply, then again, tighter than any building code would allow. Doors lined the walls, some wooden, some metal, all closed. No numbers, no knobs, no hinges, just flat panels in unervingly perfect alignment. "Were these here before?" Julian whispered. "No." "How do you know?" "Because this part of the district wasn't originally a corridor at all." As if responding to her words, one of the door panels shuddered, just a tiny movement, like something breathing behind it. Julian stepped back, heart hammering. "Nadia." "I see it," she murmured. Another panel vibrated, and another. Julian's breath hitched. "They're reacting to us." "No, to you." He felt dizzy. The metallic taste rose again in the back of his throat, bitter and electric. "Nadia," he whispered, "why is this place tied to me?" "Because somehow," she said, "you're encoded in it." Encoded. The word hit him like a blow. But before Julian could speak, a deep, resonant thump echoed through the walls, vibrating under their feet. The hallway trembled, dust trickling from the ceiling. "That's it," Nadia hissed. "It's behind the far wall." The thump came again, louder this time, the wall bulging outward for a second, like something inside was pushing. Julian stumbled. "It's coming through." "No, it's trying to. Stay back." But the wall didn't burst. Instead, it contracted, pulling inward suddenly, like a diaphragm collapsing. And then the impossible happened. The wall exhaled, a breath, cold and damp, rushing over Julian in a slow, deliberate gust. He staggered backward, choking on the metallic taste. Nadia yanked him close. "Don't breathe it in. Hold your breath." He tried, but something in the air was thick, sticky, forcing itself into his lungs. "Nadia," he gasped. "Move," she shouted. She dragged him toward the end of the corridor. The plaster under their boots cracked, the ground shifting slightly, like something alive moving beneath skin. The corridor opened into a larger room, a lobby maybe, with cracked floor tiles and a collapsed reception desk. Light streamed through the broken windows, pale and filtered, as though the sun outside had to pass through something before reaching them. Julian leaned forward, coughing, the metallic taste refusing to leave his throat. Nadia steadied him. "Focus. Look at me. Are you dizzy?" "Yes." "Do you see anything doubling? Any motion where there shouldn't be?" He blinked rapidly. "No doubles, but everything feels sharper." "How sharp?" He swallowed. "Too sharp. Like the edges are outlining themselves." Nadia's expression tightened. "Then the district got inside your system. Just a little. We have to keep you conscious." She scanned the room quickly, eyes darting across every doorway, every opening. "Julian," she said, her voice lowering, "whatever we see next, you need to tell me, even if it doesn't feel real." He nodded slowly. "Why?" "Because if you stay silent for too long, the district interprets it as acceptance." "Acceptance of what?" "Of belonging." The word echoed in Julian's mind like a bell struck underwater. Belonging. Something in the far corner of the lobby stirred. Julian stiffened. "Nadia." She turned sharply. "What do you see?" He pointed, not daring to speak at first. In the shadow corner, shapes flickered against the wall. Not shadows, silhouettes. Thin, contorted, moving in jerks, as if caught between frames of motion. They whispered against the plaster, their outlines overlapping. Nadia's breath hitched. "No, not this early." "What are they?" "Residual patterns," she said quickly. "Memories the district replayed too many times. Don't let any of them settle on you." "Settle?" "Keep your distance," she snapped. "If they touch you..." One silhouette pulsed brightly, a sudden flare of pale light. Julian stopped in place. The shape leaned outward, separating from the wall like wet paint peeling away. It formed a head, shoulders, a torso. The outline solidified, its edges trembling as though deciding which shape to take. Nadia pulled Julian back sharply. "Move away. Now." The silhouette stepped toward them. No footsteps, no sound, just motion. It reached out with a hand, made of trembling lines. Julian stumbled backward, nearly tripping over debris. "Nadia, what does it want?" "It's not about wanting," she said, voice cracking. "It's about remembering." The silhouette's head jerked, one sudden violent motion, and for a split second Julian saw its outline shift into something familiar. A human shape, a man's height, shoulders like his own. A tilt of the head he recognized. His stomach dropped. Yes," Nadia whispered, pulling him toward the exit. "It's copying you." The silhouette lunged. Nadia shoved Julian through a broken doorway just as the shape's hand brushed the air where his shoulder had been, leaving a faint smear of pale light on the wall. The lobby dimmed behind them. The ringing returned. And Julian understood one thing with clarity. The district wasn't just reacting anymore. It was learning. Chapter 6. The Memory of Empty Rooms. Julian wasn't sure how long they'd been moving after leaving the lobby. The district seemed to stretch in directions that didn't quite align with the outside world. Corridors elongated subtly, corners turned too sharply, and the empty rooms they crossed felt like replicas layered over something older, waiting beneath the surface. Nadia kept a steady pace, forcing him to follow. "Stay right behind me," she said without turning. Her voice was calm, but the tension in it was unmistakable. Julian's breathing was still uneven. Whatever the district had pushed into the air back in the corridor, that damp, intrusive breath from the wall, had settled in his lungs like cold vapor. The metallic taste lingered. He tried to ignore it. He failed. Every inhale stung the back of his throat. The hallway opened into a wider space, perhaps a break room once, now littered with overturned furniture. Light filtered in through long vertical slits where windows used to be, cutting the dust in thin beams. For a moment, everything was quiet. Too quiet. "I don't understand," Julian said softly. "Why does it react that way? To us? To me?" Nadia walked to the nearest window slit and peered through it cautiously. The view outside was strange. Not wrong exactly, but misaligned. Buildings that should have stood at one angle leaned at another. A street that should have been visible was hidden behind a structure that wasn't supposed to be there. "It reacts to presence," Nadia said finally. "To people, to movement, to attention." She exhaled slowly. "And in some cases, it reacts to familiarity." Julian winced. "You keep saying that." "Because it keeps happening." He looked around the room. He wasn't sure why, but the air felt dense, saturated, as if something had passed through recently, leaving an invisible wake. "What does familiarity mean here?" he asked. "In a district with no one left?" Nadia hesitated. "It means that whatever shaped this place," she said, "remembers more than we do." Julian frowned. "Memories don't exist in buildings." In normal buildings, no. A sudden static prickle ran across Julian's arms. Like walking through a field of invisible cobwebs, he rubbed his skin instinctively, trying to dispel the sensation. Nadia's eyes sharpened. You felt that too. What was it? Spatial static. That sounds like a made-up term. Most of my vocabulary had to be invented for this place, she replied. You'll get used to it. Julian wasn't convinced he wanted to get used to it at all. They crossed the room and entered another corridor. This one was lower, narrower, with ceiling tiles sagging overhead. Fluorescent tubes hung loose from their fixtures, dangling like bones suspended from thin wires. Julian's steps echoed faintly, but not in sync. There was a slight delay, a half-second bounce, a second echo offset, a smaller one behind it, as if 3 versions of his footsteps trailed him. He stopped. The echo stopped too, except the last one. It continued. 3 more steps, soft, distant, but unmistakably there. Julian's chest tightened. Nadia. She didn't turn. Keep moving. You didn't hear that? I heard it. Then why? Because acknowledging it makes it stronger. He forced himself forward. Even though every instinct screamed at him to look back, he kept his gaze locked on Nadia's shoulders, on the straight line of her spine. She was steady. She was focused. She didn't falter. His footsteps finally synced again, but the feeling didn't leave. Something was behind them, not following, repeating, like a faint imprint left by the district. An echo recorded somewhere it shouldn't have been. Why would the district mimic sounds? Julian asked. It doesn't mimic, Nadia said. It replays. Replays what? It depends. Julian swallowed. On what? On who walked these halls before, or who the district thinks is walking them now. Julian felt a chill slide up his back. I don't like the sound of that. No one does. They reached a flight of stairs. Half of the steps were cracked, and a long fissure ran down the center, branching like lightning frozen in concrete. Nadia touched the railing lightly, listening. We go down. Julian swallowed. The staircase descended into darker shadows, the lower floor barely visible. Why down? He asked. Because the upper floors are too unstable, and because I've been here once before. And what did you find? Julian asked quietly. Empty rooms, she said. Her tone suggested the rooms hadn't felt empty at all. Julian followed her downward. His hand brushed the railing, cold, unnaturally so. The metal felt as though it had absorbed winter from 10 years in the future. Halfway down, a faint vibration trembled through the railing. Julian jerked his hand away. Nadia, don't touch it, she snapped. This level is close to one of the old electrical grids. Is it active? No, but the district sometimes simulates activity. Why simulate electricity? Why simulate anything? Nadia whispered, because it remembers what it felt like. They reached the bottom. The lower floor was darker, lit only by stray beams coming through broken concrete slits. The air smelled damp, earthy, as if they had entered a place that had been sealed for decades. Nadia raised her flashlight. A pale beam swept across the room. Rows of doors lined the corridor, heavy, reinforced. Many were still shut. A few hung loosely on their hinges. Julian frowned. This looks like storage. No, Nadia said softly. This was a municipal record room. Archives. Offices for structural data. All the district's blueprints and maintenance logs used to be kept here. Julian felt his pulse quicken. Then this is where we find answers. Maybe. She stepped closer to the nearest door, the beam of her flashlight cutting through the dust. Julian followed. The door handle was missing. A long, smooth indentation marked where it should have been, as if someone had pressed their thumb into soft clay and left a permanent mold. What happened here? Julian whispered. Nadia inhaled. This room wasn't opened, she said. It was unmade. Before he could respond, something flickered at the edge of his vision. Julian turned sharply. Did you see that? No, Nadia said, but I felt it. Which direction? Left side, past the filing cabinets. They approached slowly. The cabinets were arranged in long rows, their drawers half open, paper spilling out like drying leaves. Folders lay scattered on the ground, damp and warped by years of neglect. Julian crouched to pick one up. He opened it. Blank pages. Not faded. Not erased. Blank. As if they had never been written on. But when he lifted one to the light, faint impressions drifted across the surface. Indentations, like something had been written there once. Not ink, not pencil. Pressure, the ghost of handwriting. Nadia leaned over his shoulder. Don't breathe too close. Sometimes the impressions react. React? Before Julian could ask, the paper trembled faintly in his hand, like a thin shiver of wind passing across its surface. Except there was no wind here. He dropped it instantly, his heartbeat jumping. Nadia stepped back, flashlight trembling just a little. It's not dangerous, not directly, but the district tries to restore lost data, reconstruct what it once held. Julian glanced at the papers. Are these memories? Records, echoes, fragments, she said. Pieces of what used to be, or what the district thinks used to be. Julian looked down the corridor. A faint hum rose from deeper inside the floor, low and steady, like an old machine powering on. Julian shivered. It's waking up more things, he whispered. No, Nadia said softly. Not waking up. She lifted her light toward the dark end of the hallway, remembering. The hum deepened, not louder, but closer. Julian swallowed hard. We shouldn't go any further. We have to, she said. For what? Nadia looked over her shoulder at him, and for the first time since entering the district, Julian saw something break through her composure. Not fear, recognition. There's something in this wing, she whispered. Something I saw years ago but couldn't reach. And you think we can reach it now? I think the district wants to show it to us. Julian's stomach tightened. Why now? Because, she said quietly, it finally is both of us. The hum pulsed again. A door at the end of the hallway creaked open just a few centimeters, slowly, deliberately, as if welcoming them in. Julian's breath caught. Nadia raised her flashlight higher. We're not alone down here, she whispered. Julian didn't need the light to know she was right. He could feel it, in the pressure of the air, in the static on his skin, in the metallic taste thickening in his mouth. Something in the district had begun to move through the rooms, something aware, something patient. And as the door at the end opened another inch, releasing a thin stream of cold, stale air, Julian felt a thought surface, uninvited, unwelcome. It knows we're here, and it remembers this part better than we do. Chapter 7. The Open File. The door at the end of the hallway sat slightly ajar, just a thin black line where light should have been. It wasn't enough to see anything inside, but it was enough to feel it. Julian had the distinct sense of being watched by a room, not by anything in it, by the room itself. Nadia's flashlight beam trembled as she lifted it. The circle of light sliding along the corridor until it reached the door. The edge of it was scraped raw, as if something had rubbed against it repeatedly from the inside. The marks didn't look like scratches. They looked like pressure, the wayward warps when hands push against it too long. Julian's mouth had gone dry. That door was closed, right? Every door here was closed, Nadia said quietly. I checked last time. When was the last time? Nadia didn't answer right away. Years ago, before they completely locked down the district. I was part of an early review team. We weren't supposed to go past the first 2 floors. But you did. She exhaled. I stepped off the path. Briefly. Julian looked at her. Why didn't you tell me that before we came in? Because I wasn't sure this wing still existed, she said. But the district reassembled it. For us? For something. A faint, almost inaudible popping noise came from behind the door, like a suction seal gently breaking. Julian's pulse hammered against his ribs. Nadia, I heard it. The door shifted another centimeter, as though something on the other side had lightly nudged it or exhaled near it. Julian fought back the urge to step away. There's someone in there. Not someone, Nadia said. Not exactly. Julian stared at the gap. What did you see in this place the first time? He asked. What brought you back? Nadia's jaw tightened. Open it, she said instead. Me? It opened for you. she replied. Let's not pretend it didn't. The hum in the floor hadn't faded. It rolled gently beneath their feet, like distant machinery, pulsing in slow intervals. Julian could feel each one in his stomach, in his teeth, like tiny calibrations adjusting around them. He took a breath he didn't really want, then reached for the door. The wood felt colder than the air around it. Not refrigerator cold, but old cold, underground cold. His fingers brushed the edge, and for a moment he felt resistance, as if the door didn't quite want to move. Then the resistance vanished. The door swung inward with no sound at all. No creak, no hinge, no noise, just a soft shift of air, displaced by its movement. The room beyond was darker than it should have been. No windows, no external light, only the pale, narrow beam of Nadia's flashlight sliding over metal shelves and stacks of boxes. It looked like a storage archive, untouched for years. But as Julian stepped across the threshold, something pressed lightly against his chest. Not physically, internally. A pressure, like walking through water for a few seconds before finding air again. The metallic taste in his mouth intensified. "Nadia," he whispered, "you feel that?" "Yes." "What is it?" "The district checking us." Her voice was nearly inaudible, seeing who walked in. "How can a place check?" "Sure." They stood still listening. The hum shifted a fraction of a tone, then steadied. The pressure in Julian's chest loosened slightly. "It's letting us stay," Nadia said. "How generous," Julian muttered. Nadia moved the flashlight across the rows. The shelves were filled with archive boxes, labeled, stacked, some sagging with age. Numbers had been stamped onto their spines. Many labels were smudged or stained, but Julian could still make out fragments of words. Inspection logs, permit requests, structural incidents, evacuation records. He stepped closer to one of the shelves despite the instinct screaming at him not to. His fingers hovered over a box marked simply, "Occurrences." "This room shouldn't be here," Nadia murmured behind him. "This is deeper access than anyone got during the first investigations." "Shouldn't we be excited about that?" Julian said weakly. "We should be suspicious," Nadia corrected. "Nothing in here wants to help us. If the district is showing us something, it's because it wants a reaction." Julian ran his thumb along the edge of the box. The cardboard twitched. Just once. He snatched his hand away. Nadia snapped the light onto the box. "What did you do?" "Nothing," he said, heart racing. "I barely touched it." The box was still now, perfectly ordinary, but the air around it felt charged, like static before a storm. "Pick a different one," Nadia said. Julian shook his head. "That one moved." "Exactly." He stared at her. She stared back. "If it responded to you, it's already chosen itself." He wanted to argue. He didn't. His hand shook slightly as he reached back for the box. This time, when his fingers closed around the cardboard, it didn't twitch. It just sat there, heavy and cold to the touch. Julian slid it off the shelf. The bottom of it scraped against the metal edge with a softness that didn't match the weight he felt. It wasn't that the box was heavy physically. It was heavy with something else. Every instinct screamed at him to put it back. He set it on a nearby table instead. "Open it," Nadia said. He stared at her. "You're the scientist. I'm just the guy with the camera." "You're the one the district is responding to," she replied quietly. "That makes you the control variable we didn't ask for." Comforting. He drew a breath and lifted the lid. Inside, there were folders, thinner than the ones in the hallway, but denser somehow. The paper had yellowed, but not all of it looked old. Some pages were unnaturally white, like they'd been replaced. Julian leafed through the first file. Each page was stamped with the same heading. Anomalous Occurrence Report, Ashfall District. Below that, in smaller print, filed by, location, time, witness notes. Most of the fields were blurred or smudged, the ink distorted like it had been dragged sideways. But a few lines remained legible. On one page, beneath witness notes, he read, "Saw movement in window of condemned building. Shape inconsistent with human proportions." On another, noise did not match physical source. Reported sound originated from location 2 blocks away, from visual anomaly. On a third, entity showed evidence of mirroring. Julian slowed. "Mirroring?" he whispered aloud. Nadia stepped closer. "Let me see." He handed her the page. Her eyes moved rapidly, absorbing every fragment of text before the words could smear any further. "They tried to track it," she said. "Whatever they saw, they tried to classify it. Did they succeed?" "If they had," Nadia replied, "this district wouldn't have been abandoned. It would have been sealed in concrete." Julian continued through the file. Halfway down the stack, he saw a form with no smudged ink at all. The letters were crisp black. Recent. Much too recent. The heading was the same. The format identical. But the date field was blank. The witness field was blank. Every field was blank, except one. Name, Julian Mercer. His fingers went numb. He stared at the letters, willing them to vanish, to smear, to twist into something else. They didn't. The ink was perfect. "Nadia," he said, his voice thin, "you need to see this." She took the page from him, her jaw tightening the moment she saw the name. "When did this get written?" Julian asked. Nadia didn't answer. He pointed to the empty date line. "There's no timestamp. Nothing filled out. It shouldn't be here." Silence stretched out between them, thick and fragile. "It's not a past report," Nadia said eventually. "It's a form waiting to be completed." Julian's stomach lurched. "Waiting for what?" "For the occurrence," she replied. The hum in the floor deepened again. The page in her hand vibrated faintly, like a thin piece of metal catching resonance. Julian stepped back. "No, Julian. No!" He repeated, louder this time. "That doesn't make sense. Someone had to write this. Someone had to type my name." The paper trembled harder. The letters blurred for a second, then snapped back into perfect focus. Nadia looked up at him. "You said you'd never been here before." "I haven't." The word scraped his throat. "I don't remember ever." He stopped. He didn't like how that sentence started. Nadia's expression softened just enough to show that she caught it too. "Memory is unreliable," she said, "especially around anomalies, especially around places like this. There are gaps." "Not 10 years of gaps," Julian said. She studied him. "How would you know if there were?" A prickling sensation spread through his scalp. He closed the folder and shoved it back into box, as if bearing the page might unwrite it. The air around them reacted immediately. A soft shiver, a nearly inaudible tone rising in the background. The room didn't like that. Nadia set the lid back onto the box with careful, deliberate movements. "Don't fight what it shows you," she said. "Not yet. We need more data." Julian stared at her. "You're treating this like an experiment. I'm the one whose name is on a future incident report, which makes you the only source the district will keep talking to. I didn't sign up for that." "You walked into Ashfall," Nadia said quietly. "That was a signature." Something shifted at the far end of the room. The soft creak of wood, the whisper of a shelf settling under new weight. Julian turned, heart pounding. One of the other boxes had moved slightly forward on the shelf. Not much, just a few centimeters. Just enough to stand out. He felt it immediately. That one was for him, too. He didn't move toward it. He couldn't. His legs refused. Nadia followed his gaze. "What do you see?" Julian swallowed. "Another box." "What label?" He forced a word out. "Names." Nadia's shoulders stiffened. "Show me," she said. This time, she went first. As she approached, the air around the box thickened, the hum in the floor sinking with her steps. She reached out and touched the spine with 2 fingers. The label blurred beneath her touch, then refocused. Names, correlated sightings. She slid the box out carefully, as if it might bite. "Don't open it yet," Julian said. "Maybe we shouldn't." "We're already inside the experiment," Nadia said. Looking away now won't stop it. She took the lid off. Inside, there were loose pages, no folders, no dividers, just sheets stacked in a disordered pile. Each one contained a list, columns of printed names, addresses, reference numbers. Many of the names were crossed out, ink dragged violently across the letters. Some lines had been erased so thoroughly the paper had torn. Nadia flipped through quickly until something caught her eye. She stopped. Her face went pale. Julian's chest locked. "What?" She turned the page so he could see. Halfway down the list, beneath several crossed-out entries, was a name he didn't recognize. Eliza Halberg. Address line, Ashfall District. Status, evacuated, unconfirmed. The letters beneath unconfirmed were smeared into a gray blur, as if someone had tried to change the word and failed. "Who is that?" Julian asked. Nadia hesitated. "Someone who should have left," she said, "but maybe didn't. You know her?" "Not personally," Nadia replied, "but I've seen the name in other files. She lived in one of the central blocks. Medical worker. One of the last to leave during the evacuation." Julian stared at the page. The letters seemed to breathe. "Why is her status unconfirmed?" he asked. "Because some records say she left," Nadia said. "Others say she was never processed. And in at least one report, she flipped another page. She shows up as a witness to an anomaly that happened after the evacuation. That's not possible. Neither is your name on a future occurrence form." Julian looked at the file again. The line of Eliza Halberg's name wasn't crossed out. The hum in the floor rose slightly, like a heartbeat quickening. Julian felt the weight of the room shifting, not physically, but in focus. The sense of being observed sharpened, narrowing from the vague presence of the district to something more specific, more local. "I think we should leave this room," he said. "We will," Nadia replied, "but not yet. How long do you want to stay?" "Long enough to know why the district showed us her." Julian's gaze drifted back to the half-open door behind them. The pressure in his chest returned, heavier. "I don't think this room is done with us," he said quietly. He was right, because as he spoke, one of the empty filing cabinets near the far wall began to rattle softly, as if shaken from the inside. The drawers quivered, then slid open one by one, stopping at different lengths. In the spaces where paper should have been, there was nothing except the faintest traces of letters etched into the back of the metal, not carved, not written. Press in, like names that had been written there once and pulled out again. Nadia lifted the flashlight. "Julian," she said, her voice barely more than a breath, "this isn't a record room anymore." "What is it?" "A registry." "Of what?" She swallowed. "Of the people the district remembers." The hum rose, spreading under their feet, up through their legs, into the roots of their teeth. The pages in the box fluttered without wind, the letters on them trembling like something whispering just out of hearing. Julian stared at Eliza Halberg's name. It stared back, and for the first time since stepping into Ashfall, he had the distinct, nauseating feeling that somewhere, in some unseen corner of the district, someone might be staring too, not as an echo, not as light, but as a person, or what was left of one. He closed the file slowly. "Let's get out of this room," he said. Nadia didn't argue this time, but as they turned to leave, the hum on the floor shifted to a lower, slower rhythm, like a heartbeat adjusting to a familiar pattern, adjusting to them, adapting. And somewhere behind them, in the half-open shadows of the archive, a drawer that had been empty a moment before now contained a single, freshly imprinted sheet of paper, a page with two names on it. Eliza Halberg, Julian Mercer. Neither line was crossed out, yet. Chapter 8. The Hallway That Waited. Nadia closed the door to the registry, as if sealing something inside it. The hum under their feet softened, not gone, just subdued, like someone stepping back into the shadows but not leaving the room. Julian felt it withdraw from his chest, loosening, giving him space to breathe properly again. He didn't want to look at the door. He did anyway. The black line where it met the frame looked thinner than before, as if the room were holding its breath. Nadia touched his shoulder lightly. "We move slowly. No sudden pace changes. If your heartbeat spikes, tell me." Julian nodded. "How would you even know?" "Because everything in here listens to rhythm," she interrupted. "Footsteps, breath, heart rate. It uses whatever pattern repeats longest." He didn't like the implication. They started forward. The corridor outside the archive wing had shifted subtly. The floor tiles weren't aligned in the same pattern anymore. A row of them had rotated slightly, their edges forming a faint diagonal that hadn't been there minutes earlier. The walls were different, too, harder, cleaner, as if repainted recently. Only the smell remained the same, damp concrete rust, the faint sweetness of old paper and dust. Julian stepped cautiously. His boots echoed softly, but the echo bounced wrong, quieter on one side, louder on the other, as if the corridor were wider on his left than on his right. Except visually, it was perfectly straight. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. "Yes," Nadia said. "Ignore it." "What does it mean?" "It means the hallway hasn't decided which shape to keep." Julian paused. "What?" "Move," she said sharply. "It's fine. It's just calibrating." Calibrating. He wasn't sure if that made it better or infinitely worse. As they moved, the faint vibration under their feet thickened, barely noticeable but persistent. Julian swallowed. "Is it following us?" "No," Nadia said softly. "It's anticipating us." He didn't ask her to explain. Some things were better unspoken. A few meters ahead, the corridor branched. Julian didn't remember a fork on the way in. The right path led into a dim area where ceiling tiles sagged like tired blinds. The left path narrowed into a sharper angle, as if compressed. Instinct pulled him left. Nadia grabbed his arm. "No, but it wants you to choose that side," she said. "Don't." "How do you know?" "Because the angle is wrong," she replied. "Too sharp. That shape wasn't here before. The district builds shortcuts for specific targets." "You mean traps?" "Not always traps," she said quietly. "Sometimes invitations." Julian didn't like either. They took the right corridor instead. As they walked, small details changed. A pipe overhead hummed gently, then fell silent. A stain on the floor shifted shape when Julian blinked. A far door that had been slightly open was now fully shut. Nadia kept track of everything without pausing, her flashlight steady and precise. At one point, Julian's camera strap brushed the wall. A static shock snapped across his shoulder. "Out, Jesus!" Nadia turned quickly. "What happened?" "The wall shocked me." She lifted her flashlight. There was a faint handprint on the wall. Julian's size, but the fingers were stretched longer, smeared down the length of the concrete like someone had dragged their hand as they were pulled away. Julian stepped back, pulse spiking. "That's not mine." Nadia crouched, examining it. "No," she said softly. "This one was already here. It just got highlighted." "Highlighted? The district emphasizes what it wants you to see." He wiped his palms on his jeans. "Why would it want me to see that?" Nadia didn't answer. They continued. The corridor eventually opened into a larger chamber, an old conference room. The long table was still there, warped by moisture, collapsing inward at the center. Dozens of chairs lay scattered around, some toppled, some upright as if recently used. Julian stepped inside cautiously. The air was colder, much colder. He rubbed his arms. "Why is it so cold here?" "Temperature here responds to memory density," Nadia murmured. Meaning something significant happened in this room. Julian walked slowly around the table. Papers littered the floor, most blank, some covered in faint geometric diagrams. One page showed a map of the district, scribbled with thick black lines marking certain buildings. 3 buildings had been circled repeatedly. Building 04, Building 09, and one more, Building 17. Julian's breath caught. "This is the one Marin saw the light in." "Yes," Nadia said, "and the one your name appeared in the old door logs." He bent down and picked up the map. The lines vibrated slightly, like the ink wasn't fully settled. "What is this?" "A structural meeting plan," Nadia said. "Or it used to be. It's changed. The map doesn't match the actual district anymore." Julian's jaw tightened. "Nothing matches a district anymore." "Exactly." She walked to the head of the long table. There was a cluster of objects there, a metal cup, a broken pen, a stack of faded notes, and something else, a single ID badge. Julian's heart stopped for a moment. The photo was faded, the laminate brittle at the edges. He lifted it with 2 fingers. The plastic crackled softly. Nadia stepped closer. "Whose is it?" He turned it toward her. Her breath caught. Eliza Halberg, medical assistant pass. Ashfall District, North Block. Nadia's hand trembled slightly. She worked in the northern sector. This building shouldn't be in her work range. Unless the district moved things, Julian said. Yes. He flipped the badge over. The back had a set of punch numbers for building access. All the usual entries were there: storage, lobby, administrative floors. But one entry was different. A building code that didn't match any official map. B17-3. Julian stared at the badge. Nadia whispered, basement level 3. I thought that building partially collapsed, Julian said. It did, Nadia replied. On paper. Julian's pulse surged. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Yes, she said. If Eliza knew something, she might have left more behind. He stared at the badge again. A feeling unspooled slowly in his stomach. Unease, fear, and something else he didn't want to name. Do you think she's still... Don't finish that sentence. Nadia cut in. Not here. A subtle vibration traveled up Julian's legs. Nadia stiffened. It's listening. They moved to leave, but as Julian stepped toward the exit, he noticed something near the doorway. A series of faint footprints in the dust. Light, barely visible. Footprints that weren't theirs. Nadia swung the flashlight beam over them. The prints led into the room, then back out, then back in again, overlapping, as if someone had been pacing. Julian's voice thinned. Are those hers? I don't know, Nadia murmured, but they're recent. How recent? Nadia looked at him. Recent enough that the dust hasn't settled yet. Julian swallowed, meaning someone walked through here after the room formed. Yes. The hum rose again, low, steady, like a calm breath filling the building from the foundation up. Julian felt the pressure around him shift. Not heavier, focused. On them. We should go, he said. We will. But Nadia didn't move. She stood very still, eyes narrowing. Do you hear that? She whispered. Julian listened. A faint tapping. Slow, almost polite. It came from down the corridor they had entered from. Tap, pause. Tap, tap, like someone knocking on a hollow door. Julian's skin crawled. Is that following us? It's not following, Nadia said. The tapping grew closer. Not footsteps, not movement, just the tapping. Steady, rhythmic. It's signaling, she whispered. Signaling what? That it knows we're leaving. Julian stepped back from the doorway. How far is Building 17? Far, Nadia said. 2 districts over. Do we go there? Not yet. The tapping stopped. Silence radiated down the corridor, expanding outward like a slow breath. Then, tap, right outside the room. Julian's heartbeat thudded in his throat. Nadia lifted her flashlight, the beam trembling. Stay behind me, she breathed. But Julian wasn't looking at the corridor anymore. Something on the conference table caught his eye. Right where Eliza's badge had been lying, a sheet of paper. One that hadn't been there moments ago. Fresh, flat, uncreased. He approached it slowly. Nadia saw his expression and turned. Julian, what is it? He didn't answer. The paper was a printout, a list of names. Rows and rows of them. Only one wasn't faded. Julian Mercer. Status. Pending. Below it. Cross-reference. Eliza Halberg. Below that, in faint text that sharpened the longer he stared. Location. B17-3. Julian felt something tighten around his chest. Not fear. Certainty. Nadia, he whispered. It wants us to go there. Nadia's flashlight flickered. Behind them, the tapping resumed. Tap, 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 tap. Faster now. Impatient. We're leaving, she said sharply. Now. Julian didn't argue, but as he backed away, he couldn't help glancing at the paper one last time. His name, clear and sharp. The status under it. Pending. And underneath, faint enough to be almost invisible, awaiting confirmation. Chapter 9. Toward the Hollow District. They walked away from the registry room without speaking, and the silence that followed them felt almost physical. as if it clung to their shoulders with every step. Julian sensed that even their breathing had weight inside these corridors. The stretch of hallway ahead was narrower than he remembered, although he couldn't be sure. The district blurred the details of distance and shape whenever he stopped paying attention. Floor tiles that had been arranged in a neat grid now sat misaligned, shifted into a faint diagonal that cut across the corridor without pattern or logic. It was subtle, but the human eye was built to detect what didn't belong, and everything here didn't belong. Their footsteps no longer echoed. Earlier that day, the echo had tripled unnaturally. Now sound simply died at their feet. Julian slowed, unsettled by how absolute the silence had become. Nadia noticed instantly. "Don't stop," she murmured. "When the echo disappears, it means the space is controlling its shape more actively. Keep moving." "Controlling how?" Julian asked. "Listening, waiting, calibrating." That word again. The district was always adjusting, as if trying to get something right. They reached a bent fire door that opened into a stairwell smelling of insulation, rust, and damp concrete. Nadia started down the stairs, and Julian followed, though every step felt like entering a deeper layer of something the world had forgotten. The stairwell creaked faintly, but the sound was swallowed the moment it left the metal surface. Even the building's groans felt muffled, as if discouraged from traveling too far. At the bottom, the lobby opened into a half-collapsed structure where sunlight cut through broken ceiling panels. Dust hung in beams of light, suspended unnaturally in place. Julian stepped out into the open street and had the sudden sensation that the district had exhaled. Wide, hollow, relieved to see him outside the building, or maybe relieved to have them in its streets again. The open area didn't feel safer. He felt more exposed than ever. Buildings leaned inward in impossible angles. Entire facades appeared to sag like softened wax, while others were bent outward in unnatural arcs. The street cracked and rose in places like ground forced upward by old bones. A thin metallic scent drifted through the still air. Julian recognized it instantly. "Ozone," he said under his breath. Nadia nodded. Something happened here. Recently, the air carries traces of charge longer in abandoned districts, especially here. He kept close to the walls as she instructed. "Why are we avoiding the middle of the street?" "Because the center line channels movement," Nadia replied. "Pressure waves, disturbances, footsteps. It's how Ashfall tracks direction." So they stayed near the edges. Even there, the city didn't remain still. A street lamp that had been leaning to the left now leaned forward. A shop window that should have been shattered had suddenly become whole, only to fog over from the inside, as if someone had breathed against it. A bus shelter flickered between collapsed and intact states whenever Julian's gaze moved past it too quickly. The district felt like it was rearranging itself quietly, politely, just beyond peripheral vision. Julian's hand brushed his camera, and he reflexively raised it toward the unnaturally fogged window. Through the lens, the world sharpened into harsh, truthful lines, details too clear, too crisp, as if the district couldn't tolerate being blurry under observation. "Don't," Nadia said sharply. "Not yet." He lowered the camera immediately. "The lens stabilizes structures," she explained. "The district reacts to being observed too precisely. We want it loose. More possibilities, fewer fixed lines." Julian processed that with difficulty. "And letting it stay loose is safer?" "Safer for now," she said. They crossed the next block. The air grew colder as they approached the northern sector. Julian felt something like a soft static brushing his arms. His footsteps felt lighter and heavier at the same time, as the gravity changed subtly with each meter they walked. "Is the temperature drop normal?" he asked quietly. "No, but expected. This part of the district reacts more strongly." "Because of Building 17? "In part," she said, "but also because this is where the fractures in the structural geometry are strongest." Julian didn't know what that meant. He didn't think he wanted to. They passed a narrow alley and reached a small plaza dominated by a dry fountain basin. Dust and paper scraps had accumulated inside it. What caught Julian's attention, however, was the carved writing on the stone rim. "I heard it call." The letters were deeply carved, not scratched, not vandalized. They belonged to someone desperate or terrified, or both. Julian stopped. "Who wrote that?" Nadia's answer was immediate. Ignore it. I don't think I can. Look at it too long, and the meaning shifts. The district repurposes messages. He stepped away. He didn't want to know what repurpose meant here. Beyond the plaza, the buildings of the northern cluster leaned inward more dramatically, their tops seeming to converge in a narrow seam of sky. Light dimmed between them even though the afternoon sun was high. Shadows where no shadows belonged. And then he saw it. A building with a wide vertical fracture running down its facade, splitting it like bone under stress. He recognized it from the distant flicker he'd photographed the night before. Building 17, Julian whispered. His voice barely made a sound in the absorbing air. Nadia scanned the cluster cautiously. Yes, the building didn't just sit in the district. It felt positioned, placed, like a figure standing slightly forward in a group photograph. Julian felt watched without seeing anything watching. How close can we get? He asked. We don't enter, Nadia said. Not yet, but we observe. From a distance. Why come here at all? Because Eliza Halberg's last recorded location placed her near this block. Julian's heartbeat stuttered. Do you think? I think she may have left something behind, Nadia said. And the district may show us where. They continued toward the intersection that separated Building 17 from the rest of the cluster. Every detail around them felt loaded, dense, like a series of doors just waiting for the right knock. Julian felt the temperature drop sharply. Then the sound came, soft, measured, 3 taps. Not loud, not startling, just deliberate. Julian stopped cold. The tapping echoed through the intersection, bouncing off the leaning facades with perfect clarity. That's the same rhythm from earlier, he said quietly. Yes, Nadia replied. Silence followed. Then another sequence. Tap, 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 tap. A different rhythm, but similar enough that it felt intentional. Julian's throat tightened. It's signaling us. Nadia's flashlight beam steadied, aimed into the shadows between 2 buildings. Yes, but the question is, from where? They listened. The tapping stopped. The silence thickened. Then a faint reply. Another tap, far away, but unmistakably originating deeper inside the cluster. Julian sensed which direction even before he consciously recognized it. Building 17. He felt pulled toward it, not by curiosity, but by recognition, as if something in the structure had fixed its attention on him. Nadia, he whispered, it's coming from there. Yes. Her voice had changed. Not fearful, not surprised. Resolved. Julian swallowed. What do we do? Nadia took a slow breath. We see what the district wants to show us, but we do not go inside. Not today. Not until we understand more. Julian nodded, though dread pooled in his stomach. He felt the tapping echo in his bones. Tap, 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 answering a call he didn't remember making. Chapter 10. The Perimeter of the Broken Block. The northern cluster felt different long before they reached the first junction, denser, colder, stretched in a way Julian couldn't articulate. The air itself seemed to resist them, as if they were stepping into the memory of a place rather than the place itself. Buildings leaned inward more severely here, their facades warped by time or by something less natural. Horizontal lines bent into shallow arcs, windows bowed inward instead of outward, and door frames at slightly off-angle, as though the district had shifted and the architecture struggled to keep up. Nadia advanced with measured steps, sweeping her flashlight across the walls even though afternoon light still held. Stay close to the edges of the block, she murmured. This part of Ashfall responds more aggressively to movement. Julian nodded but felt anything but confident. Each step produced a faint pressure in the air, subtle enough to dismiss but too consistent to ignore. The hum beneath their feet, the same one that followed them all morning, had shifted again. No longer a pulse, no longer a vibration, but something closer to a soft tremor, a movement that traveled sideways rather than up. He opened his mouth to ask about it, but Nadia spoke first. It's adjusting to us. Adjusting how? By reshaping, she said. The district adapts its structure based on presence. The deeper we go, the more it tries to decide what to show us. Julian didn't know how to respond to that. The district deciding anything felt wrong. A narrow alley opened to their right, lined with cracked pipes and sagging wires. The smell of dust and old metal clung to the walls, yet the debris on the ground lay in strangely deliberate patterns. Curved streaks of dust, parallel lines of grit, almost like something had been dragged repeatedly along the corridor. Julian slowed. These marks, are they natural? Nadia crouched to examine them. No, they're trace movements, pressure signatures. From what? From someone or something passing through repeatedly. The air in the alley felt cold against Julian's neck. Colder than it should have been. He stepped back from the entrance instinctively, not wanting to imagine what had created those patterns. Not that way, Nadia said. She pointed forward. We stay on the main line. We haven't mapped that corridor. They continued. The street beyond dipped into a shallow depression filled with pale dust. The shape of the depression bothered Julian immediately. It wasn't a hole or a collapse, but a perfect oval, smooth around the edges, as if something large and heavy had rested there for a long time. He stopped at the edge. This looks intentional. It is. Don't step inside. What made it? Hard to know, Nadia said. Could be a collapsed fixture. Could be a spatial compression from earlier distortions. Julian didn't like either possibility. They crossed the depression carefully and approached a wider stretch of road that gave way to a narrow plaza. Dust coated everything in thin sheets, but never randomly. Small piles lay in neat crescent shapes near the base of walls, as if swept by unseen hands. The precision of it made Julian uneasy. The plaza's centerpiece was a fractured shadow of Building 17. It loomed above the rest of the block, its facade split by a deep vertical crack that widened halfway up, branching like a forked scar. The top floors leaned inward in a way that defied structural logic. Yet the building showed no signs of imminent collapse. Julian felt tension coil in his chest. He'd seen this building only from a distance before. Up close, it looked less like a ruin and more like a shell, intact enough to stand, distorted enough to feel alive. Shadows pooled around its base as if the building cast darkness instead of receiving it. Nadia halted beside him. Don't go farther than this until I say. Julian nodded, unable to look away. The crack running the height of the building tugged at the corner of his vision, as if depth behind it extended far beyond the physical wall. How close did you get last time you were here? He asked. Not close enough to see this, she replied. The perimeter shifted since the old surveys. None of these surface fractures existed. Julian shifted his gaze downward. The ground near the building's entrance was cleaner than the rest of the plaza. Lines of dust swept aside in a curved pattern. It reminded him of footprints without feet, the ghost of repeated movement. Someone's been here, he said quietly. Or something's been trying to leave, Nadia answered. Julian wished she hadn't said that. They moved along the outer wall, beginning a slow, deliberate circuit around the building's perimeter. Nadia instructed him to walk several inches away from the concrete. The walls hold pressure, she said. Touching them can trigger responses. He kept his distance. They passed the southern face, where a collapsed awning lay twisted on itself, its metal frame bent into a tight spiral, like wires sucked inward by force. The remains of security door sat half embedded in the wall beside it, not fallen, not removed, embedded. Julian stopped. How does metal get absorbed into concrete? It doesn't, Nadia said. Not normally. She examined it briefly, then moved on, and Julian followed. As they rounded the next corner, he noticed a series of vertical lines etched into the outer wall, faint impressions that didn't look like cracks. They were evenly spaced, shallow grooves, 4 or 5 of them, running from waist level to shoulder height. Julian leaned forward slightly. Are those scratches? No, Nadia murmured. Those are pressure signatures. Someone stood here. Julian's breath caught. Someone leaned against the wall? No, she said. Someone pressed against it. Hard enough for the concrete to remember. Julian stepped back immediately, sudden dread tightening his spine. And the markings are recent, Nadia added. He didn't ask how she knew. The temperature dropped another few degrees. Julian's breath fogged faintly despite the remaining daylight. Is that the building or... Mostly the building. As they continued around the perimeter, the western side of the structure revealed more unsettling details. Portions of the wall had subtly caved inward, not collapsed, but impressively uniform concavities, as though the interior geometry pressed outward against the facade. Julian stared. This shouldn't be standing. That's why it's still here, Nadia said. It doesn't follow normal structural conditions anymore. What does that mean? She chose her words carefully. It means the inside doesn't match the outside. Julian felt another chill. They reached the northwest corner. The air here felt heavier, like the atmosphere was thicker, charged. The wall bulged inward at an odd angle, and Julian sensed before Nadia even shone her light that something was wrong. He stepped closer, squinting at a smudge on the concrete, then froze. It wasn't a smudge. It was an imprint, a handprint, faint but unmistakable, pressed into the concrete. Not out, in. Julian's voice thinned. Nadia, is that... I see it. The handprint was too small for an adult man. Too narrow. Could it be hers? Julian whispered. Nadia hesitated just long enough for Julian to hear the truth behind the silence. It's possible, but it could be older, or it could belong to someone else entirely. Julian's stomach tightened. The concrete surrounding the imprint showed slight radial cracking, like fingers pushing through clay before it hardened. He stepped back, suddenly aware of how close he stood to the wall. We mark this location, Nadia said quietly, and then we leave this side. Too much residual pressure here. Julian nodded, though his legs felt heavy, as if the ground itself didn't want to release him. They began moving again. The next stretch of wall was quieter. No distortions, no concavities, no imprints. The stillness felt wrong in its own way. Too calm, too neat. Julian swallowed. Is it normal for the district to be this quiet? No. They stopped near the final corner of the building. A broken vent hung overhead, swaying gently even though the air was still. The faint metallic creaking sounded almost like breathing. Julian turned away. He didn't want to imagine the building breathing. Nadia took one last look around the block, studying the ground, the walls, the angles of surrounding structures. We've seen enough for today. Julian exhaled slowly. We're coming back? Yes, she said, but not until we analyze everything. He nodded as they began walking away from the 17 block. Julian couldn't shake the sensation that something behind him had shifted. He resisted the urge to turn around, but the weight of it followed him. Quiet, patient, like an unseen figure at the end of a long hallway. Only when they reached the edge of the plaza did Nadia finally speak again. Tomorrow, she said softly, we prepare to go inside. Chapter 11. Static Residue. They didn't speak much on the way out. Leaving the northern cluster felt different from entering it. On the way in, the district had seemed to bend toward them, narrowing angles, adjusting light, tilting structures just enough to make every step feel deliberate. On the way out, it felt like the streets were lengthening. Corners pulled a little farther away. Distances stretched. The exit routes they'd memorized on a map were all technically there, but each turn felt slightly misplaced, as if the city were letting them go reluctantly and wanted them to notice. Julian kept his gaze low, watching his boots cross cracks and seams. The metallic taste in his mouth had faded to something duller, but still present, like a forgotten coin under his tongue. The cold, too, began to lift bit by bit as they left the shadow of Building 17, but it didn't quite leave him. His skin remembered it. You're quiet, Nadia said eventually, without looking back. Try not to think too loudly, he answered. That won't help. If the district wanted more of you today, we wouldn't be on our way out. Comforting. She didn't disagree. They passed the dried fountain basin with the carved words. This time Julian didn't let himself look at them, but he felt them anyway, the weight of someone else's fear pressed into stone. From there, the path widened, noise from the outer city beginning to reappear in faint fragments. Distant traffic, the faint whine of some machinery blocks away. Normal sounds struggling to seep back into his ears. As they crossed the perimeter line, the change was immediate. The air thickened with ordinary warmth. Sound returned all at once. Too loud, too busy. Julian blinked in the brightness just outside the fence, realizing only then how muted the district had made everything. He stopped walking and exhaled. "Don't lean on anything," Nadia said quietly. "Give a minute. Give it a minute. Your equilibrium." She was right. Standing still on normal pavement, with normal buildings and normal sky around him, Julian felt a strange internal rocking, like stepping off a boat after hours at sea. His sense of vertical drifted, then clicked back into place. For several seconds, he was aware of two versions of gravity, one fading behind the other. "Is this normal?" he asked. "For your first deep run, yes." "How many deep runs have you done?" She didn't answer. Instead, she checked her watch with a small habitual motion, then finally met his eyes. "We're done for today. I need to get everything written up before the impressions started to grade." "Impressions?" "Not yours," she said. "The district's. Our memories will twist around the edges either way. But if I don't lock down the sequence of events now, the useful data will blur." It wasn't the most reassuring sentence he'd ever heard. They walked in silence toward a municipal van parked near a low concrete barrier. The Ashfall perimeter looked almost mundane from this angle. Just a fence, some warning signs, a couple of cameras watching for trespassers with no idea what they were actually guarding. A lone security guard sat in a folding chair under a small canopy, scrolling through his phone with the bored focus of someone who'd never once seen anything unusual on his shift. Nadia flashed her credentials. The guard glanced at them, then at Julian, then briefly at the district behind the fence. For a moment, something like unease flickered in his eyes. "You two were in there long," he said, trying and failing to sound casual. "Everything all right?" "We're fine," Nadia said. "Any unusual reports while we were inside?" The guard shook his head slowly. "Nothing. No alarms. No motion triggers beyond the perimeter. Quiet as usual." He hesitated, then added, "The cameras did glitch for a bit, though, like 15-20 minutes. Static. Thought it was the system acting up." "When?" Nadia asked. "About an hour ago, just after you went through the gate. Logged the timestamps." "I'll request copies later," Nadia said. The guard nodded too quickly, grateful to return to ordinary tasks. Nadia led Julian to the van. He slid into the passenger seat and was surprised at how strange it felt to close a normal door. The thunk of it registered as too solid, too real. Nadia started the engine but didn't pull away yet. "You feel anything still?" she asked. "Pressure, distortion, dizziness?" "Everything feels too loud," Julian said. "Like the city is shouting." "That fades. The rest may not." "The rest?" "Residual effects. Static," she said. "Some people get brief after images. Sound that don't match what they see. Small spatial slips. Objects not where they remember leaving them." "And that's safe?" "Mostly," she said. "If it intensifies, call me immediately." "Great." She flicked the radio on, then off again almost immediately, as if even she found it intrusive. They drove in silence at first, leaving the fence perimeter behind, and merging back into the currents of the city. The ordinary buildings of the outer districts rolled past, a mix of glass, brick, and concrete, none of them bending or leaning or breathing. People walked sidewalks, checked phones, carried groceries. Nothing about them suggested that a void sat just a few blocks away, slowly rearranging itself. Julian watched them as they passed. They all looked unaware, and that ignorance did something strange inside him. It made Ashfall feel less like a physical location and more like a secret, something pressing against the inside of his skull rather than the edge of the city. "Where are we going?" he asked eventually. "Municipal Archive Office," Nadia said. "Secure wing. Easier to compare what we saw with what is supposed to exist." "You mean with what used to exist?" "With what was documented," she corrected. "Those aren't always the same thing." The drive didn't take long. The building they arrived at was unremarkable from the outside. 8 stories of flat windows and flat decisions, the kind of architecture no one remembers after passing. Inside, however, the elevator required a key card to reach the top floor. Nadia swiped hers. The light turned green. The 7th floor opened on a corridor lined with doorways. Nadia led him to a windowless room lit by a single long fluorescent fixture. A large table sat in the center, surrounded by 3 mismatched chairs. One wall held a whiteboard layered with old diagrams of structural stress patterns. Another had pinned photographs of different city zones, some of which Julian recognized, others he didn't. "Welcome to the exciting heart of municipal investigations," Nadia said dryly, setting her bag down on the table. Julian dropped his camera bag more carefully. "How many people know what's actually going on in there?" he asked. "Define actually," Nadia said. She pulled a portable hard drive from her bag and connected it to a worn laptop. "Officially, Ashfall is a structurally compromised zone with anomalous subsidence. Some people accept that. Some suspect more. Very few have seen enough to understand that our terminology is standing in for ignorance. And those who understand, they either work here or they left." Julian watched her bring up a set of directory folders. She nodded at his camera. "You can start pulling today's shots. I want to see what the building looked like when it thought we weren't staring directly at it. That in actual condition? Everything we saw inside the district was affected by our presence. The lens sometimes captures a version it was before we entered the frame. Not always. Sometimes." He didn't pretend to fully follow, but he understood enough. His photos might show something that his eyes had missed or something the district had tried not to show him. He connected his camera and began transferring the files. Progress bars crawled across the screen. While they waited, Nadia took a notebook and began writing longhand, not typing. She wrote quickly, without pausing to reread, as if racing her own memory to the finish line. "Do you really forget that fast?" Julian asked. "I don't know what I forget. That's the problem." Her pen moved steadily. Details erode. Orders invert. Entire sequences flip. It's easier to catch the distortion if I have a written baseline. And that works. "More often than not," she said. "You'll do the same later. Write everything down from your own perspective. Don't try to be objective. Just be consistent." He watched her for a moment. "You've been doing this a long time." "Long enough," Nadia said. "And before Ashfall?" She paused just for a heartbeat, then kept writing. "Smaller projects. Local anomalies. Buildings that didn't behave. Places where people reported distorted angles, repeating sounds, misplaced spaces. Ashfall is just the first place that contains all of it at once. And they let you keep going back in. They don't have anyone else who accrued this much tolerance," she said, "or who has less to lose." The way she said it made Julian want to ask a question he didn't. He went back to the laptop instead. The file transfer finished. Nadia slid the computer toward him. "Go on. Let's see what you got." Julian opened the first batch. Wide shots of the entrance block, the plaza, the fountain with its carved inscription. The images looked as he remembered. Warped architecture, lean of buildings, dust patterns curling along the ground. He flicked through them quickly, then slowed when he reached the shots approaching Building 17. The building's crack looked even harsher in the photos. Its edges were too clean, too exact, like a cut made by something sharp rather than years of stress. The leaning upper floors appeared worse in the lens than they had in real life. The glass in one of the windows reflected nothing at all, like a void painted in. "Stop there," Nadia said, pointing. He went back one frame. "Zoom into the northwest corner," she said. He did. The wall bulged inward in the image, just as it had in real life. The faint handprint was visible near the base, clearer than he'd expected. The imprint caught light at a slightly different angle than the surrounding concrete. "Closer," Nadia said. He zoomed further. The resolution stretched, but the impression remained. 5 fingers, narrow palm, pressed inward. "How big?" Julian asked. Nadia studied the screen. Small. Could be a younger adult. Could be a teenager. Could be distorted by the surface. "Do you have older photos of this face?" he asked. "Yes." She moved to a filing cabinet and pulled out a folder, then another. A moment later, she laid several printed photographs on the table. Different angles of the same building, taken at different times. Some were grainy, from early surveys. Others were clearer, from drone footage. Julian compared them one by one. In the oldest picture, the northwest wall was smooth. No bulge. No imprint. The crack down the facade was shorter, less pronounced. In a later photograph, the crack had lengthened. The wall showed the beginning of what might have become a curve, still too subtle to call a deformation. The handprint, Julian asked. Not visible, Nadia said. In any of them? In none of them. So it appeared when then? Between the last survey and today, she said. Could have been there but unnoticed? No. She said it with too much certainty for him to argue. He scrolled through more of his shots. One image caught his attention, a slight blur near one of the third-floor windows. He zoomed in. The blur resolved into a shape pressed against the glass for only a fragment of the moment the shutter had captured. Is that, he began. Artifact, Nadia said. Distortion. We don't take a single frame as proof of anything. But we don't dismiss it, Julian said. She almost smiled. You're learning. He moved on, flicking through the rest. Shots of the plaza, the dust patterns, the sweeping curves of ground near the entrance. Everything looked both exactly as he remembered and slightly wrong, like someone had recreated his memory from incomplete notes. His eyes burned from staring at the screen. He leaned back. Does it ever look normal when you come out? No, Nadia said. You get used to it, though. You get accustomed to the fact you won't get used to it, she replied. It becomes a type of background noise. Julian rubbed his forehead. A dull ache had settled there, low and steady. He realized slowly that the room buzzed faintly, not audibly, not like a fluorescent hum, but something he felt more than heard, a tiny pressure just behind his eyes. He closed them. The Ashfall streets appeared in the darkness behind his eyelids. The cracked walls, the leaning buildings, the dark gap of Building 17's entrance. For a second, he thought he saw the faint suggestion of movement behind one of the windows, just like before. But the afterimage shifted when he blinked again. It dissolved into static. Headache, Nadia asked. A little. Could be normal fatigue. Could be residue, she said matter-of-factly. If you start hearing anything that doesn't match the room, tell me. Like what? Voices. Structures. Echoes, she said. Sometimes the district follows briefly. He opened his eyes. Follows. As copies, she said. Not the place itself. Imprints of its patterns. They fade if you don't feed them. How you feed them? You keep thinking about them. He stared at her. That's reassuring. I didn't say this was safe, Nadia said. I said it was necessary. They worked in silence for another half hour. She writing. He reviewing images, noting any frame that didn't precisely match his memories. The more he compared, the more he realized how unreliable his own recall had already become. The order of some rooms inside the district felt wrong in hindsight. Had the filing cabinets been on the left or the right? Had they passed 2 doors or 3 before the lobby? Certain elements refused to settle into certainty, slipping away whenever he tried to pin them down. He jotted everything down in a small notebook Nadia handed him, just as she'd instructed. Write as if you're wrong, she said, not as if you're sure. The point isn't to prove yourself right. It's to know how your memory bends. At some point, the fluorescent light overhead flickered. Once, twice, then steadied. Julian glanced up automatically. Nadia didn't. Not everything that flickers is a message, she said. Don't give it more significance than it deserves. By the time they finally paused, the light outside the narrow door crack had shifted toward late afternoon. Hours had passed more quickly than Julian expected. He felt drained, hollowed out in a way that had nothing to do with physical exhaustion. What happens next? He asked. Tonight you go home, Nadia said. You sleep if you can. You write. Anything you remember, in whatever order it comes. Tomorrow we cross-check your notes with today's baseline, and then we go back in. Yes, inside, he said, into 17. Her gaze didn't waver. That's the trajectory, yes. Julian hesitated, then asked a question that had been gnawing at him since the registry room. Do you really think Eliza Halberg is still inside that building? Nadia took longer than usual to answer. I think, she said carefully, that the district remembers her very clearly, and nothing it remembers that clearly is ever entirely gone. That answer did nothing to calm him. He left shortly after, the building's corridors feeling too narrow, the elevator too intimate. The city outside greeted him with a strange, vibrant chaos of normal life. Car horns, people arguing at a crosswalk, a bus sighing as its doors opened. All of it felt thin compared to the dense silence of Ashfall, but it was still a relief. Julian walked home instead of taking the subway. The movement helped. The noise helped. Shadows fell where they were supposed to. His reflection in dark windows looked like his own. No buildings bent toward him. No walls remembered his touch. By the time he reached his apartment, the sky had faded to a muted blue-gray. Inside, everything was exactly as he had left it. The mug by the sink, the tangled charger cable on the table, the open notebook beside his bed. He stood just inside the door for several seconds, half expecting something to be off. Nothing was. He closed the door, locked it, then checked it twice without knowing why. Later, he sat at his small kitchen table with the notebook Nadia had given him and tried to write. At first, the words came easily. Entry sequences, room layout, the timing of the cold shifts, the handprint on the wall. But as he tried to reconstruct the exact order of events, small inconsistencies surfaced. Did they turn left after the registry, or right? Was the conference room before the lower corridor, or after? How many doors did they pass that didn't open? He wrote all of it anyway, even the contradictions, like she'd told him. When he finally stopped, his hand ached. The room felt too quiet. He listened. The fridge hummed softly. A car passed outside. A neighbor laughed faintly through a wall. All normal. He exhaled. Then, as he reached the notebook to close it, his fingers brushed a faint smudge of gray on the page, barely visible, like pressure where no pen had touched. He froze. The mark formed a shallow curve, then another intersecting line, almost like the beginning of a letter being pressed from underneath the paper instead of written on top. He lifted the page. There was nothing on the wood beneath it. No ink. No dust. He looked back at the notebook. The faint indentation remained, so slight it might have been his imagination. Julian shut the notebook gently and set his pen on top of it. For several long seconds, he sat motionless, listening to the sounds of his apartment, the ones that still belonged to the side of the fence. He told himself it was nothing, that the pressure he felt just behind his eyes was simple fatigue, that his mind was trying to make patterns where none existed. That Ashfall stayed where it was. Even so, when he went to bed later that night, he left the light on in the hallway and did not look too long at the shadows near the corners of the room. Outside, somewhere beyond the ordinary streets and ordinary buildings and ordinary routines of the city, the district waited in its fenced-off darkness, rooms folding into rooms, corridors adapting, walls remembering. And in the northwest face of Building 17, buried half a centimeter into the concrete, a handprint that had not existed in any previous survey did not fade. It sat there, pressed inward, fingers splayed, remembering. Chapter 12. Shifted Frames. Julian didn't remember falling asleep. Only the moment he stopped trying not to think about Ashfall. His notebook lay closed on the table, pen balanced on top, the faint indentation on the page lingering in the back of his mind like something he'd almost convinced himself he had imagined. At some point he had turned off the main light and left only the weak lamp by the sofa on, promising himself he would get up again, write one more detail down, do one more pass through the photos. He didn't. His body decided for him. Sleep came fast and abrupt, the kind that feels less like a descent and more like a blackout. He dreamed of stairs, not the ones in Building 17, because he hadn't seen those yet, but generic concrete flights that could have belonged to any structure in the district. In the dream, he kept climbing, even though he never saw a landing. Every turn of the staircase felt identical. The same crack on the same step. The same rust stain on the same railing. Sometimes he thought he heard footsteps above him. Never behind, always above. But when he looked up, there was only another turn, another flight. He tried to go back down once, just to prove he could, and found the same pattern waiting in reverse. Same crack, same rust, same turn. At some point he realized he was no longer sure whether he was moving up or down. When he woke, it was still dark outside. The digital clock beside his bed glowed 3:41 a.m. in soft red numbers. The apartment was silent in the way only city apartments are silent, layers of distant noise blending into a low, constant background. For a few seconds he lay still, letting the familiarity of his own ceiling recalibrate his sense of where he was. The metallic taste wasn't there anymore. That should have comforted him. It didn't. The absence felt intentional, like something stepping just out of sight. He swung his legs out of bed and sat up slowly. No dizziness. No sense of warped gravity. The floor felt like floor, solid and flat. When he stood and walked to the kitchen for water, everything stayed where it was supposed to be. The mug cupboard was the same distance from the sink it had always been. The chair near the table sat at the same angle. He remembered leaving it. He poured a glass, drank, and caught himself listening. Nothing unusual. No echoes that didn't belong, no delayed sounds, no hollow reverberation from walls that should have been solid. It was a normal apartment on a normal night. He turned to go back to bed and paused. His notebook wasn't where he had left it. It still sat on the table, pen on top, exactly as before, but the orientation was wrong. He'd closed it with the spine toward the wall. Now the spine faced him, angled perfectly parallel to the table's edge. Not a big change. The kind of shift someone might make absent-mindedly. Except he lived alone, and he hadn't touched it since he'd shut the light off. For several heartbeats, he simply stared at it. The rational explanations lined up quickly. He remembered wrong. He had moved it before dozing off and forgotten. His mind was inserting patterns into meaningless details. All the things he would tell someone else if they sat across from him, describing the same scene. He stepped closer anyway. The cover looked the same. The corners were slightly bent from how fast he'd been turning pages earlier. A faint smear of graphite marked the bottom right corner from his own fingers. Nothing unusual, except the way the book sat as if deliberately presented. He opened it and flipped to the last written page. The indentation he had seen before was still there, in the weak light of the kitchen. It was barely visible, a shallow curve and connecting line that could have been the ghost of a letter or nothing at all. Julian ran a thumb gently across it. The paper felt smooth. No texture. No difference in depth his fingers could detect. He closed the notebook and set it back down. This time, without thinking too hard about it, he deliberately rotated it so the spine pointed diagonally toward the window, slightly off-center, in a way that would be hard to misremember. Then he left it and went back to bed, telling himself it would be exactly the same in the morning. He would prove to himself he was tired and jumpy and nothing more. He slept badly after that. The stairs came back, but now there was a door at the top of each turn, always on the same side, always closed. In the dream, he never touched them. He woke again to the alarm at 7:10, feeling like he hadn't really slept at all. Morning light seeped into the curtains, pale and indifferent. The details of the dream evaporated as soon as he sat up, leaving only the impression of steps and closed doors. His first thought wasn't coffee. It was the notebook. He walked straight to the table, leaving the alarm beeping for a few extra seconds before he silenced it. The notebook sat where he had left it. Same position, same diagonal, same angle toward the window. He exhaled slowly, surprising himself with how relieved he felt. "Okay," he muttered, still this side of sane. He made coffee, showered, dressed, all on autopilot. The routine helped. Only when he picked up his phone did he see the message from Nadia, sent half an hour earlier. 9 o'clock. Same building as yesterday. "We start with your notes. Bring everything." There was no greeting, no sign-off, just purpose. He replied with a simple okay and felt something tighten in his chest at the thought of being back in that windowless office so soon, sifting through records of a place that didn't want to be understood. On the way there, the city felt more normal than it had the day before. Maybe because he wanted it to be. Buses groaned at stops. Someone argued loudly into a phone. A cyclist swore at a taxi that veered too close to the bike lane. The ordinary chaos grounded him. For a few minutes, he almost convinced himself that Ashfall was just a particularly vivid assignment, the kind that seeped into dreams but would fade once the project wrapped. The municipal building looked dull in the morning light, as if tired of being looked at. He took the elevator up, counting floors, half expecting the numbers to skip or repeat. They didn't. The doors opened on the 7th floor, like they were supposed to. Nadia was already in the room when he entered, leaning over a spread of printed maps. She looked like she hadn't slept much either, but there was an alertness in her posture that had nothing to do with rest. She glanced up as he walked in, eyes flicking briefly to the notebook in his hand before returning to the maps. "Sit," she said. "Tell me about last night." He dropped into one of the mismatched chairs. "You mean sleep or after effects?" "Both." He gave her the short version. The way the city felt too loud when he left, the strange vertigo once he re-entered normal spaces, the dream about stairs he couldn't exit. He almost had mentioned the notebook, but the silence stretched and the omission felt too much like pretending. "And when I woke up in the middle of the night," he added, "I think the notebook had moved." "You think?" "I may have misremembered how I left it," he said. "That's why I repositioned it. Checked again this morning. It was exactly how I said it." "Good," Nadia said. "That's useful. That I might be losing my grip on basic objects." "That you tested it," she replied. "Changes that happen once and never repeat tell us more about you than about Ashfall. Changes that repeat, that intensify, tell us about the district. So one possible movement doesn't worry you." "It worries me the correct amount," she said. "No more, no less." He wasn't sure if that made him feel better. She tapped the notebook. "Show me." He opened it to the first page of yesterday's notes. His own handwriting looked oddly unfamiliar to him, as if someone had copied his style but not quite nailed it. He walked her through the sequence as he remembered it. Registry room, names, the file with his own, Eliza's line, the corridor outside shifting, the conference room with the map and the badge, the approach to Building 17, the handprint impressed inward in the concrete. He tried to keep the order consistent with what he'd written, only correcting himself when a detail genuinely snapped into sharper focus. Nadia listened without interrupting, occasionally jotting down a word or circle phrase. Only once did she stop him, when he mentioned the way the streets had felt longer on the way out. "Longer how?" she asked. "Like, we were walking more ground than we did going in," he said. "Same buildings, same landmarks, but the intervals felt stretched." "Good," she said. "Write that down as a separate note. Perception stretch usually doesn't show in first entries." "Usually?" "Some people just get the headaches," she said. "Some get auditory residue. Some get nothing. You're tracking structural shifts already. That's interesting." "Interesting is doing a lot of work in that sentence," he said. She almost smiled. There are worse things a district can mirror. She set the notebook aside and turned the maps toward him. "Now we compare your sense of the route with what the archival records say should exist." They spent the next 40 minutes tracing paths with the blunt end of a pen. On the maps, the district looked almost orderly. Street names, building codes, numbered lots. The northern cluster was marked with standard lines and symbols. Only a few areas shaded to indicate collapse or restricted zones. Building 17's footprint sat neatly within its block, labeled with a code and a list of floors. "That's the official layout," Nadia said. "And the one we walked through?" She pulled a different sheet from the stack. This one wasn't an architect's diagram, but an overlaid print of multiple surveys. Lines shifted on top of one another like transparencies that didn't quite align. Some corridors were doubled. Some buildings occupied slightly different positions. Certain streets intersected where they shouldn't. "This is a composite," she said. "What happens when you stack 12 years of conflicting reports?" Julian studied it. "You said yesterday my name was in access logs inside the district. Does this layout reflect when that happened?" "It reflects the district at different times," she said. "Your logs are from the last months before evacuation." He traced the northern cluster with his eyes. "Where does Building 17 fit into all this?" "It's where the highest density of discrepancies overlap," she said. "On every version of the map, something is wrong there. Wrong number of floors, wrong stairwell positions, wrong interior dimensions. You keep calling it the hollow block, because structurally speaking, it shouldn't be able to hold what the records say it held." "People," he said. "People," she confirmed. He leaned back. "So, what exactly are we doing tomorrow?" "Walking into a building that may not be physically compatible with itself." "In simpler words, yes." He let that sink in. Do you really think I've been there before? He asked quietly. Nadia's eyes met his across the table. There was no easy answer in them. I think your name appears where it shouldn't, in a system that wasn't supposed to know you. I think the district reacts to you differently than it would to another photographer. And I think, if we want to understand what happened to Eliza Halberg, we can't ignore that. He hesitated, then asked the question he'd been circling around since the registry. Do you think she's still alive? Nadia's jaw tightened. I think the district keeps certain patterns active, some for longer than they should exist. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have that isn't a lie, she said. He let it drop. For now. They broke for coffee at some point. The hallway outside felt bland and anonymous, and for a moment Julian was grateful for the ugly beige walls and standard ceiling tiles. When they returned, Nadia had already pulled up a new set of windows on her laptop. These are Marin's last recorded notes, she said. What little survived. He was a detail-oriented guard, logged more than he needed to. She turned the screen so Julian could see. The text looked like a compressed version of what he himself might have written. Dates, times, locations, comments about strange reflections, or noises that didn't match their supposed sources. Near the bottom of one entry was a line that caught his eye. B17, upper levels. Perception of interior not matching exterior height. Corridor length inconsistent. Counting steps. 43 one way, 31 back. Room at end felt like it remembered being used. No furniture. No dust on floor and center. Julian frowned. A room that remembered being used. It's one way to describe it, Nadia said. We have so little clean language for this. He scanned down further. Marin had written something about a feeling of being noticed before arrival, then crossed out hard enough to tear the paper. Another line later referenced a light on the third floor that didn't have a source. This was before he vanished? Julian asked. 2 nights, Nadia said. He didn't log anything on his final run. Just keyed a brief note about seeing a light in a window that shouldn't have power. Then he went silent. Julian stared at the entry. His own memory of that distant blue flicker on the tower from the overpass returned. Not identical, but close enough to feel like the continuation of someone else's sentence. How many people went missing? He asked. Connected to 17. Formally? 1, Nadia said. Unofficially more. People whose last verifiable location was a district, whose paperwork broke in the shuffle when the block was evacuated. Like Eliza. Yes. He shut his eyes briefly. What if she didn't vanish? What if she's just stuck in a place that never stopped replaying the last hours she spent there? That's one possibility, Nadia said. Another is that the district is using her pattern as a template. For what? For future events. For a few seconds, the evenly lit office felt too small. Julian needed air or distance, or something that wasn't built on top of incomplete records and missing people. When do we go back in? He asked. Tomorrow morning, Nadia said. We won't go straight to 17. We'll approach from a different vector. Cross-check the structure from another entry point. The district remembers our last path. Better not feed that loop too quickly. What do I do until then? Rest, she said. Write more. Don't go near the fence unsupervised. You're entangled enough as it is. That's an actual term? He asked. Yes. And if the notebook moves again? Take a picture, she said. From above, with something else in frame for scale. Don't move it immediately. Watch it for a while. See if it keeps shifting positions or if it's a one-time slip. And if it keeps shifting, then the district static found a foothold in your environment, she said. At which point we need to know exactly how. Not if, when. She hadn't said out loud, but he heard it anyway. They wrapped up a little after midday. Nadia gave him a short printed sheet, a list of symptoms to watch for, things that might signal more than simple exhaustion. None of them were reassuring. Persistent echo in normal spaces, time distortions, misplaced objects repeating, recurring dreams with identifiable architecture. Try not to chase the patterns, she said at the door. Let them surface on their own. The more you look for them, the more you'll see them, even when they're not there. Is that supposed to make me feel better? He asked. It's supposed to keep you from spiraling, she said. "There's a difference." He left with the weight of the thin paper in his pocket and the city's ordinary noise rising around him. It was early afternoon this time. The streets busier, the sidewalks crowded enough that he had to keep adjusting his path. Somehow that helped. Ashfall belonged to angles and empty corridors and air that listened. The crowd pressed that world to the edges of his mind, if only for a while. Back home, he set his camera bag down and resisted the urge to check the notebook immediately. He put water on the stove, made tea he knew he wouldn't drink, opened a couple of emails that didn't matter, stared at them until the text blurred. Only then did he allow himself to walk over to the table. The notebook lay exactly where he had left it that morning. Same diagonal, same distance from the edge, pen still resting on top, untouched. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He flipped it open anyway. For a moment, everything looked ordinary. The last page of notes in his own handwriting, the indentation faint where his pen had pressed harder, the margin where he'd scribbled a reminder to ask Nadia about composite maps. Then he saw it, at the bottom of the page, below his last line, a small mark, not quite a letter, not quite a scratch. 2 intersecting arcs, like someone had started to draw a curve and changed their mind halfway through. The lines were not made by his pen. They were too light, too shallow, almost embossed. His first thought was that he'd smudged something, but when he touched it, there was no ink, just a bare suggestion of shape deep in the fibers of the paper. He flipped to the previous page. Nothing. Back to the last page. The mark remained. For a long moment Julian simply looked at it, the light from the window slanting across the table, highlighting the faint depressions. He could almost make himself believe it was an imprint from the opposite side of the sheet, but the backside was clean. He remembered Nadia's advice. Don't move it immediately. Don't feed it. He left the notebook open, went to get his camera, and took a photo from above. The mark barely registered in the picture, just a subtle anomaly in the texture. But it was there. He set the camera aside and forced himself to walk away, into the kitchen, into the space near the window, anywhere that wasn't directly above those faint lines. He stood there for nearly 10 minutes, listening to the normal sounds of his building, a television through a wall, footsteps in the hallway, pipes clicking somewhere out of sight. When he came back, the notebook hadn't moved. The mark, however, had lengthened by a fraction of a centimeter. It wasn't his imagination. He could see it now more clearly, a curve extending, another line branching, as if a hand had continued to gesture slowly, invisibly, between one glance and the next. He took another photo. This time the shape looked closer to something intentional. Not a word, not yet, but the beginning of one. A letter pressed up from beneath the page. He shut the notebook gently and laid his hand on top of it, feeling nothing to the cardboard but the flatness of the cover. For the first time since entering the district, Julian felt something he'd been keeping at bay tilted into focus. This wasn't just a place exerting influence on those who walked inside it. It was a pattern, reaching outward wherever it could, into logs, into maps, into old files, into his name on a blank report, and now, slowly, carefully into his pages. He lifted his hand, left the notebook where it was, and stepped back. "I see you," he said softly into the empty room. The apartment did not answer, but somewhere not so far away, concrete remembered the shape of a small hand pressing inward from the other side of a wall that didn't match its own dimensions. And in the hollow light of late afternoon, a cluster of buildings leaned imperceptibly closer to each other, as if listening for a voice that hadn't yet spoken in the language they preferred. Tomorrow, he knew, he would go back there. This time, toward the door they hadn't crossed yet. Chapter 13. First Threshold. Morning felt sharper than it had any right to be. The sky above the city was a washed-out gray that might have been cloud or pollution or both, and the air carried that thin edge of chill that promised it would warm up later and never quite did. Julian walked faster than he needed to, not because he was late. He left early on purpose, but because moving kept his thoughts from looping too tightly around the same point. Today, they wouldn't just circle the perimeter. Today, they would step over it. He had checked the notebook 3 times before leaving the apartment. It lay where he had left it on the table, open to the last page. The faint lines at the bottom had settled into something almost legible. Not a full word. Still not letters he could name, but a shape that wanted to become one. A curve, a stem, an emerging angle. The marks hadn't moved position. The notebook hadn't rotated. Nothing else in the apartment had shifted. If he hadn't seen them grow from nothing, he could have convinced himself they were just pressure marks from some forgotten scribble. He had taken another photo anyway, then closed the notebook and left it there, spine angled toward the window as before. Some part of him felt that moving it now would be admitting something had changed. Another part of him wondered if that was exactly the point. The municipal building's lobby was busier than yesterday. Workers with ID badges lined up at the security desk, a short queue snaking toward the elevators. Julian joined it. The ordinary rhythm of people scanning passes and exchanging small talk reverberating off the bland walls. No one seemed to notice him, which was a relief. He wasn't sure he could have handled polite conversation about the weather. Upstairs, the hallway to Nadia's office looked the same as always, but he caught himself counting the number of doors between the elevator and her room, just to see if his memory would betray him. It didn't. 4 doorways, 1 alcove, then a familiar scuff mark near the baseboard. The ordinary consistency felt almost luxurious. Nadia had the map spread out again when he stepped inside. This time, however, there was someone else in the room. The woman stood beside the whiteboard, arms folded loosely, gaze on a cluster of pinned photographs. She was older than Nadia by maybe 15 years. Hair shot through with gray and pulled back in a rough knot that had probably been neat this morning and gotten progressively less so. Her posture was relaxed, but there was a steadiness in the way she held herself that reminded Julian of structural beams, the parts you don't think about until the weight shifts. Nadia looked up. "Julian, this is Dr. Eliza Halberg. She consults for us when the city decides it wants to pretend this is purely a structural engineering problem." The woman turned. Her eyes were sharp, the kind that took him more than they let on. "And you're the photographer," she said, "the one with his name inside a building he supposedly never entered." Julian blinked. Apparently. She stepped forward and offered her hand. Her grip was dry and firm. "Good. I was worried they'd send another junior, intern with a drone and a death wish." "I only match one of those," he said. "On a good day." A faint smile flickered at the edge of her mouth. "We'll see." She turned back to the board. "I've gone through the last decade of survey anomalies, Nadia. Whatever is happening in the 17 block isn't isolated. The distortions extend 3 buildings in every direction, but the density spikes at the core." Nadia nodded. "That matches what we felt yesterday." "Felt," Eliza repeated. "Not measured." "You know the instruments fail inside the perimeter," Nadia said. "You've seen the data gaps." "I've seen the absence of data," Eliza said. "It's not the same thing." Julian leaned over the table. "You're here because if you're going inside today, I want the route to at least pretend to make sense," Eliza said. "And because I don't particularly enjoy learning about new casualties after the fact." Julian glanced at Nadia. "You told her about—" "I told her what she needed to know," Nadia said. "She saw the registry entries before I did." Eliza shifted one of the pin maps. "You want my honest assessment? No one should be going inside that building. It shouldn't even be standing. The stress patterns alone." She caught the look on Nadia's face and cut herself off with a small shake of her head. "But I also know we're not stopping this. So I'd rather help you aim for the exits." "Exits are good," Julian said. "I'm very pro-exit." Nadia tapped a section of the composite map. "We're not going to the northwest corner first," she said. "Too much residual pressure from yesterday. The district will be primed there." Julian knew what she meant without needing to ask. The handprint, the bulge in the wall, whatever attention they'd drawn. "We used the south access," she continued. "There was a service entry for maintenance and deliveries. Fewer logged anomalies. The interior lay out their shifts less violently, according to what little we have." Eliza nodded. "That wing has shown the least variation between maps. Not stable, but less aggressive. Stairwells are still mostly where they're supposed to be. For now." "That's where we start," Nadia said. "A cautious incursion. 1 floor, 2 at most. We're not going hunting. We're observing the way internal geometry behaves when a familiar pattern walks in. Julian didn't miss the phrase. Familiar pattern, he said. You mean me? Yes, Nadia said simply. He looked at Eliza. You're all right with that? I'm not all right with any of it, Eliza said. But if this place already acknowledges you, you might as well be the one looking back. It was hard to argue with that. They went over the plan in steady increments. Entry through the southern perimeter. Approach via a side corridor that should connect to an interior hallway running along the building spine. No branching beyond line of sight on the first pass. No doors open unless they had a clear view of what lay beyond. No splitting up under any circumstances. Retreat the moment any one of them reported nausea, intense disorientation, or a sense of having crossed the same point twice without changing direction. You'll carry this, Nadia said, sliding a small, palm-sized recorder toward Julian. Audio only. Continuous. If you think you're noticing something off, say it out loud. Comparisons later sometimes reveal patterns we can't detect in the moment. Julian turned the recorder over. It was unmarked, simple, the kind of device anyone might carry for interviews or notes. Except most interviews didn't involve buildings that remembered people. Will it even work in there? He asked. Sometimes, Nadia said. Sometimes everything comes back as static. Even that's useful. Unless the static sounds like my voice, he muttered. She didn't tell him that was impossible. They took the van again. Nadia driving, Eliza in the back seat with a hard case at her feet that clinked faintly with equipment every time the tires hit a rough patch. The city was waking up properly now. Streets busier, horns asserting dominance, pedestrians threading between one another with practiced inattention. Somewhere under all that noise lay the silent perimeter, a fixed line in a moving world. As they approached, Julian felt it before he saw it. The subtle shift in the timbre of the city's sound. Not quieter, not yet, but hollowed, as though the background noise lost its depth near the fence. The guard from yesterday sat at the post again, thermos in hand, eyes a little sharper when he saw them. Back already, he said. It wasn't quite a question. Circuit run today, Nadia said. Deeper mapping. I'll need you to flag any glitches on the live feed while we're inside. You expecting any? He asked. We're hoping not, she said. But you'll log them if they happen. He nodded more seriously than before and turned back to the monitors, shoulders a little tighter. If he thought any of this was beyond structural risk and municipal boredom, he didn't say it. They passed through the gate, and the air changed immediately. This time Julian recognized it. The way sound folded in, the way the temperature dropped just enough to make every breath sharper, the way the light seemed to flatten across surfaces. Familiarity didn't make it pleasant. It only made it undeniable. Same rules as yesterday. Nadia said as they stepped onto the fractured street. Don't rush. Don't touch what you don't have to. Tell me everything you notice, even if it feels small or stupid. What if it feels big and stupid? Julian asked. Especially then, she said. Eliza kept a slow pace behind them, eyes mostly on the ground, occasionally lifting to trace the line where building met sky. She didn't seem intimidated by the district so much as irritated by its refusal to obey. They moved along a path different from yesterday, skirting a lower block of offices rather than cutting through the plaza. The buildings here bore fewer obvious scars. Windows still held glass. Doors still sat more or less straight in their frames. It almost looked like an ordinary abandoned development until Julian paid attention to the details. The way some shadows were too deep, the way certain surfaces didn't reflect light at the right angle, the faint, constant sense that angles didn't quite add up if you looked too long. South service access is 2 turns away, Nadia said. We'll see the loading bay first. Any anomalies logged there? Julian asked. Minimal, she said. Mostly acoustic. Misplaced sound. That's a good sign. A good sign meant the building hadn't yet grown curious there. The loading bay came into view gradually, a recessed section of the building with a wide roll-up door frozen halfway down, creating a dark slit beneath it. A metal ramp led up to it, flanked by stacked pallets gone soft at the edges from years of rain. An overturned crate lay on its side, its contents long removed. The concrete around the bay was stained but not broken. The sight of the opening tightened something in Julian's chest. Thresholds had taken on a different flavor since he'd started this assignment. Doors were no longer just exits and entrances. They were decisions. Here, Nadia said, we go into personnel access. She pointed to a narrower door beside the main bay, half-rusted, its small wire glass window clouded with grime. She tried the handle. It resisted for a second, then turned with quiet reluctance that made Julian imagine dried paint and disuse cracking inside the mechanism. For a moment, no one moved. Julian realized they were all listening, expecting something, a shift in the air, a change in pressure, a distant sound that didn't belong. Nothing happened. The district waited. Nadia looked at him. Recorder on. He turned it on, cleared his throat once for the benefit of whoever might one day listen to the tape, and nodded. Nadia opened the door. The smell hit him first, not rot, not mold, nothing sharp enough to name. Just enclosed air and long absence, lined with faint metallic trace that echoed the taste he had carried in his mouth yesterday. The corridor beyond was narrow and simple. Cinder block walls, bare concrete floor, overhead pipes running the length of the passage. A single long fluorescent tube fixture hung crooked above, dark and dust-coated. No immediate anomalies. No visible distortions. Julian stepped in after Nadia, then Eliza. The sound of their footsteps changed instantly. Outside, every step had felt absorbed. Inside, the noise bounced more traditionally, a flat slap against the concrete, a muted echo off the walls. It almost reassured him, the way a mundane hallway should. Close it, Nadia said quietly. He glanced back at the open door. The rectangle of daylight felt like a lifeline. Still, he reached for the handle and pulled it shut. The latch clicked into place with a small, precise sound that lodged itself in his memory like a pin. The space dimmed to the light from Nadia's flashlight. Concrete gray rose up around them, featureless and familiar in a way that didn't match the place they were in. Initial geometry looks consistent, Eliza murmured. No visible torsion on the walls. Floors level within reason. The corridor ran straight for maybe 12 meters before taking a left turn. A red-painted stripe ran along the wall at waist height, broken in places where the paint had flaked off. Small signs marked old fire exit routes and storage annotations. Some of the lettering had blurred over time, but the symbols remained. Julian steadied his breathing. Feels ordinary. Sometimes it does, Nadia said. That doesn't mean it is. They reached the corner and turned. The corridor extended further, this time with two doors on the right. Both closed, both labeled in block letters that had faded but were still legible. Electrical. Supplies. Nadia's gaze lingered on the electrical room. We don't open that one. Because of simulated grids? Julian asked. Because the last time someone did, the room was bigger than the outside wall allowed, she said. And then smaller. And then gone. Gone, he repeated. Let it stay that way, she said. Eliza took a small device from her case, a compact meter with a flickering analog dial, and held it up, watching the needle's movement as they walked. Baselines aren't terrible, she murmured. Minor flux, but nothing like the central surveys. Keep your steps even. Their footsteps sounded normal. That, more than anything, felt like a trick. They walked for what felt like a short distance before the corridor opened into a service junction, a wider area with branching paths, one leading deeper into the building, another bending back, a third descending by a short flight of stairs toward the basement. Julian frowned. Was this junction on the map? Yes, Nadia said, but it wasn't this far in. It shouldn't be here, Eliza added, scanning the device again. Not at this distance from the outer wall. We've taken fewer steps than the initial measurements. Perception or structure? Julian asked. Could be both, Eliza said. Mark it. Nadia took a small stick of chalk from her pocket and drew a line on the floor near the junction, a simple mark cutting across a tile seam. If we come back this way and the junction has moved, we'll know. Julian glanced at the chalk line, and if the line is gone, then we'll know that too. They chose the central path, the one that should run parallel to the building's spine. The air grew cooler as they moved, the smell of dust giving way to something more neutral, almost sterile. The walls here were smoother, more recently painted before abandonment. No cracks, no peeling. Julian's voice sounded too loud in a confined space when he finally spoke. Anything unusual yet? Haven't you felt it? Nadia asked. What? The timing, she said. Count your breaths between steps. It's off. He did, and realized she was right. His body wanted to fall into a comfortable rhythm. Step, breath, step, breath. But the corridor had its own cadence. Sometimes he took 3 steps in one breath. Sometimes 1. The distance between floor patterns didn't match his internal pacing. Is that us of the structure? He asked. Doesn't matter, she said. It's the beginning. They reached another door, this one unmarked, flush with the wall, handle tarnished. It wasn't on Eliza's printout. I don't like that, Eliza said. We don't open it, Nadia replied. Not today. Julian stared at it anyway. Something about the absence of a label bothered him more than any warning signs could have. Blankness here never felt neutral. It felt like waiting. He turned away and realized something else. When we left the outer corridor, he said slowly, the hum under our feet changed. Yes, Nadia said. It shifted inward. Inward, toward the building, she said. You feel it more in your chest now than in your legs, don't you? He did. The sensation he'd been ignoring, a mild pressure behind his ribs, intensified when she said it, as if acknowledging it gave it permission. How deep are we? He asked Eliza. Shallow, if we trust the maps, she said. Too deep, if we trust our steps. He almost laughed. Almost. The next turn brought them to an internal stairwell. This one was cleaner than he expected. No debris, no peeling paint. The metal handrail felt cold when Nadia touched it to test its stability. The stairs leading up spiraled out of sight after one flight. The stairs down cut into shadow. We stick to the plan, she said. 1 level up, then we walk the corridor that should align with the southern row of windows. We don't go higher, and we do not descend yet. Yet, he repeated. Yet, she confirmed. They began to climb. Julian counted each step under his breath. Not loudly enough for the recorder to pick up clearly, but enough for himself. 12 steps to the first landing. 12 more to the next. So far, so ordinary, at the second landing. He paused and glanced through the small wire glass panel set into the wall. The view shouldn't have surprised him. A simple glimpse into another corridor, another stretch of interior. But what he saw didn't match the direction they'd been walking. The corridor beyond the glass ran perpendicular to the stairwell. Fine, expected, but the light inside it was wrong. Too bright, as if receiving daylight from a window that did not exist on the building's exterior. The walls were freshly painted white. The floor looked clean. There was no dust. For a moment, Julian thought it was an old memory frozen in time, a slice of the building from before the evacuation. Then a small piece of paper drifted across the floor, catching an invisible current of air, and settled against the far wall. Whatever was in there was not static. Nadia, he said quietly. She stepped up beside him and peered through the glass. Her jaw tightened. That shouldn't be there. You mean the corridor? He asked. The lighting, Eliza said from a step below them. There is no active power to this building. Not officially. Julian watched the empty space on the other side of the glass. No figures moved. No doors opened. But the quality of the light remained wrong. Too crisp, too even, like illumination in a place that hadn't learned how to be abandoned. Is the recorder getting this? He asked. If it wants to, Nadia said. He looked away first. The longer he stared, the more he felt a subtle tug behind his eyes, as if his focus wanted to lean into the frame. Do we go in? He asked. No, Nadia said, already moving past the panel. We stick to the plan. We don't start chasing every inconsistency on the first run. He followed her, though part of him felt like he was walking away from a question that wouldn't forget he'd asked it. The stairs ended at the next landing, where a fire door stood propped open by a small rubber wedge. That, more than anything, sent a chill through him. Nothing inside Ashfall should have been left intentionally ajar. Not by the people who'd sealed it. Nadia removed the wedge and examined it. Not original, she said. Too new. Someone's been here since the evacuation, Julian said. It wasn't a guess. Eliza's expression grimmed. Or the district is very good at rearranging small objects. Which possibility do you prefer? He asked. Neither, she said. Nadia nudged the door further open with her foot, then stepped through. The corridor beyond had the same bland cinder-block walls and industrial flooring as the lower level, but here the sense of wrongness was stronger. The proportions were almost right, but not quite. The ceiling felt a little too low for the width. The length of the hallway didn't match the rhythm of the emergency lights installed at regular intervals. The spacing changed by a few centimeters with each fixture. Nothing a casual visitor would notice. Everything a system built on precision would. There should be windows along this side, Eliza said quietly, tapping the wall to their left. The exterior plans show a row of them. 3rd floor, southern exposure. Julian ran his hand an inch away from the surface, not touching. No frames, no edges, just continuous painted concrete. It sealed them, Nadia said. Or forgot they were supposed to be there, Eliza replied. Either way, our references end here. Julian swallowed. So from this point on, we're mostly walking through what the building thinks it is now, Nadia said. Not what it was built to be. He checked the recorder out of habit. The small red light still blinked steadily. Their steps were captured, their breathing recorded, their words preserved, assuming the district allowed the data to survive. They walked. At first the corridor remained stubbornly linear. No branching doors, no intersections. Just the same repeating pattern of lights. The same scuffed floor, the same painted wall. It went on long enough that Julian started to feel the press of it in his chest. A claustrophobia born not confinement, but of repetition. The sameness itself became suspicious. Then, very slowly, he realized that the scuff marks on the floor were repeating. A narrow dark streak on the right, shaped like something dragged briefly. 3 steps later, another near-identical streak. Then another, not perfectly the same, but close enough that if he photographed them and shuffled the prints, he wasn't sure he could tell them apart. Nadia, he said, the marks. I see them. It's looping, Eliza said behind them. The surface detail is looping, even if the space isn't. How can the surface loop and the space not? Julian asked. Because something wants you to think you've already been here when you haven't, Nadia said. Or the reverse. His throat went dry. Which is it doing? That's why we mark, she said. She took another chalk stuff from her pocket and knelt briefly, drawing a small symbol on the floor, a simple cross intersecting the seam between 2 tiles. They walked on. 10 meters later, Julian saw another identical cross at the floor. It was the same one. It had to be. The chalk looked too fresh, not smeared, not faded. He stopped. We didn't turn. No, Nadia said. We didn't double back. No, but... Yes, she said. The corridor folded on us. Eliza's voice was calm. How many steps since the last mark? 22, Julian said automatically. Roughly. Good, she said. We might be estimating the building's folding radius. That supposed to help? He asked. It's better than not knowing at all, she said. Nadia drew a circle around the chalk mark this time, the white lines bright against the dull floor. We go again, she said. And if we come back to this mark once more without feeling a turn, we pull out. We're not getting trapped here on day 1. Julian forced his legs to move. The corridor ahead still looked the same, a geometry that refused to admit the possibility of cheating. He counted his steps again, breathed in a rhythm, watched the passing lights. There was no sensation of turning, no nausea, no dip in the floor. And yet, when they reached the point where the mark should not have been, it waited for them, circled in chalk. The district had made its point. Nadia exhaled slowly. That's enough. We've established internal deformation. We know it can fold us into a loop even at low depth. We go back. Different entry, different day. Julian felt a wave of relief. So strong his knees surprised him by staying steady. No argument here. They turned around. The walk back felt shorter, though he knew that meant nothing. They passed the same unmarked door, the same service junction, the electrical room they hadn't opened. The chalk at the earlier junction remained, exactly on the seam where she had drawn it. The distance between the service corridor and the outer door amounted to fewer steps than Julian's sense of time had assigned it at the personnel access. He reached for the handle and opened it onto the gray light of the loading bay. The ordinary shape of the world beyond tasted like water after too much dry air. They stepped outside together. Behind them, the building's interior settled into silence, giving nothing away. Only when they were halfway back to the perimeter did Julian realize his heart was beating faster than it had on the way in. Not from exertion, not from fear. Exactly. From something else. This was minor, Nadia said quietly as they walked. A simple fold. A gentle push. It could have been worse. Eliza, Julian said, what's your verdict? The engineer glanced back at the distant block, its cracked facade barely visible around other structures. Structural logic has given up, she said. What holds that building together now isn't concrete and steel. It's whatever pattern it's decided to keep. And that pattern involves us, Julian said. I'd say it involved you before you ever walked through the fence, she replied. He didn't sleep that night, not properly. When he finally did drift off toward dawn, the dream that came was mercifully simple. A closed notebook on an empty table. A faint indentation pressing slowly upward from beneath the page, forming lines he refused to read. Outside, the district waited, geometry bending and releasing, its interior corridors practicing their folds like a breathing exercise, conserving whatever it had decided to remember for the next time someone like him stepped over the threshold. Chapter 14. Residual Patterns. The second time they left the district, it didn't feel like coming back from somewhere else. It felt like being released from a hell breath. The air beyond the fence wasn't warmer, not by much, but it carried a looseness that Ashfall never had. Sound spread again instead of folding in on itself. A truck passed on a nearby street, and the noise didn't bounce from walls at the wrong angle. Someone laughed somewhere out of sight, and the sound didn't arrive stripped of distance. Julian didn't realize how tightly he'd been holding his shoulders until he felt them drop. The guard at the perimeter watched them cross the threshold with more attention than he had the day before. His gaze lingered on their faces, then on the building block they had just left. That was fast, he said, when in not even an hour ago. Julian opened his mouth to correct him, then stopped. His sense of time inside the building blurred the moment he tried to grasp it. The corridor fold, the repeated chalk mark, the bright wrong corridor behind the glass. They had taken longer than an hour. They had to have. How long exactly? Nadia asked. The guard checked a small logbook beside him. Gate entry at 9:32. Exit logged at 10:46. He glanced up. You sure you're done already? For today, Nadia said. Make a note about any camera glitches during that window. We'll request the recordings. He nodded, though his expression suggested he didn't expect the recordings to say anything useful. They walked to the van in a silence that felt too full. Eliza carried her case with a grip that looked almost offensive, as if she didn't want to let any of the building's air touch the equipment inside. Nadia moved with her usual controlled stride, but her jaw was set tighter than before. Julian climbed into the passenger seat, and only then realized his hands were shaking. He pressed them flat against his knees until the tremor eased. You're pale, Eliza said from the back. Any dizziness? Double vision? Loss of orientation. Just the usual kind of loss, he said. Nothing extra. Keep track, she said. It's always easier to ignore small distortions at first. Nadia started the engine. We go back to the office, she said. I want a day down in writing before the corridor decides to rearrange itself in our heads. You think it will? Julian asked. Of course it will, she said. That's half its function. The ride back felt shorter than the day before, though Julian knew by now that his sense of duration had become unreliable wherever Ashfall was involved. He watched buildings pass in a window, grateful for their straight lines and predictable angles. Street lamps didn't bend forward as though listening. Windows reflected the sky instead of swallowing it. People crossed the road without being swallowed by the edges of his vision. It was almost enough to convince him that the interior of Building 17 belonged to a different world entirely. Almost, The office on the 7th floor looked smaller with 3 people inside it. The table filled quickly with maps, notes, Eliza's printouts, Nadia's narrow notebooks, and the recorder that had spent the morning in his pocket. She placed it in the center of the table like something being offered. "Before we listen," she said, "we write, same as yesterday. Memory first, then comparison." Julian took his notebook from his bag and felt a small, irrational relief when he saw the cover exactly as he'd left it that morning. No rotation, no shift. He opened it to a clean page and wrote the date, the time, and 2 words, second entry. Then he began. He described the loading bay, the personnel access door, the first corridor that felt almost normal, the electrical room they hadn't opened, the unmarked door they had passed, the junction that had appeared too soon, the chalk mark that had come back to meet them when it never should have, the second pass, the third, aborted before it could happen. He tried to keep the description simple, but the building resisted simplification. Every time he thought he had laid out the sequence cleanly, another small discrepancy surfaced. "Does it matter that I don't remember how many lights there were in the upstairs corridor?" he asked at one point. "Write that down, too," Nadia said. "Gaps are as important as details. Sometimes more." Eliza worked through her own notebook with a quiet intensity, occasionally pausing to sketch lines or scribble small equations that meant nothing to him. Her version of the district behavior lived in numbers and angles, even when the numbers didn't line up. When they were done, Nadia closed her notebook, drew it toward her, and rested her palms lightly on the cover for a second as if anchoring it. "Now we see what we actually brought back," she said. She picked up the recorder and set it near the laptop, connecting it with a short cable. The device beeped, a mundane sound. "Moment of truth," she said. Julian felt his stomach tighten in a way that had nothing to do with hunger. He found he wasn't sure which option scared him more, that the recorder had captured nothing but ordinary hallway sounds, proving his mind was doing more work than it should, or that it had caught something else. Static, a voice, a sound that did not belong to any of them. Nadia clicked play. For a few moments, there was nothing impressive about it at all. Footsteps on concrete, breathing, the shift of fabric when someone moved an arm. Nadia's voice low and steady, describing their position. South access corridor, service junction ahead, visual geometry within expected margin. Then Eliza, field meter reading low flux. No acute spikes. Julian listened to his own voice layered between theirs. It sounded more uncertain than he'd realized, even when he tried to sound neutral. They reached the part where he'd closed the outer door. The click of the latch came through clearly, louder than it felt at the time, like a definitive punctuation mark on the normal world. Then the interior hallway, the red stripe on the wall, the sealed electrical room. "Here," he said, when he recognized the moment they approached the junction. "This is where the distances went wrong." Nadia nodded and scrubbed forward a few seconds. The sound of footsteps changed. The room's faint echo became slightly thinner. It would have been easy to miss if he didn't know what he was listening for. On the tape, he heard his own voice. Was this junction on the map? Nadia's answer. Eliza's correction about distance. "Listen to the intervals," Nadia murmured. "Between your questions. Between our steps." He listened more carefully. At first it seemed like nothing, just a natural unevenness of people walking and talking. But then a pattern surfaced. Some of the gaps between footsteps were too short for the length of the corridor. Some were too long. It was as if the floor itself had stretched and contracted under them, and the recorder had gamely cataloged the distortion. Then came the passage that made his skin tighten. They reached the first chalk mark. On the recording, there was a slight scuffing sound as Nadia knelt, the faint scrape of chalk, the softest of her breath. They walked on, 22 steps. No indication in the audio of any turn or pause. No door opening, no change in their direction that the recorder could read. And then Nadia's voice. "We're back at the same mark." The sound of her kneeling again, the chalk tapping the floor. Julian exhaled slowly. "It sounds so," he searched for the word. "Simple. That's how folds sound from the inside," Nadia said. "They don't announce themselves." "What about the corridor behind the glass?" he asked. "Can we tell if the light was real? If it carried any hum?" Nadia scrolled back, found the timestamp, rolled the audio forward. They listened to themselves climb the stairs, his quiet counting, his breath catching as he saw the bright corridor, his voice calling Nadia over. Then something less ordinary. Underneath the footsteps and voices, there was a noise he hadn't noticed at the time, a low, narrow band of sound at the edge of hearing, almost a whine, almost a hum, not the type of background noise he expected from old fluorescent lights. It sat wrong in the mix, like a note too pure to belong to a crumbling building. Eliza leaned in. "That's new," she said. "It's not the stairwell," Nadia said. Nothing in there had power. "Frequency analysis?" Eliza suggested. "Later," Nadia murmured. "For now, we log that as one more point of failure between what should exist and what does." She stopped the audio and disconnected the recorder. The room felt smaller with the device back on the table, as if it had brought some of the building's weight with it. Julian found himself staring at it, like he had stared at the notebook in his apartment. "What's our next move?" he asked. "Tomorrow, we approach from a higher level," Nadia said. "If the southern spine corridor folds easily at shallow depth, we may have better luck with vertical routes. But we do nothing today that requires going back in." Eliza nodded. "I want to model that fold as best I can," she said. "Even a rough approximation might help us predict where the building will try to close on you next." "And tonight?" Julian asked. "I just go home again and wait to see what follows?" "Tonight, you're right," Nadia said. "If anything changes in your environment or inside your perception, and I need you to be honest about that, you document it. The more you describe, the less it can slip past you." He almost laughed. "Describe it so it can't rewrite itself." "Exactly," she said. "Has that ever worked for someone?" he asked. "Yes," Nadia said. "And no, but it gives us a line to measure the deviation against. Without that, you're just guessing which version of yesterday is real." He ran a hand over his face. "I'm starting to think yesterday was never real in the first place." "That's one of the risks," she said quietly. Eliza packed up her device, the analog needle finally still. "I'll send preliminary notes tonight," she said. "Don't wait up for them. Get some rest while you still can." She gave Julian a brief, assessing look before leaving, as if mentally cataloging how much slack he had left before the district began to pull. When she was gone, the room felt thinner but not lighter. Nadia sat back down and watched him for a moment, expression unreadable. "How bad is it, really?" she asked. "Not the brave version. The honest one." He hesitated. "It's manageable, as long as I'm not alone with it too long. With the memory," she said. "With the sense that parts of it want to keep moving even after I leave," he said. Then, because he was tired of holding it back, he added, "There's something happening with my notebook." She didn't flinch. "How many changes?" "Maybe 2, he said. "Maybe more, and I didn't notice. Indentations turning into marks. Marks lengthening. A shape that wasn't there slowly becoming something." "Words?" she asked. "Not yet," he said. "At least nothing I can read." "Don't try to," she said. "If it wants to communicate, it will. For now, we log that you're getting low-level migration. That confirms our earlier assumption." "Which assumption?" "That the district remembers you beyond physical proximity," she said, "and that it doesn't see you as separate from its ongoing events." He didn't like how calmly she said it. "You knew this could happen." "I suspected," she said. "Your name in the registry wasn't a fluke. Neither was the blank occurrence form. The district marked you before you came in. We're just catching up." "And you still brought me through the door," he said. "If it has you, it has you," Nadia replied. "The difference now is that you're not alone with it, and we're not blind." He almost asked what good that would do, but the answer would have been obvious. Enough to matter, not enough to guarantee anything. He left the office later than the day before. The corridors of the municipal building felt more anonymous, more fragile, as if he learned too much about what lay beneath ordinary structures to trust any of them fully. The elevator numbers reflected in the brushed steel door, 5, 4, 3, didn't skip or repeat, but he watched them anyway, waiting for a glitch that didn't come. Outside, the city moved around him with its usual careless momentum. He walked home again, this time slower, watching reflections in shop windows, the angle of light between buildings. Nothing bent when he wasn't looking. No corridor stretched unexpectedly. The world stayed within its proper dimensions. Upstairs in his apartment, the keys sounded normal in the lock. The door closed behind him with the same weight. The faint smell of coffee grounds and old paper greeted him like always. He toed off his shoes, dropped his bag on the chair, telling himself he would wait a few minutes before looking at the notebook. To prove to himself he wasn't obsessed. He lasted 15 seconds. The notebook lay where he had left it that morning, closed this time, the spine still angled toward the window. The pen rested beside it, not on top. He stopped. He had left the pen on top. Not the kind of detail that could easily rewrite itself. Not like orientation, which memory could blur. The pen had rolled. Maybe, he thought, vibration from the building, footsteps in the hallway. Except the table was solid. The floor weren't that sensitive, and nothing else had shifted. He picked up the pen and set aside, then opened the notebook. The last page sat waiting, lines dense with yesterday and today's handwriting. At the bottom, in the space he'd been careful not to use, the mark had developed, not into a word, not yet into a letter, or something close enough to feel like one. A single vertical line, faint but unmistakable, rose from the lower margin, capped by a short diagonal stroke. Above it, the ghost of another arc seemed to hesitate, like a gesture interrupted and resumed. It might have been half a letter from an alphabet he knew, or half of one from an alphabet he hadn't learned yet. He stared at it until the light shifted on the page. Then he did what Nadia had told him to do. He wrote, under the mark. He added a short note in the smallest handwriting he could manage, as if not wanting to disturb the rest of the page. Unaccounted indentation, now forming structured shape, appear between 1300 hours and 1800 hours. No other observable changes in apartment. He dated it. He signed his initials. He made it real. Only then did he close the notebook and move it deliberately to a different position. Center of the table, spine parallel to the edge, pen placed horizontally exactly above the midpoint. He took another photograph from the same angle as the previous ones, capturing the arrangement. "It's not just you," he said quietly, not certain who he was talking to. "You're not the only one watching." The apartment remained its ordinary, indifferent self. Later, when he lay down in bed, sleep didn't come immediately. He lay on his side, watching the slice of hallway light under the bedroom door. Nothing shifted. No shadows lengthened. No sounds approached that didn't belong. He almost dozed off. At some point toward the edge of sleep, another thought surfaced, sudden and unwelcome. The handprint pressed inward on the northwest wall of Building 17. Small, narrow. Fingers splayed like someone pushing against the inside of a surface that refused to let them through. Half awake, he saw it overlaid on the mark at the bottom of his page, like two images trying to occupy the same space. He sat up once, checked the hallway again, checked the time, just past 2 a.m, then lay back down and forced his eyes shut. Tomorrow would come, and with it, another door. Chapter 15. The Stair That Forgot Its Floors. By the third morning, the city outside Ashfall felt thinner, like something underneath had been scraped away, and he was one of the few who'd noticed. Traffic still moved, shops still opened. People still stood in line for coffee and argued into their phones, but the normal noise no longer filled space the way it used to. It sat on the surface. Underneath, he felt the quiet weight of the fenced-off district, patient and heavy, like the aftertaste of a drink that refused to fade. Julian didn't check the notebook before leaving. That was deliberate. If he let it become the first thing he saw every day, the apartment would turn into an annex of the district. Instead, he showered, dressed, made coffee badly, left the mug half-finished on the counter, and walked out without looking at the table. He could still feel the notebook in the room, its rectangular weight on the wood, the faint scrape of its cover, the mark at the bottom of the page trying to decide what it wanted to become. It followed his thoughts down the stairwell, out through the front door, into the street. Outside, the air had that washed-out, gray light that could belong to any day of the year. A thin wind slid between buildings, scraping leaves along the sidewalk and whistling around corners. The outer city still hadn't learned how to bend sound in the wrong directions. For now, that was enough. He checked his phone halfway to the subway and found a single new message from Nadia. 9:15. Here, bring your notes. Today we go vertical. Under it, a message from an old colleague at a magazine blinked. You free to cover a gallery opening next week? He stared at it longer than he should have, picturing a bright room, white walls, people complaining about lighting and curation, a space where the worst distortion came from people pretending to understand insulations they didn't like. He typed back, booked on a long assignment. Rain check, then slipped the phone into his pocket and kept walking. Upstairs on the 7th floor, the office door was half open, voices reaching before he stepped inside. Nadia's, low and controlled, and Eliza's, sharper at the edges. Have to assume the building is anticipating now, Eliza was saying. Folds on the second pass at shallow depth. Matching your step intervals? That's not random. I know what it isn't, Nadia said. Knowing what it is still the problem. Eliza spotted him first and broke off. Good. Your test subject has arrived. Julian raised a brow. You know I can hear you when you call me that, right? If it bothers you, you're still healthy enough to object, she replied. That's promising. Nadia slid a thin folder across the table toward him. You remember the corridor we saw through the stairwell glass? Hard to forget, he said. Too bright, too clean, no dust. Like the building was remembering a better version of itself. The cameras didn't catch it, Nadia said. No visible light anomaly, no power spike. But the recorder picked up something. Eliza tapped the folder. I ran a quick analysis last night. That hum we heard? It's too pure. It sits in a frequency band the building shouldn't produce on its own, and it persists after your voices move away from the panel. Julian opened the folder. The spectrogram meant almost nothing to him, but even he could see it, a smooth, straight band of sound lying across the messy noise like a scar. So what is it? He asked. Best guess. Eliza said, a sustained resonance. A space holding a tone. A space holding a note, he echoed. That's not me being poetic, she said. That's me running out of precise language. Whatever that corridor was, it wasn't just light. He saw again the clean floor beyond the glass, the drifting scrap of paper, the too even light, the way his focus had wanted to lean into it. Are we going back there today? No, Nadia said. We go higher. Eliza shifted one of the pin maps on the wall. There's a rooftop access stair in the eastern annex. Less traffic in the original plans. Fewer incidents logged before evacuation. If anything in this structure still obeys old rules, it might be there. Old rules meaning gravity. Stairs that lead where they say they lead, that kind of thing. Julian said. More or less, Eliza replied. And if it doesn't obey old rules, then we'll have mapped one more way it cheats, Nadia said. And then we get out. He watched the two women for a second, weighing their versions of calm. You keep saying get out like it's guaranteed. It is, Nadia said, as long as we pay attention to what it tries to repeat. The phrase stuck. The guard at the gate looked more alert than on previous days. The logbook beside his elbow had thickened with extra pages. His thermos stood half empty by his chair. You've had more static since yesterday, Nadia said as soon as they reached him. On the monitors? He nodded. Couple of chunks where the cameras got fuzzy. Tech says the lines are clean. Feeds don't show anything, just interference. Times, she asked. 1708 to 1730, he said, checking his notes. Then again for maybe 5 minutes around 2100. He hesitated. And there was one more thing. Might be nothing. We like nothing, Julian said. Say it anyway. The system logged motion in the north cluster last night. The guard said, small heat signature, could be a stray animal, could be glitch, but the playback shows nothing. Just a little flicker near the base of one of the buildings. Which building? Nadia asked. He looked at her like he already knew she knew. 17. The word hung there for a moment. Flag the file, Nadia said. We'll review it later. Don't circulate it unless someone above you specifically asks. That's not standard procedure, he said. It is now. They passed through the gate. The shift hit Julian immediately. Air folded inward. Sound thinned and sharpened. The flattened light laid itself over surfaces like a film. He recognized the sensation now, the way his pulse slowed into a steadier, heavier rhythm, the way his breathing adjusted without consent. His body was learning the terms. The district received them the way it always did, by pretending nothing was wrong. They didn't head toward the northern cluster this time. Nadia turned them east, past a row of buildings that leaned against one another like tired people. The ground here had fewer cracks and more stains, pale streaks curving where gravity said they shouldn't. Annex rooftop stairs behind this block, Eliza said, checking a folded printout. Designed as fire escape, it connects to the main structure around the 8th floor. We're actually going that high? Julian asked. As far as it lets us safely go, Nadia said. Vertically, not along those folding hallways. Different axis, different behavior. Folds prefer horizontal planes at first. Eliza added, vertical distortions cost more whatever it uses. Energy, Julian suggested. Memory, Nadia said. He didn't like the sound of either. The eastern annex looked almost normal from a distance. A narrow tower joined the main block by 2 enclosed walkways. Up close, the lie fell apart. One exterior wall had a subtle curve no engineer would have approved, not a bow from stress. It curved like intention. The door they approached was painted dull blue. The word roof access stenciled above it, half flaked away. The handle turned on the first try, stiff but not rusted shut. Same rules, Nadia said. Recorder on. We narrate anything that feels wrong, especially if we're not sure why. Julian switched on the recorder. The red light blinked once. Running, he said softly, partly for the device, partly for himself. Door, Nadia said. He pulled it open. The air inside the stairwell was still and cold, carrying the flat scent of trapped air and old concrete. A tight flight of steps rose in front of them, curving out of sight. A metal handrail ran along the wall, bare and functional. No debris, no peeling paint. Just a hollow shaft of a building that had been sealed away from weather and people. Julian put his foot on the first step. Nothing shifted. No hum, no downward drag. Just weight and gravity. Count, Nadia reminded him. 12, he said when they reached the first landing. A closed door sat there, number 3 stenciled on it in faded paint. 12 more steps, door 4. The sequence aligned with the plans. That shouldn't have been remarkable. But here, everything that matched expectations felt like a small victory. Doors look right, Eliza said behind them. Heights matched the exterior, more or less. They climbed. Door 5, door 6. At the landing marked 7. The air cooled enough that Julian's hands prickled. He flexed his fingers, listening to his breath growing louder. Temperature dropped between 6 and 7. Eliza noted. Nothing visible in the walls. No warping. Keep going, Nadia said. By 8, the vibration arrived. It was faint at first, just a subtle pressure in the air, too low to be sound, too steady to be ignored. It settled somewhere behind Julian's sternum, like a held note he couldn't quite hear. Feel that? Nadia asked quietly. Yeah, he said. Same as the corridor yesterday, but wider. Structural. Eliza said, no feet up here. Nothing should be running. They moved on. At the landing for 10, the stairwell widened slightly. A small wire-glass window near the ceiling admitted a strip of daylight. Julian glanced at it out of habit and froze. He could see another building across the street, higher than this annex, but not that high. The angle was wrong. From this floor, he shouldn't have had that much view. For a moment, the outer city looked like a tilted model. Then he blinked, and the sense of wrongness slid away like water. You saw it, Nadia said. The view doesn't line up, he said. We don't look through again, she said. Not today. He kept his eyes on the steps after that. Door 11. Door 12. His thighs ached now, every breath loud in the narrow shaft. The vibration in the air had thickened, filling the space just ahead of them. It felt like walking up into the throat of a machine with the power turned on, but the function undefined. How many usable floors in the annex? He asked, more for his own benefit than theirs. 8, according to the original plans. Eliza said. 10 if you include mechanical levels. That's it. We're past that, he said. Yes, Nadia replied. Door 13 waited on the next landing. The number had been partially scraped off, leaving a crooked 1 and the ghost of a 3. The handle looked cleaner, less worn than some of the doors below. This wasn't on any of the older surveys, Eliza murmured. We had 12, then roof. We don't open it, Nadia said, but we mark it. She crouched, pulled out the chalk, and drew a short white line at the base of the door, cutting across the seam where concrete met metal. The mark looked obscene in its simplicity. One more level, she said. Julian's legs protested, but he climbed. 12 more steps. The next landing awaited them, as expected. The door at the top of the flight, however, carried no number at all. Its paint was more peeled, the metal beneath mottled and dull. It looked older than the rest, as if it had been part of a different building and grafted here later. This should be roof access, Julian said, if the building were what the plans say. On paper, there's nothing above 12 here, Eliza said. No storage, no mechanical level, just open roof. Maybe we miscounted, he said automatically. Nadia didn't answer that. Instead, she took a small strip of survey tape from her pocket and stuck it near the bottom hinge of the unnumbered door, pressing it into the flaking paint until it held. We stop here, she said. We log it, and then we go back down. No improvisations. You don't even want to try the handle? He asked. Not on a door that doesn't admit it exists, she said. Down. The descent should have felt easier. It didn't. Going down forced them to watch the numbers rewind. 13, 12, 11. Each one a small confirmation that they hadn't imagined the climb, that the extra floors hadn't been a trick of fatigue. By the time they reached 8, the vibration in the air had softened back to something barely there. By 5, it had faded altogether. They stepped out through the blue door into the gray light of the loading bay. The ordinary air hit his face in a way that made him realize how compressed the stairwell had been. The annex towered above them, its roofline clean, its height unremarkable. From here, it looked like any other neglected structure. If someone was watching from out here, Julian said, they'd think we just climbed a few extra flights for exercise. If someone watched from out here, Nadia said, their job would be easier than ours. They didn't say much on the walk back to the perimeter. The ground felt almost level again. The stains on the concrete followed gravity in acceptable ways. Sound moved the way it was supposed to move. Out, not sideways. The guard logged their exit time, without comment. When Julian glanced at the monitors behind him, the screen showed nothing but gray blocks and empty streets inside the fence. No stairwells. No extra floors. No unnumbered doors. Back in the office, the familiar fluorescent light made the room feel shallower, but grounded. The ritual repeated. Notebooks open. Pens uncapped, the recorder placed in the center of the table like a small witness. Right at first, Nadia said. Then we listen. Julian described the stairwell step by step, the numbered doors, the temperature drop, the view through the too-high window, the change in the air as they climbed, the door marked 13 that shouldn't exist, the last landing and its unnumbered door, waiting above a building that, on paper, ended 2 floors below. He tried to keep his tone factual, but the act of writing made the strangeness louder. The page didn't let him blur details the way memory wanted to. Eliza sketched a stairwell in her own notebook, then overlaid it on a rough elevation of the annex. The lines didn't agree. They never did. How many steps between 3 and the unnumbered landing? She asked. At least 150, Julian said. I stopped counting exactly when my legs started complaining, but the pattern stayed the same. 12 per flight, consistent landings. So we climbed more vertical space than the building admits to having, she said. The extra height has to sit somewhere in its internal logic. Or nowhere, Julian said. Just fold it in. We'll see what the recording says, Nadia murmured. They plugged in the device. The audio was almost disappointingly mundane at first. Footsteps, breathing, the rasp of chalk at door 13, the quiet scrape of tape near the unnumbered frame. Only the background changed. Around the 8th landing, a faint note surfaced under the usual noise, barely audible but steady. By the time they reached 12, It had thickened into the same smooth frequency band Eliza had traced in the corridor audio. "There it is," she said. Same bass tone, different richness, but same core. So the building was holding the same note. Julian said, "High in the annex and in that corridor behind glass." "Or the same type of space was forming around you both times," Nadia said. "Repeated attempts." Attempts. He didn't like the word more now than he had in the morning. "At least we confirmed one thing," she added. "The building has more vertical space than its structure should allow. It bends horizontally and vertically. The distortion isn't a surface effect." "And the unnumbered door?" Julian asked. "For now, it's a boundary," Nadia said. "We poke at it later, from a different angle. Not when we're this early in." Eliza leaned back, rubbing her eyes briefly. "We just proved the annex stair adds fictional floors," she said. "That would be headline material, if anyone wanted to print it." "They don't," Nadia said. "Not yet." "And him?" Eliza asked, nodding toward Julian. "How's the subject holding up?" Julian answered before Nadia could. "Still counting steps. Still seeing doors where they shouldn't be. Still wanting to open them." "That's normal," Eliza said. "The building depends on it." Nadia closed her notebook. "For today, we don't go back in." She looked at Julian. "You know the routine. Home. Eat something that isn't made of caffeine. Right. If anything changes, you call me, not the building." He forced a small, humorless smile. "I don't have his number." "You'd be surprised," she said. The streets on the way home looked almost aggressively normal. Straight facades. Predictable shadows. Cars where cars should be. Nothing bent inward. No windows swallowed the reflections of the sky. Julian took a different route, without meaning to, a narrower side street, then a shortcut between 2 blocks. Halfway through, he realized he'd never walked this way before and stopped on a corner to check his bearings. The buildings around him looked ordinary. People waited at a crosswalk, watching the light. A bicycle rolled past, chain clicking softly. No distortion tugged at the edges of his vision, just a different path. A new way to get somewhere familiar. He continued home. Upstairs, the stairwell felt almost comically mundane after what they climbed that morning. 3 flights, no vibration, no wrong windows. The lock on his apartment door stuck for a second, then gave, just like always. Inside, the apartment greeted him with its usual stillness. The faint smell of old coffee and paper lingered in the air. Shadows fell where they were supposed to fall. He stood in the doorway for a few seconds, listening. Nothing moved. The notebook sat in the center of the table, spine parallel to the edge, pen resting horizontally across the cover, exactly like in the photo he had taken the night before. For the first time that day, he let himself feel something close to relief. He dropped his bag near the couch, drank a glass of water he barely tasted, then walked over and picked up the pen, setting it aside. His hands had stopped shaking somewhere between the annex and here. He wasn't sure when. He opened the notebook. The last page stared back at him. Tight lines of his own handwriting. Yesterday's tension caught in ink. At the bottom, in the white space he had been careful not to use, the mark had completed itself, not into a vague curve, not into a smudge, into a letter, a single, faint L, formed by a vertical line, and a short diagonal stroke. Too straight to be accidental, too pale to match his ink. The pressure didn't match any of his handwriting. It sat just above his own note about the indentation, a quiet correction to his earlier description. It could have stood for anything, any word, any name. It only meant one thing. Eliza. Julian shut the notebook too quickly, then forced himself to open it again, breathing steadily. The letter hadn't changed. The lines were still shallow, still almost invisible unless you knew to look. Nadia's training tugged at him through the adrenaline. Document. Don't interpret first. He lifted the phone from his pocket, took a photo from directly above, careful to capture the entire page. The L barely appeared in the image, a ghost at the bottom edge, but it was there, under it, in very small handwriting. He added, shape now readable as letter. Possible coincidence / projection. Logging as progressive development. He wrote the time beneath the note, 1843. His hand trembled once as he finished the 3, leaving a slightly darker at the end of the line. When the ink dried, everything looked normal again. He closed the notebook more gently this time and left it on the table, exactly where it had been. Only then did he let the association settle fully, like closing a door around it. The handprint pressed inward on the northwest wall of Building 17. The name on the registry, never crossed out. The unconfirmed evacuation record. The line at the bottom of the page. Somewhere beyond his apartment walls, a block of warped architecture carried more floors than it should. Somewhere in that extra space, a door that hadn't always been there waited on a landing whose number didn't exist. Somewhere inside, something had pressed hard enough to leave a mark on concrete that wasn't finished hardening. Now, faintly, it was pressing somewhere else. He turned off the overhead light and left only the lamp on, softening the edges of the room. For a while, he sat on the couch with the television playing on mute, letting images move without sound. His eyes kept drifting toward the table, toward the closed notebook. Nothing shifted. The pen lay still beside it. The pages did not move. Eventually, fatigue passed through whatever tightness was left in his chest. He turned off the television, checked the lock twice without thinking about it, and went to bed. The last thought that followed him into sleep wasn't the stairwell or the unnumbered door. It was a single, fragile letter pressed too lightly into paper to be felt, visible only because he knew where to look and refused now to pretend it wasn't there. Chapter 16. The Echo That Didn't Return. Julian woke with a distinct impression that he hadn't slept in his own body. His limbs felt heavy in a way that didn't match exhaustion, more like they had spent hours adjusting to a room that had been subtly reshaping itself while he slept. The window blinds leaked a thin gray light, early morning or a late dawn that hadn't fully committed. For a few seconds, he simply lay still, letting the silence settle. It was the same silence as every morning, but it didn't feel the same. It felt aware, as if the absence of sound had been curated instead of natural. He rolled out of bed, showered, and forced himself through the motions of breakfast, though the coffee tasted flat and metallic on his tongue. He didn't walk to the table immediately. He resisted that pull, but the moment he did turn toward it, he felt a small shift behind his ribs, an involuntary tightening. The notebook lay where he had left it, centered, neat, untouched. He opened it with the same caution as the day before, as though the paper might exhale. The faint L remained, a little darker today, or perhaps he was imagining the contrast. It was still pressed into the fibers, not written, and still too precise to be accidental. He took a photo from the same angle as the previous nights, compared them, and closed the notebook again. If he stared any longer, he convinced himself it had deepened while he watched. Outside, the city felt cold but familiar. Cars moved, people walked. The air carried the smell of wet pavement. Normal life continued around him with a stubbornness he found comforting. He followed the same route to the municipal building, trying not to glance at shadows between buildings. He couldn't help feeling that the angles of certain alleys had shifted subtly since yesterday. But when he blinked and looked again, everything stood as it should. Nadia and Eliza were already in the 7th-floor office when he arrived. Morning light spilled across maps and printouts arranged with surgical precision. Eliza had drawn a new overlay of Building 17. Stairs, floors, unsupported vertical space. Nadia had a folder open but wasn't writing in it. She sat perfectly still, one hand on the edge of the file, as though anchoring the contents. "You sleep?" she asked without looking up. Julian said. "Notebook. Still progressing." Eliza let out a breath that wasn't quite a sigh. "You're getting development fast. Should I be concerned?" Julian asked. "When we get to that point," Nadia said, "I'll tell you directly." Eliza pointed at a printout. "We go horizontal today." The 7th-floor central corridor held before the evacuation. It had the most foot traffic. If anything is still aligned to human geometry, it's that one. Julian studied the map. Last time we tried a high corridor, the whole thing felt like it was breathing. That was a reflection space. Eliza said, "Not the main route. This is different." Nadia closed the folder. We'll approach through the East Service lift shaft. It's dead, but the maintenance ladder still runs to that floor. Assuming the floor is exactly where it was last time someone checked, Julian said. That, Nadia replied, is one of the things we're going to confirm. They left soon after, descending to the building with a quiet efficiency that Julian had come to recognize as their shared rhythm. There was a steadiness to the way they prepared, a kind of practiced caution that wasn't fear but respect, a learned understanding that Ashfall didn't punish panic. It punished presumption. At the perimeter, the guard looked like he hadn't slept. He flipped through his logbook, pages dog-eared and smudged with hurried handwriting. Weird activity last night, he said. Short bursts of motion on North Cluster. Nothing on playback. Not even a glitch. It's like something triggered the sensor, but refused to show up on screen. What times? Nadia asked. Between 2 and 4. 3 bursts. Height's signatures were, he hesitated, inconsistent. Inconsistent how? Julian asked. Some low, some not low, the guard said, unwilling to commit to the implication. Log everything. Don't try to interpret, Nadia said. Filtering it will only make you miss patterns. He nodded. They moved on. Crossing into Ashfall was always the same and never the same. Today the shift hit Julian even before he crossed the gate line. The air contracted subtly around his ears, dulling the world by a few degrees. The daylight dimmed ever so slightly, though clouds hadn't thickened. And the silence, he recognized now that it wasn't silence at all. It was an overwritten soundscape, something that muted itself so the underlying pattern could listen better. The main east access stood partially collapsed but navigable. The metallic smell that came from the exposed rebar hit harder the closer they got. The service corridor beyond the entrance felt narrower than it should have been, but not by much, just enough to make his shoulders tense. At the end, the maintenance ladder waited in the ruin of the elevator shaft. The first few rungs felt stable, cold metal stiff beneath their hands. Their steps echoed faintly upward, but the echo didn't behave properly. The delay grew shorter instead of longer as they climbed. By the 3rd floor level, Julian felt a faint pressure behind his sternum. A vibration like a taut wire being plucked, but too low to be sound. By the 6th floor, the sensation vanished completely. That's not the pattern it used yesterday. Eliza said from below. It changed the gradient, Nadia said. We don't assume anything is where we left it. They reached the 7th floor landing. The elevator threshold had been torn away years ago, but enough metal remained to allow them to step through. The corridor beyond greeted them with tall walls, muted light, and a stillness that felt built into the structure rather than imposed on it. Dust coated the floor, but it wasn't random. Something had brushed it repeatedly into long streaks, as if something thin had dragged across the tiles without fully touching. Julian walked behind Nadia, careful not to disturb the lines. The corridor extended far, disappearing around a soft angle that shouldn't have existed in a supposedly straight hall. The air felt denser here, pulsing and low, slow waves, a sensation like an exhalation too faint to hear, but strong enough to feel. This isn't in any of the older plans, Nadia murmured. Eliza tapped her device. The needle jittered in place. It's holding a frequency field, but not the same as the corridor behind the glass. More stable, more organized. Julian looked ahead and froze. Doorways on both sides leaned by fractions of a degree. One tilted inward, the next outward, the next straight before bending slightly at the top. It wasn't enough to be dramatic. It was enough to confuse depth, like viewing 2 overlapping photos that didn't align. It's misaligned in parallel, Julian whispered. In 2 geometries at once, Eliza added. Then the air changed. A soft resonance traveled down the corridor, not a hum, not the sustained tone from the stairwell, but something with shape, a delayed echo. It sounded like something falling, or stepping, a single footstep, but not in their corridor. Julian's breath tightened. Tell me someone dropped something. No one did, Nadia said. Another echo drifted through the air, sharper, closer but still distant in an impossible way. It carried a vertical quality, as though originating between floors. Then a third echo, this one slightly behind the others, staggered like a layer out of sync. Eliza inhaled slowly. It's not reflecting. It's originating. From where? Julian asked. She didn't answer. They walked further down the corridor, each step quiet, practiced. The parallel misalignments deepened. Door frames shifted as if breathing. The walls wavered slightly, not visibly, but in a way his equilibrium registered, an internal tilt. At the midpoint of the corridor, the pulse in the air intensified. Julian stopped moving, heart thudding against the rising pressure. The dust on the floor shifted softly, the streaks drawing tiny arcs inward, like fine hairs standing on skin. Something had moved through them, or something was preparing to. Another echo surfaced, louder now, closer. A step, unmistakably heavy. Julian swallowed. That's not on this floor. It's in the pattern of this floor, Nadia said softly, not the geometry. Eliza's meter spiked sharply. We need to leave. Now. There was no urgency in Nadia's movement, but she didn't hesitate. They withdrew with the same controlled pace they'd entered with, every step measured. The corridor felt like it was paying attention now. The pulsing shifted behind them, deepening, compressing the air slightly in a way that nudged the back of Julian's spine. At the elevator shaft, he allowed himself a single glance behind him. The corridor was empty, but the dust trails, the long parallel streaks that had been still on arrival, were curving inward now, slowly, faintly, as though brushed by something unseen that passed between them seconds too late to cast a shadow. Julian, Nadia said. He stepped onto the ladder. The descent blurred, rung after rung, until the bottom of the shaft welcomed them with its regular, static silence. The moment they stepped outside, the pressure in the air dissipated suddenly, like a bubble popping. Ashfall's general silence replaced the corridor's attention. Walking back to perimeter, the ambient quiet wrapped around them the way fog wraps around water, soft, neutral, indifferent. The buildings rose without breathing. The ground felt stable again. The sky hung heavy and pale. But Julian felt the echoes still reverberating in his chest. Not loud, not painful, just present. It matched his heartbeat, not in rhythm, but in placement, as if layered one notch deeper than the biological pulse. A structural echo, a resonance left behind. When they reached the fence and checked out with the guard, Julian realized something that made his hands go cold. The echo wasn't fading with distance from the district. It followed. Chapter 17. The corridor that waited to be remembered. Julian didn't remember walking home, but he remembered unlocking the door. His apartment greeted him with the same silence as always, that faint, muffled warmth of a lived-in space untouched by anything except him. For a moment he stood still in the narrow entrance, listening to his own breath settle, waiting for some sign that the echo in his chest had remained behind the fence. It hadn't. He felt it even now, quiet, steady, not in time with his pulse, but one shallow layer beneath it, like a muscle twitch he couldn't quite isolate. He rubbed a hand against his sternum, half expecting to feel a vibration beneath his fingers. Nothing, just the memory of it. He put down his bag, turned on the lamp near the couch, and moved toward the table almost reluctantly. The notebook lay exactly where he had left it that morning. It hadn't shifted. The pen hadn't rolled. The spine pointed in the same direction. He opened it expecting to see some new indentation waiting for him beneath the lamp's weak glow, something that had crept forward in the hours since he'd last looked. But the page was unchanged. The faint L in the lower margin sat quietly where it had been, no sharper, no deeper, no new line reaching toward it. He felt relief, then disappointment, then relief again. He wasn't sure which emotion concerned him more. He forced himself to sit, write a short note about the corridor, dust displacement, parallel misalignments, echo delay, the way the pressure in the air had tracked him through the hall. He wrote about the footstep that had sounded like a floor shifting in its own memory. He tried to describe the moment the dust had curled inward on itself without wind or movement. Words fell short. They always did. He closed the notebook, placed it exactly where it belonged, and left it alone. If it wanted to continue writing back, it would. For the rest of the evening, he tried to distract himself, put on music, made dinner he barely tasted, scrolled absent-mindedly through a feed of photographs other people had taken of places that didn't work when no one was looking. But his mind kept returning to the corridor on the 7th floor. Every time he blinked, he could still see the thresholds leaning in impossible parallel lines. Every time he inhaled, he half expected the corridor's pulse to sync with his breath. Near midnight, he gave up trying to fall asleep on the couch and went to bed. For a long time, he stared at the faint sliver of light under the bedroom door. It stayed still. No shadows passed. No shape stretched or moved. Eventually his eyes grew heavy and consciousness dipped, then folded, then slid away into the deep, humming dark of sleep. He dreamed of straight corridors that weren't straight, and of footsteps echoing down floors that didn't exist. He woke to sunlight he wasn't expecting, clear white, too bright for the hour his phone declared. His body felt stiff, like he'd slept in one position for too long. The echo beneath his ribs had dulled, but hadn't gone away. It pulsed faintly, like memory does when a real sensation has already passed. He forced himself to do everything slowly: shower, coffee, jacket, bag. He looked at the table only once before leaving. The notebook looked untouched. He didn't open it. That felt like progress. Outside, the city moved in its usual rhythms, though he noticed more small details now. The angle of the shadows between buildings, the slight dip in the pavement near the corner, the reflective glint on a window that seemed a fraction too sharp. Normal, he told himself. Ordinary geometry wasn't suspicious. Not yet. When he reached the 7th floor office, Nadia sat reading a set of papers he hadn't seen before. Eliza stood by the whiteboard, drawing something long and narrow, a corridor or the outline of a corridor, or maybe a representation of something that pretended to be a corridor. "Morning," Julian said. "Good." Nadia replied without looking up. "Sit." Eliza pointed at the drawing. "This is yesterday. Or rather, what yesterday pretended to be. Your descriptions match our readings. The 7th floor spine corridor is no longer a single space." Julian sat, leaning forward slightly. Two overlapping versions? Or one version trying to decide which geometry it wants? Eliza said, "Look here." She tapped the drawing. Doorways drifting inward and outward by fractions. Architecture breathing. But here, her pen circled far into the hall, the misalignment is directional, as if something was shaping the corridor from the inside out rather than from the outside in. "Meaning?" Julian asked. "Meaning the corridor you walked is not the primary one anymore," Eliza said. "It's the surface structure. The real one may be nested underneath it." Julian stiffened. "Like a shell?" "Like a memory of one," Nadia said, finally looking up from her papers. "Yesterday confirmed something that has been consistent in other districts." He felt a ripple of cold behind his neck. "Other districts?" Nadia held his gaze. "Ashfall isn't the only one of its kind. It's just the most stable, the most intact, and the one that's paying attention." The silence that followed was thick enough to feel. "What do we do today?" Julian asked finally. "We test the corridor again," Nadia said, "with a controlled deviation." Eliza turned to him with a pen still in hand. "We need to see whether the alignment shifts in response to repeated approach. Buildings like this, structures with memory, they adapt, they learn, they prefer patterns. If it recognized you yesterday, it may have changed the route overnight. And if it changed it too much," he asked, "then we leave," Nadia said. "We're not here to force openings, just to watch." The calmness with which she spoke didn't comfort him. The guard at the gate looked more unsettled than the day before. His thermos was empty, his eyes bloodshot. "You see anything weird?" Nadia asked. He laughed once, without humor. "Everything's weird. But yes, something." Motion on the feeds again at 3:22. But this time, he lowered his voice. "Not in the cluster. In the corridor on 7. Julian's chest tightened. "Movement." "Not movement exactly," the guard said. "A distortion. Like a shadow that wasn't connected to anything. Frame by frame. Just leaned to the hall for about 4 seconds. Then gone." "Did you save it?" Nadia asked. "Of course. We'll look later," she said. "Nothing leaves the system." The guard nodded like a man who had started believing rules of containment were more meaningful than rules of geometry. Ashfall greeted them with its familiar pressure, a muted contraction of air that made Julian's ears pop softly before the sound settled. They moved toward the east access, the same route as yesterday, though the ground felt rougher beneath their feet. The cracks in the pavement shifted by a few centimeters from where he remembered them. It wasn't dramatic, just wrong. The service corridor felt different too. The air carried a faint metallic sharpness he didn't remember. The shaft of the elevator seemed narrower than yesterday, not visibly, but his shoulders brushed the frame in a way they hadn't before. He climbed the ladder with more caution, feeling each rung as a separate thought rather than a movement. The seventh floor opening waited above, a dark rectangle cut out of the world. He stepped through it, and the corridor beyond waited for him. Not the way a hallway waits for someone to walk its length, but the way a question waits for an answer. The dust on the floor had changed. The long streaks that had been drawn by something thin were now arcing subtly inward toward the center of the corridor, like lines of force bending toward a point. Julian knelt to look at them more closely. The arcs were consistent, each curve shaped by a movement that had passed through them. Not wind, not footsteps, something directional. Eliza whispered behind him, "It's responding." Nadia stepped closer to the first doorway. The frames have shifted again. They had. The tilt was slightly more pronounced than the day before. The corridor still looked straight if you glanced quickly, but the moment you focused, the geometry betrayed itself. Depth flickered, angles bent. Vertical lines weren't perfectly vertical. Julian felt the echo in his chest quicken once, like it was anticipating something. He stepped forward. The corridor didn't pulse as it had yesterday. Instead, it hummed faintly. Not a tone, not the structural resonance in the stairwell, but something softer, almost like breath drawn through a long, sealed space. The dust in the distance lifted slightly as if stirred by a presence he could not see. Eliza tapped her device. Flux is higher today. Much higher. Nadia looked straight down the hall. "Julian, describe what you see." He swallowed. "It's trying to line itself up, but it keeps choosing the wrong version of straight." He pointed at a door frame leaning a few centimeters inward. "If I squint, it's correct for a moment. Then it slides back." "You're seeing the overlap," Eliza said. Two spatial memories trying to reconcile. The echo in Julian's chest vibrated once more. Nadia's voice lowered. "Julian, does it feel like yesterday?" "No," he said immediately. "Yesterday I felt like we were entering a place. Today I feel like we're expected." The word slipped out before he realized what he was saying. Eliza turned sharply toward him. "Expected by what?" "I don't know," he said, "but it feels like the corridor is listening." The air thickened. The dust shifted. Then, from somewhere deep inside the structure, far beyond walls he could see, a single, heavy footstep echoed. Not like yesterday. Not delayed. Not distant. Real. Present. Near. The dust on the floor curled inward sharply, as though pulled by a sudden breath. Eliza stepped back immediately. "We're leaving." Nadia didn't argue. They moved with precision, not speed, retracing their steps without breaking formation. The corridor continued to shift behind them, aligning for fragments of a second before slipping again. The echo of the footstep didn't repeat, but its weight lingered in the air long after silence returned. By the time they reached the elevator shaft, Julian felt the echo in his chest pulsing faster, syncing almost perfectly with his heartbeat. He grabbed the ladder and started down, breathing tightly through his teeth. The sensation didn't fade. If anything, it strengthened. They reached the ground. The outside air hit him with unexpected force. But even as the district receded behind them, the echo stayed exactly where it had been, not fading, not diminishing, not losing intensity as distance grew. It had followed him again, but this time something new accompanied it, a faint, fragile sensation beneath the echo, like the imprint of a second footstep waiting just beneath his memory, like something reaching to the corridor's shifting geometry and touching the rhythm of his pulse. Nadia walked ahead without looking back. Eliza kept glancing at him, as if measuring the distance between him and whatever he had brought out. Julian didn't speak. He didn't need to. He already knew the corridor remembered him. Chapter 18. The Thread That Tried to Pull Back. Julian left the district without speaking. Nadia and Eliza walked beside him, silent in a way that wasn't tension but focus, both replaying the corridor, the dust arcs, the echo that hadn't belonged to any of them. When they reached the perimeter, Julian signed out almost mechanically, barely hearing the guard subdued, "Rough one," as he handed back the visitor tag. He only nodded, unable to describe anything in a way that wouldn't sound like he was trying to convince himself first. Outside the fence, the air felt lighter but not freer. It had weight without pressure, like stepping from a dark room into one filled with overcast daylight. He walked ahead of the others, needing distance, needing to feel his own breath again without that faint pull in his chest that kept trying to sink itself to something he didn't want to acknowledge. He didn't remember which streets he crossed. Cars passed him in smooth lines, their reflections sliding across windows that looked normal. No warping, no bending, no shadow deepening at the wrong angle. A cyclist rushed past him, wind catching the edges of the jacket, and Julian flinched for a moment as though expecting an echo of the motion behind him. Nothing came, just a faint, steady hum of the city. His phone vibrated once. A message from an unknown number. "Your images from last month are ready. Pick up anytime." It took him a few seconds to even connect it to a print shop he occasionally used. For a moment, he stared at the screen as if it belonged to someone else's life. Then he turned it off and pocketed it. His own life felt like something that had been paused days ago and never unpaused. When he reached his apartment building, he hesitated at the entrance. The echo under his sternum had softened, but it hadn't left. It pulsed faintly, almost gently, like a reminder. He made his way up the stairs slowly, hand brushing the railing for balance he didn't actually need. On the third-floor landing, he paused, feeling the faint shift of air from outside through a half-open window. Normal. Cool. No vibration beneath it. He unlocked his door, pushed it open, and stood still for 2 full breaths. No shift, no sound, no wrongness. The apartment looked exactly as he left it. Quiet, contained, real. He dropped his bag onto the chair and sat down at the table before he could talk himself into avoiding it. The notebook lay there, centered, waiting. He rested his hands on the cover for a moment, feeling the faint warmth of the lamp above it. Then he opened it. The faint L remained. Still shallow, still pressed, still wrong. It hadn't grown, but it hadn't faded either. It existed independently of him, like it didn't need to deepen until the district decided it should. He wrote down the time of exit from the district, the details of the corridor, parallel misalignment of thresholds, dust arcs shifting inward, the echo that had matched the rhythm of a floor rather than footsteps. He described how the air behind them had felt heavier the moment he looked back, something in the corridor adjusting itself after their presence. When he finished, he closed the notebook and set it aside. He tried to settle. It didn't work. He walked into the kitchen, filled a glass of water, drank half of it in one go, and leaned against the counter, feeling the echo under his ribs pulse once in response to the brief stillness. He hated how quickly it responded, how alive it seemed, as though it had more patience than he did. He put on his jacket again and left the apartment. He walked without direction, letting the city move around him. The afternoon light had shifted into late-day gray, the kind that made reflections sharper than surfaces. He passed a bookstore with a display of crime novels, a dry cleaner with his fluorescent tube flickering rhythmically, a cafe that smelled of cinnamon and burnt espresso. He crossed to the park without thinking, drawn by the open space, the promise of air that wasn't confined by walls or scraping concrete. The park was mostly empty, just 2 people walking dogs near the path and a woman sitting on a bench reading, her hair blown by the breeze. The air was cooler here. Trees bent gently, branches shifting with soft cracking sounds. The echo in his chest pulsed once, soft but noticeable. He slowed but didn't stop. Halfway down the path, he felt it change, not intensify. Shift. It no longer pulsed with his heartbeat or its own rhythm. It pulsed in response to something external, something distant. He stopped walking and turned slightly, scanning the park. No distortion, no figure, nothing out of place. But the echo pulsed again, the sensation almost like someone tapping on the inside of his sternum. Once pause, twice. A pattern, or an imitation of one. He closed his eyes for a moment, steadying his breathing. "Not here," he whispered, though he had no idea who he thought he was addressing. When he opened his eyes again, a leaf drifted down from a nearby tree, spinning in the wind. He watched it until it settled on the ground, and the echo eased. He walked home faster. The city grew darker as he moved. A street lamp flickered on ahead of him, casting a cone of white light over the wet pavement. Cars drove by with a steady whoosh. He turned a corner and paused again, feeling briefly as though someone had brushed past him, not gently, but the way air moved when someone passed behind you on a narrow sidewalk. He spun, expecting to see someone close. No one was there, just the quiet of early evening settling into the buildings. The echo pulsed again, low, softer now, but still present, back in his apartment. He shut the door more forcefully than necessary and locked it. He paced the living room once, twice, then stopped in front of the table. The notebook lay there, unchanged. He didn't touch it yet. Instead, he turned on the lamp and sat on the edge of the couch, letting the light spill across the floor in a warm wash that pushed back the grayness from outside. His phone buzzed again. This time, Nadia. 1741. Come earlier tomorrow. Something's changed. Bring the notebook. He stared at the message long enough that the screen dimmed and relit before he responded. What changed? Her reply came seconds later. Hard to summarize. Need to show you. Don't open the notebook. Until then, unless something forces you to. He read it twice, then looked at the table. Something forces you to. The phrasing wasn't casual. It wasn't one of Nadia's cryptic attempts at sparing him details. It was a warning, plain and direct. He opened the notebook anyway. He had to. The page looked the same at first. His own handwriting filled the upper half. The faint L remained near the bottom, but in the margin beside the L, so faint he almost missed it, another indentation had appeared. Not a line, not a letter. A curved shape, shallow but intentional, like the beginning of a second stroke made by a hand that didn't need his permission. He angled the lamp lower. The shape appeared more clearly, just the beginning of an arc, not toward the L, away from it, as if whatever was forming didn't care about matching his expectation. He closed the notebook and pressed the heel of his hand against his forehead until the pressure eased. His breath came shallow for a few seconds. When he looked up again, the lamplight gave the cover a soft glow, making the faint marks beneath feel deeper, sharper, more certain. He put the notebook back in the center of the table and stepped away from it, as though distance could dull what it represented. In the hallway outside, someone's footsteps echoed faintly on the stairwell, the familiar thump of a neighbor heading up or down. He froze, listening. The sound faded, then stopped, but the echo in his chest, his own echo, pulsed once more, as though acknowledging the noise, as though comparing it. He turned off the living room light and walked toward the bedroom, leaving the notebook in the dimness behind him. Before he closed the door, he looked once more at the table. Nothing moved, but the air in the room felt slightly heavier, like the moment after a question is asked and the answer is not yet formed. He lay down, staring at the faint light under the bedroom door, the echo under his ribs waiting, steady and patient, as though something on the 7th floor building 17 had taken one small step closer. Tomorrow, he would bring the notebook to Nadia. Tomorrow, he would see what had changed. And tomorrow, the district would not forget him. It wasn't done pulling. Chapter 19. The room that wasn't on any floor. Julian woke before the alarm, not because he'd slept well, but because something in his body had decided morning was the safest direction to move toward. The room looked unchanged, but the faint echo under his sternum, the one that had followed him out the corridor, pulsed in a way that didn't match anything biological. He sat up slowly, letting the dim light from the blinds shape the outlines of his furniture, breathing through a tightness he couldn't shake. For a moment he waited for another pulse of pressure from inside his ribs, but none came. The silence left behind felt unnatural, like a breath held by someone else. He showered, dressed, and paused before picking up the notebook. Nadia had told him not to open it unless something forced him. He hesitated, weighing whether the faint dread in the room counted as a something. It didn't, or he didn't want it to. He slipped the notebook gently into his bag, making sure it stayed upright, and left the apartment before he could talk himself into checking the page again. Outside, the city was wrapped in a pale morning frost. Sidewalks glittered faintly. Car roofs breathed white plumes, and people walked briskly under scarves and hoods. Everything felt grounded in gravity, in weather, in human rhythm. And yet Julian couldn't shake the sense that the normal morning carried a thin layer of static underneath it, barely perceptible but present, as if the world itself had listened to what it brought out of the district. By the time he reached the municipal building, the light had sharpened through the clouds, turning the windows into long sheets of reflection. He stepped inside and took the elevator to the 7th floor, where the hum of fluorescent lights overhead felt oddly reassuring. The office door was already open. Nadia stood near the table with a stack of files in her hands. Eliza sat in front of her laptop, glasses low on her nose as she zoomed into a grainy still image on her screen. "Morning," Julian said. "You brought the notebook?" Nadia asked. He nodded and set his bag on the chair beside him. "Good," she said. "We need it." There was something in her tone, controlled, steady, but edged with hesitation, that made Julian straighten. "What happened?" Eliza cleared her throat. "We reviewed the footage from last night. The guard flagged a distortion in the same corridor we visited." Julian felt the echo in his chest pulse once. Eliza turned the laptop toward him. A freeze frame filled the screen. The 7th floor corridor, empty, dust undisturbed, the long line of doorways leaning just slightly in their unnatural configuration. But in the center of the frame, near the point where the corridor curved subtly, something hovered. A smear of shadow, a shape barely discernible. At first glance it looked like a camera artifact, a trick of lighting. But Julian stared at it for longer than a second, and the shape grew more definite. Not human, not clear, not solid. A faint impression, as though something thin had stood between the camera and the far wall, and the camera had caught only part of its outline. "It moved?" Julian asked quietly. "Yes," Eliza said. 7 frames, each one a little closer to the camera. Then it vanished. "And the dust?" he asked. "Shifted," Nadia replied. "Not by much. Just enough to confirm it wasn't a glitch." Julian swallowed once. "And you think it's what we heard yesterday?" "I think it's something nested in that floor," Nadia said, "and that it's testing the outer corridor now. But that's not the part that concerns me." She picked up a folder and laid it on the table. Inside were 3 printed pages, screenshots of the corridor from months earlier, before Julian had ever entered the district. The alignment of the door frames was different, subtle but different. The corridor wasn't breathing yet. It hadn't begun shifting. Whatever had changed recently. "This pattern," Nadia said, tapping the printout, "didn't exist 6 months ago. The corridor was stable then. Abandoned, but stable. What we saw yesterday, what you felt, it's new. Something altered the corridor geometry from the inside. That means the district is rearranging itself more rapidly than before." Julian rubbed the bridge of his nose. "And you think I'm connected to it?" Nadia didn't answer immediately. Eliza closed her laptop gently, her expression tight but not surprised. "We don't know what you are to it yet," Nadia said. "But there's a correlation we can't ignore." Julian waited for her to elaborate. She didn't, not directly. Instead, she nodded toward his bag. "Open a notebook." He hesitated for a heartbeat, then reached for it. The notebook felt slightly colder than when he had slipped it inside. He opened it to the marked page. The faint L stared back at him. And next to it, the second indentation, the one that had barely formed last night, was deeper now, more pronounced, no longer an anonymous curve. It had sharpened into a diagonal mark, a beginning of something, not a random scratch, not a smudge, a stroke. Nadia leaned closer, eyes narrowing. "How long since you last saw it?" "Last night," Julian said. "It wasn't that deep, and there wasn't," he hesitated. "That angle wasn't correct yet." Eliza leaned over his shoulder. "It's forming a second letter." "Or 2 pieces of the same one," Nadia said. Julian stared at the marks, a faint nausea coiling in his stomach. The indentations didn't match his handwriting. They didn't match anything human. They looked pressed from the inside of the page outward, like pressure applied from beneath the paper, not above. He wanted to close the notebook, but didn't. "Julian," Nadia said quietly, "there's something else you need to see." She reached into her folder and pulled out a fourth printout, grainy, enlarged, taken from a camera near the stairwell of the annex. The timestamp showed early that morning before dawn. The frame held an empty landing, a door frame, a patch of wall, part of the stairwell railing. But on the wall opposite the camera, faint but unmistakable, an indentation spread across the concrete, a shallow mark the size of a hand. The shape was small, narrow, fingers splayed. A handprint. Julian's breath left him. "That wasn't there yesterday," Eliza said. "We checked." Nadia placed a printout beside his notebook, aligning the faint L with the handprint in eerie symmetry. "It's the same orientation," she said. "The angles match, as if whatever pressed that mark in Building 17 is pressing through your notebook." Julian's stomach tightened. "It's not possible." "It is," Nadia said softly. "In Ashfall it always is." He closed the notebook slowly, hands trembling now despite his effort to stop them. The echo under his sternum pulsed in response to the sight of the handprint, once, twice, in steady rhythm, as if something inside the building had heard him. He looked between the two women. "What do we do?" Nadia exhaled. "We need to go back in." "Why?" Julian whispered. "Because the district is no longer shifting on its own," she said. "It's responding to something or someone, and it's leaving messages now in concrete and in your notebook." Eliza's expression darkened. "And that means it wants to be remembered or recognized." Julian swallowed hard. "Recognized by who?" Nadia didn't look away from him. "You already know." Her meaning was clear. Building 17 wasn't shifting for the city, or for the researchers, or for memory. It was shifting for him, and the corridor on the 7th floor was only the beginning. Chapter 20. The hallway that waited for an answer. Julian didn't remember standing. One moment he was staring at the handprint in the printout, the faint spread of small fingers pressed into the concrete, exactly the way they had been pressed into the corner of his notebook. The next moment he was upright, the chair pushed back from the table, as though he'd moved too quickly to realize he'd moved at all. The office felt smaller, its walls closer, the fluorescent hum sharper. The echo under his sternum pulsed once, and for a moment he felt nauseous, as if the air were tilting. Nadia set the printouts aside with a deliberate calm he recognized as a form of control. "We need to understand what version of the district is active today, and what version is active in you." Julian swallowed. "I'm not." "You're part of the pattern," she said quietly, "whether you like it or not." Eliza didn't speak. She watched him carefully, the way she would inspect a stress fracture forming in steel. Waited to see how it extended, what direction it wanted to grow. It wasn't coldness. It was calculation mixed with worry. Something in her gaze softened for a moment. Then she looked down at her notes. The silence stretched. Finally Nadia stood. "We go in. Now." Julian felt his throat tighten. "You're sure it's today?" "If we wait," she said, "the district will keep rearranging itself without us. And the longer it shifts unobserved, the harder it becomes to learn anything from the changes." Eliza closed her laptop. "And if it shifted because of him, waiting won't make it change back." Julian hesitated only a second longer before nodding. The decision had already been made by the marks in his notebook the moment they appeared. He slipped the notebook back inside his bag, feeling the weight of it shift against the fabric, and followed the two women out of the office. The elevator ride felt too quick. By the time the doors opened, Julian's body had already prepared itself for the echo of Ashfall's silence, the way the district's air pressed subtly against the lungs. Outside, the sky had flattened into a thin sheet of pale gray. Clouds stretched far too evenly across the horizon for the season. The guard at the gate looked tense, eyes ringed with fatigue. "You're going back already?" he asked. "Logs," Nadia said. The guard pushed the notebook toward her. 2 more motion flags. Same corridor. One at 5:23. One at 6. No heat signature this time. Just shape. Shape? Julian asked quietly. The guard hesitated. Not humanoid exactly, but not static either. Something between frames again. Hard outline. Thin. Eliza flipped the log open. Thin is worse than human, she muttered. Nadia returned the notebook. No perimeter deviations? None. Everything outside the cluster is dead quiet. No, Julian said before he could stop himself. Not dead. Waiting. All three looked at him. The guard's face paled slightly. Nadia spoke first. We go. The gate opened, metal groaning softly. As they stepped inside, the shift in the air hit Julian with more immediacy than usual. It wasn't a sharp press of geometry closing in. It was a subtle compression, like stepping into a room that had been holding its breath since yesterday. The ground underfoot felt slightly uneven, though he couldn't see any changes with his eyes. The buildings loomed with their usual gray indifference, but something about them felt altered, less crumbling, more focused, as if the district had pulled his attention inward to a single point. He felt that point in his chest. Nadia guided them along a different route this time. Not toward the annex, not toward any known access points, but through a narrow alley between two buildings that he didn't remember from any of the maps. A thin vein of space, long and quiet, broken by shadows that didn't seem to belong to anything overhead. Eliza, Nadia said without looking back. Tell him. Eliza stepped up beside Julian. Building 17 has a sublevel that wasn't on the original blueprints. They found references to it 15 years ago during an audit, but it was dismissed as a clerical error. No such level exists on the outer structure. Julian felt his mouth dry. But it does exist. Oh, it exists, Eliza said. It's just not attached to anything you can reach from outside. Nadia continued forward, boots scraping the dusty pavement. We're going to look for its anchor point. Julian frowned. Anchor point. The place where the memory of the level touches the real building. Nadia said, every false level leaves a seam. You saw it in the stairwell. Julian did remember. The unnumbered door. The too many floors, the pressure in the air, the hum behind the walls. The echo under his sternum pulsed again. They reached the northern cluster, where building 17 rose above them in broken slabs and collapsed angles. Its fractured spine looked sharper today, the shadows beneath the upper floors darker, deeper. For a moment Julian felt the sensation that the building had leaned closer, like a tall figure bending to observe something, or someone. Nadia stopped at the base of the structure. This is where Marin recorded his last stable footage. Julian looked up. He could almost see the faint glow of the third-floor window from his memory, the same place he had first spotted a light months ago in the distance. Where do we start? He asked. Nadia pointed at a section of wall near the northwest corner. Dark, smooth concrete that didn't match the older, cracked surface around it. There. Julian's breath hitched. He didn't need her to explain. He already recognized it. The handprint. They approached slowly. The indentation was faint but unmistakable. Pressed inward, palm small, fingers narrow, the spacing delicate. The same size as the one in the photo. The same angle. The same orientation as the L and the new mark forming in his notebook. Julian crouched without being asked, running his fingers just above the surface without touching it. The concrete around the print looked as if it set around the shape, rather than the shape being added later. How old is it? He whispered. Eliza exhaled sharply. Impossible to tell. Could be hours. Could be years. It's neither, Nadia said. It's now. It's forming now. The air around them shifted. The echo in Julian's chest pulsed. 2 quick beats, then one deep one. A rhythm. The dust at his feet trembled slightly. Nadia, Eliza murmured. The air pressure. I feel it, Nadia said. Back up, slowly. Julian stood, but the echo pulsed again before he could take a full step. Something moved behind the concrete. A vibration, not sound, not motion, but the suggestion of a shape pressing from the other side of the wall. The handprint deepened by a fraction. So faintly Julian almost doubted it, until Eliza's sharp intake of breath confirmed she'd seen it too. A second set of fingers pressed beside it. Smaller, lower. Nadia grabbed Julian's arm, steadying him. Don't move. He didn't. The second handprint held for a moment. then retreated, the concrete relaxing minutely as the shape behind it withdrew. Silence thickened, and then, deep inside the building, something shifted. Not a footstep, not an echo, something structural, a room breathing. Julian felt his chest seize, the echo inside him aligning for a split second with something vast and slow beneath the foundation. A pressure moved under his ribs, expanding outward, as though the district had exhaled through him. He staggered, catching himself on the wall. Julian. Eliza moved toward him. He lifted a hand. Wait! Nadia watched him carefully. What are you feeling? He pressed a palm against his sternum. A direction. Eliza's eyebrows shot up. A what? A direction, he repeated. It's pointing me somewhere. Nadia narrowed her eyes. Where? Julian turned slowly, letting the pull guide him. He walked along the side of the building, every step aligning with the faint pressure beneath his ribs. The echo grew sharper as he moved, like a compass vibrated lightly when pointed the right way. He stopped at a section of wall partially hidden behind fallen debris. Just concrete and shadows at first glance. Nothing remarkable. But as he stood there, the echoes settled. This, he whispered. It's here. Nadia stepped beside him. There's nothing here. Julian stared at the surface, feeling the faint hum beneath the structure. There's a door. Eliza shook her head. There has never been a door here. Not in the real building. Julian said softly. In the other one. Nadia touched the concrete lightly. The sublevel. And as she said it, the air in front of the wall thickened, so subtly that Julian wondered if he was imagining it. But then he saw it. A faint ripple, as if heat distortion had passed over the concrete. The proportions shifted for a fraction of a second before stabilizing again. Julian felt the echo press against his chest, urging him forward, urging the surface to align. Nadia stepped between him and the wall. Not today. We're not opening anything until we understand the pattern. He nodded numbly, though every part of him felt the pull. The echo, the notebook, the corridor, the handprints, the direction. The district wanted something. And for the first time, standing at the invisible door to a room that didn't exist, Julian understood that what it wanted wasn't to be opened. It wanted to be answered. Chapter 21. The Scene Beneath the Streets. Gray Line City looked as if it had been scraped thin overnight. Not changed, not damaged, just stretched a little too far, the way an old photograph loses sharpness at the edges. The river mist clung low along the avenues, catching the early lights from the tram cables and turning them into pale halos that drifted above the asphalt. The air tasted colder, metallic, restless. Julian felt it before he registered any visual difference. The echo beneath the sternum pulsed once, a soft internal thud that matched nothing in his breathing pattern. It had begun doing that more often lately, responding to stimuli he couldn't identify, reacting to shifts he hadn't seen, aligning to something only the district seemed capable of sensing. He pulled his jacket tighter as he crossed Grand Street and let the city swallow him in its slow, unspooling morning. Inside the municipal building, the heat hit him with a heavy artificial warmth. The lobby looked normal enough. Polished floors, potted plants, security desk, the same pale overhead lights. But Julian felt the familiarity, like a thin membrane overlaying something deeper. When he walked past a reflection on the floor, his silhouette elongated for one impossible second, the shape cutting at the wrong angle across the tiles. He blinked hard, and it snapped back into place. He didn't stop. He didn't want to give his mind the chance to fixate. The elevator ride to the 7th floor felt slower than usual. When the doors opened, Nadia was already waiting in the corridor, arms crossed, eyes fixed on a point midair. She didn't turn fully at his approach. She only shifted her gaze slightly, which somehow made her expression seem sharper, as though she were studying something behind him. "You're early," she said. "So are you," Julian replied. "Eliza hasn't slept. She's inside." Julian followed her into the office. Eliza was at her usual place, though her posture lacked its usual stiff control. She was leaning closer to the laptop screen than normal, glasses pushed low on her nose. Rows of shifting data flickered in uneven waves across the display. When she finally looked up, Julian saw the fatigue in her face. yet her eyes held a brittle alertness that made him uneasy. "We found something," she said. "Where?" Julian asked. Eliza hesitated, just long enough to deepen the silence, before answering. "Below the district." Nadia placed a thin folder on the table and opened it. Julian leaned in. The first pages were satellite overlays of Gray Line's infrastructure. The next were layers of municipal blueprints he vaguely recognized: abandoned tunnels, rerouted water lines, old maintenance passages. But beneath the mess of technical lines and scanner readings, one section stood out immediately: a dark, narrow band directly beneath the heart of Ashfall District, an irregular black-shaped wedge between two layers of concrete and earth. A seam. "Ashfall isn't just warping upward," Nadia said. "Something is changing underneath." Julian felt the echo beneath his ribs pulse again, deeper this time. "How long has this been there?" Eliza zoomed the image in. 6 months at least. Possibly longer. "We thought it was a data artifact at first. But it's not. It's organic." "Organic how?" "Not biologically," Eliza corrected quickly. "Structurally. Like a memory the building is trying to recreate. Or hide." Julian swallowed. "A memory of what?" "That's what we're going to find out," Nadia said. The office felt smaller. Julian didn't consciously reach for the notebook. His hand had moved on its own. He placed it on the table. The cover closed, the pressure of its weight strangely grounding. Nadia glanced at it, then at him. "You brought it." "You told me to." "And you haven't opened it?" Julian hesitated, just for a second. "Not since last night." "Good." Nadia's voice softened only slightly. "We'll need it." Before Julian could ask what that meant, Eliza closed her laptop with more force than necessary. "We need to go. The readings shifted again an hour ago. The seam is widening. Whatever is beneath the district is responding to something above." Julian almost didn't ask the next question. "Responding to me?" Nadia met his eyes. "I don't think Ashfall ever does anything randomly." The room felt colder. Julian tried to take a deeper breath, but it caught halfway. His fingers brushed the notebook spine, grounding himself to the familiar texture of worn cardboard. He didn't want to look inside it. Not here, not now. And Nadia seemed to understand, stepping back from the table with a nod. "We're going down into the seam," she said. "Today." Gray Line's eastern fringe always felt like the last part of the city to remember it was alive. Old factories stretched toward the river in long concrete carcasses, their windows blind, their walls crusted with layers of graffiti. The wind carried the scent of steel and silt, mixing with the faint electrical hum from the power substation further down the slope. Nadia led the way with steady confidence, Eliza at her side scanning the air with a small handheld device that pulsed with jittering green lights. Julian walked a step behind them, the echo under his sternum, now a slow, rhythmic pressure guiding each step. They passed a rusted fence that bordered the service wing, slipping beneath a collapsed beam that had partially sealed the side entrance years before. The interior corridor smelled of damp stone and stagnant water. Their flashlight beams cut through the dark, bouncing off metal panels and exposed wiring. Each step echoed strangely, not outward, not upward, but inward, swallowed by the walls. The stairwell appeared at the end of a narrow corridor, half hidden by shadows. Nadia stopped at the top of the stairs and turned her flashlight downward, illuminating a steep descent coated in moisture. "This wasn't stable last year," Eliza murmured. "It doesn't need to be stable," Nadia replied. "It only needs to hold." They descended slowly. The air thickened as they moved deeper, pressing lightly against their ears like a faint shift in altitude. The echo in Julian's chest adjusted to the descent. He didn't like how natural that adjustment felt. At the bottom, they emerged into a wide maintenance chamber. Rusted pipes lined the walls. The floor was covered in silt and broken tiles. But across from them, illuminated by Nadia's flashlight, stood a section of wall that didn't belong. Its concrete was smooth, untouched, seamless. Julian took a breath and stepped closer. "Do you see it?" Nadia asked. He nodded before he understood why. The wall looked solid, but the longer he stared, the more he saw the subtle curve etched into its surface. A faint indentation, a line that had not been scratched or carved but pressed gently, insistently, from the other side, the beginning of a shape, the beginning of the same shape forming in his notebook. Julian reached out without thinking. His fingertips hovered just above the surface. "Don't touch it," Eliza whispered sharply. But Julian already felt it. Through the air, through the concrete, a warmth behind the wall. Not temperature, pressure, a presence, and then the wall pressed back. He recoiled with short, involuntary breath. Eliza's device spiked violently. Nadia moved aside, steadying him even though he hadn't lost balance. "What did you feel?" she asked quietly. Julian swallowed hard. Something was there, right behind the surface. Something, Eliza repeated. Or someone. He couldn't answer. His throat felt tight. Then it happened. Another indentation, small, narrow, pressed into the wall beside the first. A hand, or the memory of one. Not human in size. Not quite childlike either. Something thinner, more deliberate. Julian fell silent. Eliza whispered, "It's interacting with him." "No," Nadia said. "It's aligning with him." The air vibrated softly. Something deep beneath the floor shifted, not a sound, but the suggestion of one, like a massive shape turning in its sleep beneath the earth. The concrete wall breathed. Julian stumbled back, one hand pressed against his chest as the echoes surged violently inside him. His vision blurred for half a second. A cold line of sweat trickled down his spine. "Eliza," Nadia said. "Reading." Pressure spike. Field distortion. We're standing on an active threshold. The wall darkened at its center. A vertical line appeared, thin, clean, deliberate. Then another parallel to it. Not cracks, not fractures. A doorway, forming itself out of memory. Julian's breathing slowed, without his consent. Something about the symmetry of the lines, the faint shift in the air, made his chest feel hollow. "This isn't natural," Eliza whispered. "It's not structural either," Nadia said. "It's purposeful." The doorway deepened. Dust trickled upward instead of down. Light warped at the edges of the frame, bending in a way no physical space should allow. Julian stepped forward, shaking. "Julian," Nadia warned, voice sharp. He ignored her. Something inside him, inside the echo itself, was pulling him toward the seam. The pressure under his sternum wasn't pain anymore. It was recognition. The doorway wasn't opening for the district. It wasn't opening for the city. It wasn't opening for Nadia or Eliza. It was opening because he was there. He knew it in the same way he knew his own breath. The seam shifted, inhaling softly. A whisper of cold air slipped out as if welcoming him. Nadia grabbed his arm. "Don't move." Julian's voice was barely audible. "It knows me." Eliza's whisper trembled. "That's not possible." Nadia didn't look away from the doorway. In Ashfall, anything is possible. The doorway's lines brightened, just slightly, just enough to confirm intention. Something pressed once more against the concrete, deeper than before, as if knocking from inside a forgotten room buried beneath the district. Julian felt the echo match it perfectly. And in that moment, with the seam breathing and the concrete pulsing faintly under an unseen hand, Julian finally understood. This wasn't a threshold. It was an invitation. And the district wasn't waiting for them. It was waiting for him. Chapter 22. The Echo Under the Concrete. The doorway in the wall did not move again. It didn't open, didn't crumble, didn't react physically to their presence after the last pulse of pressure. But Julian felt it. Felt the way the air inside the maintenance chamber shifted, the way the concrete surface held its breath like something on the other side was waiting for permission to continue. He stepped back finally, lungs tight, hands shaking even though he tried to hide it. Nadia watched him carefully, not with fear, but with an intensity that bordered on calculation, like she was studying the pattern of a fault line forming under a city bridge, and weighing exactly how close she could stand before the collapse. Eliza's device emitted a thin, wavering tone, the readings jumping erratically. "It's stabilizing," she whispered, but not in a neutral state. "It's stabilizing around him." Julian didn't want to hear that, but he knew she was right. The echo beneath his sternum, once faint, once a strange pressure he could pretend away, had aligned itself to the seam a few minutes earlier, and now it simply waited, no longer pulling but hovering like a question half-asked. He pressed a palm to his chest and closed his eyes, but the pressure didn't fade. It deepened, not painfully but insistently, as if marking its presence into him. Nadia stepped forward and placed a hand on the wall near the vertical line. "It's not opening further," she said quietly. It reacted to Julian, only to him. But it won't continue without something else. Julian forced his eyes open. Something else like what? She shook her head. "We don't know yet." Eliza crouched near the base of the seam. The dust there had rearranged itself in a pattern too symmetrical to be accidental. Two arcs bending inward, almost like fine lines drawn by invisible fingertips. She brushed her gloved hand above them, without making contact. "It's shaping toward a specific geometry," Eliza said. "Not random, not distortion. Memory," Nadia said softly. Julian swallowed hard. "Memory of what?" "Of a room," Nadia answered. "Or of a person. Or of a moment the building refuses to let go of." He didn't respond. He didn't know how to. The three of them stood in silence for several seconds, the air thickening around them. The fluorescent bulb above flickered once, then steadied. Julian's pulse thudded against the echo, creating a rhythm that felt like two separate heartbeats pressing close together without syncing. Finally, Nadia stepped back from the wall. "We need more data. This is too new, too deliberate." Eliza rose, brushing dust off her gloves. "We have to return with more equipment. And with more understanding," Nadia added, looking directly at Julian. "We'll analyze the imprint in your notebook again. Compare it to this. See how the patterns evolve." Julian nodded numbly, though part of him wanted to stay, wanted to wait for the seam to move again. But another part, a deeper instinct, told him leaving now was the only way to keep the threshold from finishing whatever it had started. They exited the maintenance chamber carefully. As soon as Julian stepped onto the first stair, the echo in his ribs changed. It tightened, as if pulled backward by a faint invisible thread. He exhaled shakily, resisting the urge to turn around. Eliza kept glancing back at him. "Do you feel anything?" He took one more step upward before answering. "It's trying to not pull me exactly. It wants orientation. It wants me to stay aligned to it." "Aligned," Eliza repeated. "Not followed." "Yes." Nadia paused 2 steps ahead of him. "It's mapping you." Julian's breath caught in his throat. "What does that mean?" "It means," Nadia said softly, "that whatever's behind that wall needs your position in order to keep forming." When they reached the surface, the contrast between the underground suffocation and the cold gray line air hit Julian like a physical shock. The sky had darkened, heavy clouds gathered in a way that felt too symmetrical, too layered, like a reflection of the district's internal architecture projected outward. The industrial yard hummed with distant machinery, but everything felt muted, as though the world had thickened. They walked in silence until they reached the old service lane, where sunlight filtered weakly through the steel girders. Only then did Nadia speak again. "We need to return to the office," she said. Immediately, Julian opened his mouth to ask why. But before he could say anything, Eliza stopped abruptly. Her device emitted a soft click, one that sounded nothing like the scattered readings from earlier. A single, hard spike. "What is it?" Nadia asked. Eliza slowly turned the device. "I'm picking up a secondary signal." Julian's stomach tightened. "From the seam?" "No," Eliza said, her voice flattening. "From him." Julian stopped short. "What?" Eliza stepped closer, scanning the air around his torso. The device pulsed twice, slow, measured, steady. A small graph on the screen shifted upward, then held. "It's faint," she said, "but it's there. A resonance signature." "Describe it," Nadia said. Eliza's brow furrowed. "It's matching a frequency we've only seen inside Building 17, on the 7th floor, in the corridor." Julian felt physically colder. "You mean the corridor is leaking?" Eliza finished. "Through you." Julian staggered back. No, that's not." But the echo beneath his sternum pulsed again, stronger this time, as if responding to her words. He clenched his jaw, inhaling sharply. Nadia approached him slowly. "Julian, look at me." He forced himself to meet her eyes. "You're not in danger," she said. He didn't believe her. "Then what am I?" Her expression didn't change, but her silence said enough. Eliza broke it. "The closer we got to the seam, the stronger the resonance became. It's like the district recognized him." "It did," Nadia said, "and now it's carrying that recognition with him." Julian felt a shiver crawl up his spine. "So I'm a beacon?" "Not exactly," Nadia replied. "You're an anchor." He stared at her, unable to respond. They returned to the municipal building, their footsteps echoing sharply in the stone stairwell as they climbed to the 7th floor. The office felt colder than usual, as though the building's temperature had dipped in sync with their descent. Eliza immediately set up her devices on the table, muttering to herself as she cross-checked readings. Nadia pulled down a stack of folders and began spreading out diagrams, maps, and older anomaly scans. Julian placed his notebook on the desk. His hand trembled as he opened it, flipping to the page with the faint L. It had changed again. The second indentation, the diagonal stroke that had been shallow that morning, was now deeper, and next to it, a third mark had begun to form. Faint but deliberate, emerging as though written from beneath the paper. "It's evolving," Eliza whispered. Nadia leaned forward, and at the same pace as the seam. Julian felt the echo in his ribs pulse with the sight of the page. The notebook seemed warmer than the rest of the room, as though it held a small reservoir of heat from the structure beneath Greyline. He closed it sharply. Nadia watched him. "Julian, when you were near the seam, did you feel anything other than the pull?" He hesitated. "Yes." "What?" He lifted his eyes. "Anticipation." Nadia didn't speak. Eliza whispered, "From you?" Julian shook his head. "No, from it." Silence fell across the room like a sheet of static. Nadia inhaled slowly. The seam didn't want to open. Not fully. Not until something is ready. "What's something?" Julian asked. "You." He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them, the room felt different. Closer, as if the walls themselves had shifted in imperceptible degrees. Something hummed beneath the floor. Eliza stiffened. "Do you hear that?" "No," Julian said quietly. "I feel it." The echo under his sternum pulsed in time with the hum. Once, then twice, then a slow, deliberate third beat. Nadia's voice dropped to a whisper. "It's calling again." Julian didn't answer, because he already knew the seam beneath the streets of Greyline wasn't expanding randomly. It was waiting, and not for discovery, not for exploration. It was waiting for him to finish becoming whatever the district had already begun carving inside his chest. And for the first time, Julian understood something he hadn't let himself think before. The district wasn't remembering anymore. It was choosing. Chapter 23. The corridor that shifted without him. Julian didn't sleep. He didn't even drift. He lay in the dark, staring at the faint slice of hallway light beneath his bedroom door, waiting for his body to obey the simple command to shut down, but his mind remained locked in a quiet hum that traced itself back to the seam beneath Greyline. Every time he closed his eyes, he felt it again, that brief moment when the wall had pressed back, when the indentations had deepened, when the doorway had begun to form around his presence. The echo beneath his sternum pulsed with a slow, deliberate rhythm, as if sinking to a distant movement. By the time the sky began to brighten, Julian wasn't sure whether he had slept at all or simply fallen into a kind of muted awareness in which the night passed without his consent. He rose before the alarm sounded and dressed mechanically. The apartment looked normal, the bookshelf in its place, the table still holding the notebook, the air unmoved and harmless. But the normality only accentuated the contrast with what he felt in the seam. He walked past the notebook without touching it, without even looking at it directly. He didn't trust what it would show him this early in the morning. Outside, Greyline City was wrapped in a dull haze. The early light diffused into a pale wash that blurred distant buildings. The hum of traffic seemed quieter than usual, as though the entire city had lowered its volume to listen. Julian kept his hands in his pockets as he walked, shoulders hunched against a cold that felt sharper than the weather warranted. Every few steps he felt a faint tug of the echo, subtle, steady, like a needle vibrating toward a compass point buried beneath the asphalt. By the time he reached the municipal building, he had rehearsed what he would say to Nadia and Eliza, but the moment the elevator doors opened and he stepped toward the office, he realized he wouldn't need to say anything. The tension in the room was palpable. Nadia stood at the table, arms braced on either side of the stack of printed scans. Her jaw set. Eliza paced near the whiteboard, muttering under her breath as she checked something on her tablet. Neither of them looked up immediately. "What happened?" Julian asked, voice barely above a whisper. Nadia turned first. The corridor shifted. Julian's throat tightened. "The 7th-floor corridor?" "Yes," she said. "Sometime between 214 and 403. Eliza stopped pacing. It didn't just shift. It reorganized. Julian's pulse quickened. "What does that mean?" "It means," Eliza said, holding up her tablet, "that the space we walked yesterday is no longer the same space." She handed him the screen. On it were 2 overlaid schematics. Yesterday's scan, faintly outlined in blue, and this morning's reading, highlighted in red. The difference was subtle at first, barely a few centimeters here and there. But the deeper he looked, the more he saw how drastically the corridor had rotated, curved, folded inward on itself in impossible angles. "It realigned," Julian whispered. "No," Nadia said softly. "It redirected." "To what?" he asked. Eliza crossed her arms tightly. "Not what? Who?" Julian felt suddenly cold. He looked back at the schematics. The central spine of the corridor, normally straight even in its distortions, had curved into an arc, and that arc, according to the new readings, pointed not toward the exit, not toward the stairwell, but toward the northern wall of the floor, the wall that had no door, the wall that would align directly above the seam. "It's forming continuity," Nadia said. "Between levels." Julian exhaled, shaky, like 2 pieces of the same room. 2 memories of the same room, Eliza corrected. Nadia stepped closer to him. "Julian, something else happened." He waited, heart thudding. "We reviewed the footage," she said. "The camera inside the corridor caught something. Only for a few seconds." Eliza pulled up a grainy video still. Julian leaned in. At first it looked empty, the same dim corridor with its misaligned thresholds. But then he saw the shadow. Thin, vertical, positioned in the wrong place relative to the hallway, standing near the wall where the curvature had increased. A faint, blurry outline. Familiar. Julian's stomach dropped. That's me." "No," Eliza said. "It isn't." He blinked. The outline in the image, its height, its shape, the tilt of its shoulders, looked almost like his own reflection distorted through old glass. But something about it was off, wrong in scale, bent in subtle ways the camera couldn't fully capture. "It looks like me," Julian whispered. "It does," Nadia agreed. "But you weren't there." Eliza tapped the screen, and whatever it was, it didn't cast a shadow. Julian stared at the image, feeling the echo beneath his sternum tighten, like a fist closing around a thread. "Why is this happening?" he asked. Nadia's reply was immediate. "Because the district is using you to build something." Julian flinched. "Using me?" "Your presence," Nadia said. "Your alignment. Your proximity to the seam yesterday." Eliza added, "It's not influencing you." "Not exactly. It's shaping around you." Julian took a shaky breath. "So what do we do?" "We gather more data," Nadia said, "and then we go back to the 7th floor." Julian stiffened. "Now!" Before it changes again. The walk toward the district felt heavier than usual, as though every street in Greyline had thickened with fog that hadn't yet appeared. The 3 of them crossed the perimeter gate in silence. The guard barely looked up. His face was pale, and he clutched his logbook with white-knuckled tension. "Activity?" Nadia asked. He nodded. Unidentified motion on the north cluster. Twice. Small. Fast. Human-sized. Eliza pressed. Smaller. Julian felt a shiver crawl up his spine. Inside Ashfall, the silence swallowed them instantly. Today it felt alive, an animal sleeping with one eye open, The team moved quickly along the eastern access hall, passing broken columns and rusted piping, until they reached the stairwell that led toward the 7th floor. Julian gripped the rail tighter than usual. The echo in his chest pulsed a moment his foot touched the first step. Halfway up, he could feel it. The corridor was aware of them. They reached the threshold. The doorway yawned open into dimness. The corridor beyond looked unchanged at first glance, but the air felt wrong, denser, charged. The dust on the floor had shifted into long, curling patterns, not like footprints, but like brushstrokes pulled across the surface by an unseen hand. Eliza raised her device. Readings are higher. Nadia stepped forward. Julian, describe what you feel. He dragged in a breath, like the corridor is trying to line again. How? Eliza asked. Julian pointed to the left wall. That angle wasn't like that yesterday. Eliza followed his gaze. The threshold nearest him leaned slightly inward now. The next doorway leaned outward. The next leaned perfectly straight. The effect was subtle but unmistakable. The entire geometry of the hallway had rotated by a degree or two. It's shifting without us walking it, Eliza whispered. No, Julian corrected. It's shifting because I'm here. They moved deeper. The corridor's hum was different today. Not a tone, not a vibration, but something quieter and more deliberate, like the faint rumble of a distant engine beneath layers of metal. As they approached the midpoint, Julian slowed to a halt. Something had moved. Not at that moment. In the dust. A long drag mark curved across the floor, where no disturbance had been yesterday. Not a footprint. Not an animal. Something narrow, thin, purposeful. Nadia crouched beside it. This wasn't wind. Julian swallowed. It's the same shape that formed at the seam. Eliza stood abruptly. We need to leave. But the corridor disagreed. A soft pressure moved across the air, brushing Julian's skin like the faintest static charge. He staggered back, gripping the wall as his breath hitched. Nadia grabbed his arm. Julian, what is it? He didn't answer. Couldn't, because the echo inside him was no longer pulsing in free rhythm. It was sinking to something ahead, something behind the corridor's curvature, something waiting. He forced out a whisper. It's here. Eliza looked around frantically. Where? Julian stared into the slight bend of the hallway, into the space where the distortion was strongest. And then, from deeper inside the structure, the corridor shifted, not dramatically, not violently, just enough to reveal a fraction of something standing in the distortion. A silhouette, faint, impossible, shaped like him, but not him. It flickered, tilted, listened, and vanished. Julian gasped and nearly collapsed. He pressed both hands to his ribs as the echo exploded beneath his sternum in a sharp, twisting pulse that stole his breath. Nadia steadied him. Julian, talk to us. He managed 2 words. It answered. Eliza whispered, What did? Julian's voice cracked. The part of me that isn't me. Nadia froze. Eliza stared at him with wide, trembling eyes. The corridor hummed softly, folding its angles inward as if reacting to the admission. Julian lifted his head, pale, shaking. We need to go, he whispered. Now. But as they turned toward the stairwell, the lights behind them dimmed slightly. Not failing, not flickering, but contracting, as though the corridor were trying to decide whether to let them leave. Julian felt the echo pulse once more, not calling him inward, not pulling him backward, calling him back. He forced himself forward anyway, gripping the stairwell rail as Nadia and Eliza let him down. When they reached the ground floor of the annex, he pressed his back against the concrete, eyes shut tight, trying to steady the echo's rhythm. Eliza spoke first, voice flat. Whatever that silhouette was, it wasn't a memory. No, Nadia agreed. It was a projection. Julian opened his eyes slowly. Of me? Nadia shook her head. Not exactly. Eliza swallowed hard. Of what the district is shaping you into. The echo throbbed once in his chest. Weak and terrified, but not of the district, of himself. Chapter 24. The Pattern That Left a Shadow. Julian didn't speak for several minutes after they reached the ground floor of the annex. He leaned against the wall with his eyes half closed, breathing slowly as the echo in his chest shifted from a violent spike to a low, trembling resonance. He could hear Nadia giving instructions to Eliza, quiet, measured, controlled, but the words felt distant, muffled by the pressure behind his sternum that refused to settle. He tried to slow his breathing, tried to ground himself in the cold stone at his back, but the district's hum lingered in his bones. Even now, far from the corridor, it was still there, listening. When he finally opened his eyes, Eliza was crouched beside him, her device resting on her knee. The small screen displayed a restless line, jittering in unpredictable bursts. "Still reading it," she murmured, "still matching the signature." Julian swallowed. "How strong?" She hesitated. Too strong for a residual effect. Nadia stepped closer, her expression unreadable but not detached. She studied Julian for a moment before speaking. "Your vitals—" "Unsteady," he whispered, "but I'm still here." Her gaze softened only slightly. Whatever happened in that corridor wasn't a hallucination. You saw something external, something independent. Julian forced himself to stand. "It looked like me." "It wasn't you," Nadia said. "It was a projection constructed from the corridor's shift, a byproduct of the alignment." He rubbed his sternum. "Why would it show me myself?" "Because the district is shaping its internal architecture around your resonance," she said. "You're not just reacting to it. It's reacting to you." Eliza stood and flicked through her readings. The distortion field near the midpoint showed human-like proportions, but it wasn't physical. It didn't cast a shadow. The corridor's geometry bent around it. Julian felt his skin crawl. He didn't want to imagine what kind of structure could imitate his outline, without being solid, without anchoring itself to light or surface. A memory of him? A blueprint? An anticipation? "We need to return to the office," Nadia said. "Now!" They moved quickly across the yard, the cold gray-line air cutting harshly at their faces. As they stepped beyond the perimeter of Ashfall, Julian felt the pressure in his chest loosen, in increments, not all at once. His breath steadied enough to keep moving, but the echo remained like a faint tremor waiting for the right frequency to rise again. He kept one hand on the railing when descending the steps toward the main street. Something about physical structures, stable ones, felt essential now. The city noise felt wrong. Too distant, too calm. Cars passed in a steady rhythm. Pedestrians moved with morning fatigue. But Julian sensed a strange hollowness between sounds, as if the world had stretched slightly, the gaps between moments widening. The sensation lingered until they reached the municipal building. Inside the 7th-floor office, Eliza immediately hooked her device to the larger monitor. Nadia pulled up a new set of maps. Julian took a seat at the table, not trusting his balance completely. The notebook lay inside his bag. He hadn't opened it since morning, but he could feel it, feel the faint warmth of it against the fabric, as if the marks inside were still shifting gently. Eliza projected a digital reconstruction of the corridor onto the wall. The red overlays showed the curvature changes, the subtle degrees of rotation, the new alignment pointing directly to the section of wall where the silhouette had appeared. "It wasn't random," she said. "The corridor reshaped itself during the night, and not around a structural fault, around a pattern. A pattern Julian carried," Nadia said. Julian's hands tightened. I didn't do anything." "You didn't need to," Nadia replied softly. "You entered the seam yesterday. The district responded. And last night, it adapted." Eliza zoomed in on the distortion field. "This isn't the first time something like this has happened in anomalous structures. But this is different. Direct correspondence. No delay. No misalignment." She pointed to the outline. This projection was made with intent. Julian looked away. The echo thudded once under his ribs, faint but resentful, like a muscle memory tightening around something it didn't want to forget. "Tell me something," he whispered. "Was what I saw dangerous?" Nadia didn't answer immediately. Her silence was enough to tighten Julian's throat. Finally she spoke. "It wasn't autonomous." "What does that mean?" "It wasn't acting on its own. It was acting as a reflection of the corridor's current state." She paused. But the corridor is no longer limited to itself. It's interacting with what's beneath the district. Julian closed his eyes, breathing shakily. The seam. Yes, Nadia said. The projection wasn't just about you. It was about your connection to the structure below. Eliza leaned against the table. Julian, do you realize what that implies? He shook his head, unable to speak. It implies, she said quietly, that the district is using your resonance to build continuity between its levels, between the corridor and the seam, between the upper distortion and whatever exists underneath gray line. The echo pulsed sharply, as if in recognition. Julian gripped the edge of the table. So what do we do now? Nadia inhaled deeply. We test whether the projection was two-directional. Julian frowned. Meaning, Eliza said. We see whether the seam reacted to what happened on the 7th floor. Julian felt dread settle in his stomach. How? Nadia glanced at his bag, opened the notebook. His chest tightened. Now! Yes. Julian's fingers shook as he unzipped the bag. The notebook slid into his hand, warmer than it should have been. The cover faintly warped as though the page inside had absorbed some unseen pressure. He placed it on the table. The room fell completely silent. Julian opened the notebook to the marked page. The L was there, the second indentation deeper, the third shaping into a longer curve, and a fourth mark, one that hadn't been there hours earlier, pressed faintly in the space between them. Not a line, not a curve, a shadow of a shape. Julian's breath stopped. Eliza's hand flew to her mouth. It's matching the projection. Nadia stepped closer, her face pale. It didn't just copy it. It preempted it. Julian stared at the marks, heart pounding. You mean it knew before the corridor formed? No, Nadia said. It didn't know what the corridor would become. She met his eyes, voice low. It knew what you would become. The echo thudded inside him. Once, twice, an unmistakable acknowledgement. Julian pushed back from the table, shaking. This isn't possible. It's not me. I'm not changing. I'm not. You are, Eliza whispered, and the district is mapping every part of it. Julian stood abruptly, needing air. The room seemed to tilt slightly, the walls pulling inward. Nadia grabbed his arm to steady him. Julian, look at me. He forced himself to. You're still yourself, she said. But something is linking you to the district's internal architecture. Something the building recognizes. Julian's voice cracked. Recognizes as what? Nadia hesitated. Eliza didn't. As a missing pattern. Julian stared. A pattern, she continued softly, that the district believes it used to have. He sank back into the chair, breath shaking, hands cold. The echo within him pulsed again, slow, steady, almost gentle now, like a lull, or a reminder. Nadia stepped away from him and picked up one of the corridor scans. Julian, she said, we're going back. He froze. Back. To the seam, she said. We need to confirm something. Julian looked up, the notebook open before him like a warning. What exactly do you need confirm? Nadia's voice was calm. Too calm. Whether the structure beneath gray line is forming a pattern that looks like you. The echo pulsed, and for the first time, Julian realized that the district's shadow was no longer behind him. It was beside him,